Skyrim, A Sorcerer's Tale. 531. Chapter 144, The Start of Something Great. General point of view. He awoke feeling slightly groggy, his inner beast half purring in contentment at the sheer comfort he had pent the night in, tempting him to fall asleep once more. The smell of roasting meat swiftly dissuaded him from that foolish notion as he sprang up from his bed, lightly tearing the no doubt excessively expensive fabric in the process. But he did not care in the slightest, stretching himself awake with a content groan and putting on the clothes his new allies provided after some heavy convincing on their end. A compromise between the garb of his own people and that of those they now shared their home with. It consisted of a thick, elaborate gambeson coloured in deep green over a red tunic and a fashionable pair of dark pantaloons. All of it covered by a polished orichalcum chain shirt and a pair of ceremonial braces. Not something to ever be worn into battle, but he could admit the lighter clothing had its charm. He chuckled to himself and clasped the panther skin cloak on around his neck, placing the wide feathered cap atop his head and sheathed a single scimitar on his hip. And finally, with reverence he held for few things, he hung the amulet of Trinimac on his chest. Good enough. He smiled and exited his room within the large manor the Emperor had provided for him and his people within the imperial city's central district. Gorgosh greeted him with a grunt as he exited, the heavily armored orc's eyes flickering over his garb with a clear tinge of disapproval. He kept those thoughts to himself and fell in behind his lord. The others greeted him with a cheer as he entered the building's main area, his Breton allies rising their cups with a much more silent but equally eager enthusiasm. Far more enthusiasm in the case of some finally awake Grand Duke. The knight beside the Breton king called, "Come, join us for a morning meal. These eggs are heavenly." Durrock huffed but still strolled over, sharing a quick greeting with High King Uthred before turning to his much more lively cousin. "Always so loud in the morning, Renaud. You'd think smashing so many heads every day would keep you in your bed for a time at least." "Ha!" the knight snorted. "You are one to speak. I am not the one who got bored of merely challenging the great knights of Evermore, and went to challenge the Grand Master of the Knights of the Nine while they were in prayer." "What can I say?" Durrock shrugged. "You are getting boring." "Bah, I say," Renaud decried playfully. "Bah." After shoveling a downright unreasonable amount of eggs and bacon down his gullet, Durrock looked to the Breton High King and spoke. "How far are they now?" Uthred looked up from his own meal, one that was far lesser in volume and yet still undevoured. "They should arrive before noon. We will need to move out within the hour to position ourselves properly." "Aye," Durrock nodded. "Best get there before the crowd does." The Breton sniffed non-committally, though something told the orc he did it mostly for show. The alliance between Orsinium and High Rock was an odd one utterly unexpected by either Durrock or his own people, and doubly so by the Bretons. But some way, somehow, their negotiations ended without blades being drawn, and when the Knight Captain of Evermore travelled the new Orsinium, he found that Durrock's claims of just rule were all true, confirmed by the commoners content with their new protectors, even if some still tried to make up issues due to old hatreds. An expected happening, and one he had thoroughly prepared himself for. The orc would never admit it aloud, but corralling his own people was thrice the challenge in comparison to keeping good relations with the Bretons, their traditions constantly clashing with the ideals Durrock had learned from the Nords and his friends and companions. But those same traditions played against the ones who would defy him. For one rule stood absolute over all others. The strongest ruled. And Durrock was without the shadow of a doubt one of the mightiest orcs to have ever lived. The beatdowns of uppity warriors was an almost daily occurrence in those first few months of their settling, but through much blood and sweat, and antithetically to the orcish spirit. Mercy, they were shown to be his lessers in might, and thus their loyalty was assured. Negotiating with the High King was a breeze in comparison. Neither he nor Durrock wanted to set High Rock alight with another war, and for all the territorial advantage the Breton held, the orcs were far more concentrated and united under their warlord. So after much negotiation, they settled on a compromise. High King Uthred would nominally hold dominion over all of High Rock, and Grand Duke Durek of Orsinium and Rivenspire would nominally owe him fealty, with their feudal contract ending up as more of a perpetual alliance and trade agreement than any true pact of servitude. The Breton nobles were outraged, the orcs grumbled, and in the end, none of them emerged truly satisfied. A perfect negotiation, Durek imagined his friend would say. It would be good seeing him again. As predicted, the crowds around the Talos Plaza district of the Imperial City were deafening even before the western gates were opened. Their great mass just barely held back from the roads, and the great stand Emperor Titus Mede II stood upon, surrounded by the leaders of each and every province still loyal to the Empire. High King Torrig of Skyrim stood proudly beside his jarls, japing and lamenting how the war was too short for them to get a good stab in. The 5 great lords of Morrowind bickered among each other, even as anticipation danced in their eyes. Durek and the Bellarmanes were too busy keeping their vassals off each other's throats to be truly enthralled by the festive air. The Counts of Cyrodiil were, by virtue of being used to being the center of attention, slightly less rowdy, but an air of excitement still surrounded some of the Heartlanders. The Main of Elsewhere looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here, even as his attendants did their best to pamper the manned Catman, and the less said about King Cameron of Valenwood, the better, the Bosmer having a visible slouch in his posture as he just wanted for all of it to be over as quickly as possible. And above them all stood Titus Mede, armor polished and gleaming in the midday sun, and his usual circlet replaced by the proper ceremonial crown of Tamriel, one everyone now agreed he was more than worthy of bearing. Suddenly a hush fell over the crowd, and the western gates of the city were split open. Then as one, a series of trumpets announced the coming of the conquering heroes, followed soon by the disciplined beat of the drums. And then they came, in a long line that stretched far beyond sight, to even those upon the wall towers, the entire expeditionary force joined by all save the most essential of garrison forces. They marched to their triumph with steel in their spines and pride on their faces. But none of the observers were truly focused on the legions, for they all had eyes only for the pair riding in front of the procession. Much like when they first arrived, their steeds and armor was resplendent, and their entourage mighty. But the times had changed both of the Godslayers. Unlike the relaxed slouch and scheming smirk of the Sorcerer and the barely contained arrogance and aggression of the Dragonborn, both of them now radiated absolute authority and might. Each step taken by their steeds, announcing to the world that it was there to command. Behind them marched their most powerful and loyal followers, most of them basking in the crowd's exultations, while some either awaited the silence of a private room or the feasting that was to come. But what drew Titus's eyes the most was a small band of finely dressed Altmer riding a carriage just behind the lords and officers, even more so when the procession split apart, and that very carriage joined the 2 royals at the front. As agreed, the delegation of high elves stepped out of the carriage and presented themselves before Titus, the heroes of the day staying behind for but a moment. Titus rose his hand and the crowd quietened down, one overly eager man going on for a bit too long and thus getting smacked by his wife before he finally shut up. Tempted to thank the man but deciding against it, Titus greeted the Altmer leader, Regent Narcissus. Said Kinlord bowed deeply but stiffly, "Your Imperial Majesty." The war between our peoples may have been a short one. Titus spoke, his voice carrying far, but the conflict ran deeper and for much longer than that. He gave the Altmer a considering look and continued, "Your previous leaders have taken much from us, committed great evil without due cause." An Altmer bristled, and a good number of the onlookers grew agitated. But, the word cut through the air like a blade, that does not mean your people as a whole deserve to be tormented in turn. He folded his hands behind his back. The Honorable Hortator of Morrowind has vouched for your honor himself. Raven inclined his head slightly from the back. And so you were chosen as the interim ruler of Alinor and their representative in this meeting. Titus smiled. Swear allegiance to the Empire now, and let that be the end of all this hate and bloodshed. Let us live on in peace as we have for centuries before. Ever since Talos the Uniter first dreamt of Tamriel whole. The other elves grew increasingly furious at the perceived condescension, but none of them spoke out. They had been beaten, and there was no negotiation to be had here. All that remained was ceremony and submission. Narcissus visibly steeled himself and knelt as the regent of Alinor. I, Kin Lord Narcissus of Shimmerine, do hereby swear mine and my people's undying allegiance to the ruby throne and the one who sits regnant upon it. His voice grew more dead with each word spoken, but he still forced himself to continue. May the divines bless the Tamrielic Empire. Then rise as citizens of the Empire. Titus bid them with an open hand and turned to the crowd. 3 cheers or peace, and for unity. Many an individual was temporarily deafened by the ensuing cacophony as everyone that could shouted their throats sore in celebration. A full minute passed before Titus once more rose his hand and quietened the mass of people down. A slight bit of mirth rising up in his chest as he saw the same man get smacked for still yelling his heart out. Shaking his head, smirk hidden under his mustache, he called Minthara Septim and Raven Dagoth, "Step forward." The 2 heroes did as they were bid, and the silence around them grew absolute. Not that long ago, I welcomed you upon the steps of this city. After a deed so grand, none could be called foolish for proclaiming you would have never surpassed it. Titus spread his arms, and yet here we all stand, once more shaken by what you have accomplished. Minthara stood straighter, and Raven's smirk grew just slightly wider. Never before, in the history of Nirn, has a war of this scale been won so utterly and decisively. Never before has the Empire's might been greater than it is today. And all of it is thanks to the 2 of you. Instead of continuing, he stepped forth and descended from his podium, the echoes of his steps growing more deafening with each moment that passed, until he finally arrived before the pair. It is time. He spoke softly, and yet there was no man, beast, or elf who did not hear him. Minthara Septim, kneel. She blinked in surprise but quickly realized what he was getting at, and after an encouraging nudge from her husband, she quickly kneeled before the emperor. Titus reached for his crown and announced by 1,000 sharp intakes of breath, removed it from his head. Minthara Septim, do you swear before the gods that you shall protect the people of Tamriel, no matter the threat? She did not hesitate. I swear. Do you swear to abide by the wisdom of the commandments of the 9 divines? I swear. Do you swear to be fair in judgment and just in rule? I swear. Then rise. He placed the crown atop her head, not as my heir, but as Tamriel's empress. As the crowd once more grew completely wild, Titus shared a quiet look with Raven, who merely inclined his head, and silent understanding forming between them. Raven's point of view. I closed the balcony door behind me, cutting off Marco's admittedly impressive lute solo and Durrock's less than impressive ditty. The impromptu coronation and what came after it had taken us the better part of a day, as Titus still needed to go through the commendations for the hundreds of notable legionaries and cohorts, and the oaths needed to be sworn to the 2 of us. The feasting that came after was far less draining, however, and I got to meet all of my subjects' allies and catch up with friends I have not been able to see or hear from in months. I am not going to lie, when I heard how Durrock managed to negotiate territorial concessions, not in name but in truth, from the Bretons, I snorted my cup of brandy out through my nose, bathing the orc in the drink. Of course, he merely laughed it all off. The feast dragged on for hours, and even after that, our closer friends from among the guests were dragged up to our apartments, where Minthara proceeded to show off her hoard like the shiny enjoyer she was. Still, spending so much surrounded by people would drain even people such as we, and last I heard Minthara slinked her way off to the balcony to catch some fresh air. Took your time, didn't you? She turned to me, leaning against the elaborate balustrade. Couldn't resist listening to Tolfdir's tales from his youth. I shrugged and smiled. Did you know he was a jarl once? She raised an eyebrow before snorting. He ruled for 10 years and got bored, didn't he? I thought the same. I chuckled and shook my head. But no, madman reigned for 60. Damn. Exactly. I snapped my fingers and hopped on the fence next to her. Anyway, your vaunted imperial majesty, what are you doing out here by your lonesome? She pouted at me and narrowed her eyes. You do know you share that same title now, right? I covered my heart. But I am but the consort. No way am I ever officially taking any true responsibility, even if I was going to do my damnedest to make this nation work. She just rolled her eyes. It is going to take a lot of work to fix this damn place. She spoke after a pleasant silence. Yup. I smacked my lips. It is going to be a bitch. You think we are going to get bored? You did say we were both pretty much immortal, she asks with slight worry in her voice. Chuckling, I gave her a sideways hug. I am already working on a simulacrum ritual. Thank the gods, she slumps against me. What would I do without you? I don't know. I shrug, pretending not to be aware of the prophecies shout apart a few mountains. Why did I even ask? She laughs before sighing. The first few years are going to be exhausting. Yup. I might have to put down a dozen rebellions at least. Without the shadow of a doubt. The Red Guards are going to be so annoying, she whined. Don't forget the Argonians, I sing-songed. She placed her hands over her face and groaned, You are not helping. Look on the bright side, I smiled. At least you get to burn the fuck out of Pyandanea. She perked up, but only slightly, before once more slumping down. That is only going to take months tops. Don't worry, dear, I chuckled. I will find something for us to do before too long has passed. Mm-hmm, she mumbled. How long? I shrug. A few decades. Good, she nods. Good? I quirk an eyebrow. More than enough time for us to make a family, she says without the slightest hint of hesitation, eyes now boring into mine. Sniffing in faux disdain, I lamented, And you call me the insatiable one? I laughed as she began sputtering and accusing me of avoiding the topic. Though to my surprise, I found that I did not hate the idea. Best build a world worth living in for them then. 533. Chapter 1. The Golden Age, Part 1. Raven's point of view. The final amendments, as you requested, Your Majesty. Varen Indoril set the downright chonky tome atop my desk, his back straightening by a good few centimeters at the loss of weight. Very well, I nodded. Let's see if you finally managed to do all I asked of you. The Indoril offered a deep bow, not a sign of discomfort at my remark, and stepped back to join the 24 other legal scholars from all over Tamriel. Admittedly, most of them were Dunmer or Imperial in origin, but there were a few Nords and Red Guards dispersed in there, as well as a couple of Altmer and a Khajiit, with a Fu Manchu goatee and a pair of round glasses. That catman knew how to make an impression. Stop delaying, Scorch crowed, red noir red. Holding back a groan, I flipped open the first page of the Codex and cast a minor temporal acceleration spell on myself. Nah! To the group of scholars, it must have looked like I was just flipping through the pages. But as much as I would have liked to do it, the grand lawmaking effort was my own idea, so I was forced to meticulously go through every single rule they came up with. This was the 6th Dagoth damned revision as well. Despite my whinging, it took me only 5 objective minutes to read through it all, and for once I found myself mostly satisfied with what I found. It seems the lot of you finally got the message. I hummed aloud. One of the Altmer piped up before anyone else could. Well, Your Majesty's focus on repurposing the lowest rungs of our society was unusually generous. It took some getting used to is all. Yes, I waved him off. I realize it is sometimes simpler to just execute most troublemakers, but with the need to rebuild the continent and repopulate abandoned areas, putting them to work is much more efficient. I scoffed, and a small part of me hopes some of the idiots can be redeemed and reintegrated after performing honest work for long enough. Not that Khajiit disagrees, Great Mani. The glass-wearing catman spoke up, slowly removing said glasses and awkwardly wiping them with his robes the moment my eyes landed on him, but some of the crimes that are traditionally considered lesser carry a much greater sentence by your order. May we know why this is? I frowned. Some parts of this world are still so goddamn uncivilized, because some things need to be treated as sacred if we want to live in a stable and good society, is what I settled on saying. Crimes that target our children, or those that ruin the base dignity of others, will thus have no quarter given. Though, I drawled, we have already been over this multiple times. Merely a confirmation, Great Mane. The catman bowed deeply. Indeed, Varen Indoril spoke up, this occasion will be discussed for many years to come. Having your blessed opinion known plainly makes our path much clearer. Even years later, his genuine belief somehow manages to surprise me. I grumbled internally, "Very well then." I clapped my hands, and Indaril pulled out his official scroll and quill. Taking a short breath, I let my voice carry clearly across the whole chamber. "Let it be known that 30 days hence, on the 2nd of mid-year of the 10th year of the 5th era, under the authority of Empress Minthara Septim, the Penal Code, and Civil Code Revisions 6 will be going into full effect across all the lands administered by the Tamrielic Empire, superseding all local traditions and laws." The official vellum scroll was quickly brought to me, and I sealed it with mine and Minthara's crest. "Ready yourselves and your apprentices." I looked up and faced each and every scholar in turn. "You will be faced with great challenges wherever you may go, but so too will you be the harbingers of a new age of law and order. Let no arrogant lordling stop you from executing your duties." All of them bowed to me as one and quickly shuffled out of my study. Finally alone, save for my 2 silent guardians, I let out a tired groan. 10 goddamn years of this shit. I grumbled you'd think the reward for saving the world thrice over and uniting the continent would be a bit more fun. But nah, I have to write laws and shit. Scorch poofed into existence atop my shoulder. Should have just let your wife do it then. "And have another civil war on our hand?" I asked, tugging at my hair. She wanted to go full iron rule of law on their asses the moment she got the chance. We'd be having rebellions by the month. "Yeah," Birdman of Doom bobbed his head. "But think of the war crimes." "I don't want to do any more war crimes," I complained. "Our personal kills are already in the 6 digits. We don't need any more." And of course the little shit let out an impressed whistle at that. Why do I even try? I let my head flop atop my table and grumbled. 10 fucking years of this, and we still weren't done fully stabilizing the situation. Skyrim, Morrowind, and Cyrodiil were prospering like mad under our rule. My whole wide-range colonization effort had infected the rest of the core provinces of our new empire like a plague, and the economy was already exploding after the initial investments. And so was the population. The amount of Dunmerry births in recent years had the madmen slowly start deifying me, and all I got when I complained to Mephala was her usual amused tittering. Not even Boethia or Azura tried to dissuade them. They were probably laughing at me from oblivion. Fucking high school sorority, I swear. The Crowns of Hammerfell tried resisting our reunification efforts, but one short trip and show of draconic dominance by Minthara, joined by her now fanatical forebear followers, and the desert dwellers were bowing and scraping, as was their lot. High Rock was relatively peaceful, even if I had to make almost yearly trips to resolve disputes between Durek and Uthred's subjects, though thankfully the two of them remained cordial with each other. I doubted the underlying conflicts between the Orsimer and Bretons would be solved before a few generations lived and died in peace with each other, but we were at least on the right track. Alinor was, well, needless to say, the place was just a touch underpopulated as of recent years. They tried closing themselves off while still technically serving the Empire, but my own efforts stopped any kind of idiocy from occurring. We considered forcing them to accept Minthara as their official Queen of Alinor. She had the divine right after all, but seeing as that would have just made things even more tense, we settled on them forming a council of kinlords where no kinlord stood above another. Just enough to keep them content, and more importantly, divided. A few visits from my agents made sure unity between them would not sprout before loyalty to the Empire did. Valenwood was another place that brought particular irritation to me specifically. Most of the woods continued on as they always did, except for the towns and cities bordering the rest of our territory, where the forests were slowly being overtaken by glorious civilization, and what few remained of the Cameron dynasty were weakling puppets we could parade around as we wished. The issue was that Yeffrey and his goons refused to let up, and so I had to make a few more visits just to hammer home my point, which only exacerbated the whole cult of the Ashen Tribulation issue happening in Falinesti. I don't even want to think about it anymore. Elsewhere was surprisingly completely on board with bringing things to a stable close. The Main was still a timid little shit who never even wanted to rule, but that timidness allowed us to divide and conquer the entire province on a diplomatic level. offering minor concessions to some of the cities in exchange for their loyalty and support. Even if those concessions were actually chains that were yet to be clamped around their necks. Hehehehehe. The only part of Tamriel that so far remained outside of my grasp was Black Marsh, and it was no accident or failure that made it so. Invading the Argonians was simply a massive waste of lives and resources that could be used on other things, like my colonization and repopulation plans, or the Minthara-sponsored Atmaran expedition. And so I did as my scheming self always did in such situations. I started destroying them from within. My agents moved through their lands like invisible shadows, ripping out what little remained of their shadow-scale order, and slowly sowing the seeds of doubt and hatred between the many Argonian tribes, and more importantly, between the populace and their Hist gods. After all, did not the Hist sacrifice hundreds of thousands of their brethren for nothing? I felt a touch guilty at how the province was now hurtling towards a massive civil war with no breaks in sight. But I also knew that allowing them to remain there independent forever would inevitably make someone act out, be that the Hist, Imperial Glory Hounds, or Minthara herself. At least no Daedra decided to act up. No, best not finish that thought. Fuckers would probably do something just to spite me. My musings were interrupted as Aelor peeked into my study. "My lord, an unscheduled visitor is asking for an audience." "Who is it?" I forced my head up to meet his eyes. "It's Vakir, my lord." Alor winced. "He wants to report his progress." Holding back yet another groan, I waved my hand. "Let him in. Might as well get this over with." Before the Falmer could even retreat his head fully, the doors of my study were shoved open by a bulky Orsimer dressed in full warplate, a downright unreasonable amount of scrolls and tomes secured firmly under his arm. "Vakir," I greeted blandly, "here to enlighten me about your train ideas again." "Steam dragons," the orc corrected immediately, "and yes, I have finally managed to come up with a commercially usable model. Your prohibition on using coals and fires was downright crippling, but I have recently managed to scoop up some great ideas from our underground cousins." "Oh my." My voice was utterly dry, having heard this 4 times already. "Do tell." One might find themselves wondering, why entertain someone like this if they are so irritating? And usually, I'd agree. The attaché Durek sent from his new Grand Duchy of Orsinium had many privileges in the imperial city, but pestering the Dayak of the entire empire was not one of them. Except no matter how irritating the train-obsessed lunatic was, he was also competent. Crazy fucker even came up with a viable airship design, even if the things were prohibitively expensive, something that limited their use to only the most inhospitable mountainous terrains in need of colonization. And the madman did it after spending only 2 years of studying Dwemetech and classical engineering. In short, he annoyed the shit out of me, but he was also brilliant. "Behold," the orc announced, and unfurled a long scroll that was carved more than scribbled onto, filled with hundreds of tiny diagrams and ideas, "an atmospheric magicka amplifier." Ever so slowly, I allowed myself a blink, and then immediately slowed my subjective time to a crawl as I began going through every single detail with as much excruciating focus as I could muster. "This," I blinked as time snapped back into place, "this actually looks workable." "Aha," the orc laughed, "I knew you would see my brilliance." "Hold your horses," I snorted. "Just because it is theoretically viable doesn't mean your enchantment matrices aren't dogshit." The fucking hunk of green meat had the temerity to pout at me. "Bring it to the Grand Imperial College." I waved him off. "Look for Magistrix Adrasa. She should be able to help you perfect this. After you are done, go to the Imperial Bank and open an account for a tunnel between Cyrodiil and Skyrim near the Pale Pass. Don't bother me again until it is done." The tusked little shit beamed at me and quickly grabbed up his scrolls. "You will not be disappointed, I swear on Malakath." "Yes, yes." I waved him off. "Now off with you, Shu. I have other business to take care of." He practically frolicked on his way out. "Anyone else, Aelor?" I asked. "No one for now, my lord," the Falmer answered after a moment. "Fine then, that is enough work for today." I got up and stretched out of habit more than need. "Don't call me unless it is an emergency." "By your will?" I snapped my fingers and reappeared in the royal apartments atop the tower. and the scene awaiting within made all the irritation of the day slip off me like so much water. A particularly large and particularly pale 6-year-old boy with wild red hair, blue eyes and pointed ears was zooming around the room, chasing after a much older Falmer kid, while Nightshade sat in the corner of the room, watching them with great care even as she appeared relaxed. At the other end of the room, I saw a completely opposite scene. Minthara was sitting utterly still, with a big smile on her face, as a 3-year-old girl, equally pale and of black hair and pointed ears, and red eyes that were currently closed, was dozing off on her lap. Naturally, my presence did not remain unnoticed for long, as the two boys stopped whatever they were doing, and Nightshade bowed. Minthara's smile only grew wider as she saw me, and she whispered, "Finally done for the day?" "Yeah," I smiled back. The legal team finally managed not to fuss. I felt Minthara's smile turn threatening and looked to the kids, fumble things up too much, so the law project is getting underway as we speak. Good. Her smile turned from ice to honey in a blink. Now enough about work, the boys look like they are about to explode. Truly, I smiled teasingly and turned to the duo. And what? Father, my son interrupted. Varry says his father is stronger than you. You have to tell him he is wrong. Apologies, Your Majesty. The Falmer began to stutter out. Calm down, Varador. I am not going to beat Davos up just because Martin is over-eager. I snorted. Also stop it with the Your Majesty is. I was there when you were born, kid. He started muttering excuses while his mother directed me with a look of gratitude. Now then, I turned more serious. Martin. My tone made him stand up straight. What exactly brought this on? I asked. What makes you think I started it? He crossed his arms and pouted at me. I just raised my eyebrow at him and waited. Fine, he mumbled. We were training. My eyebrow raised further. His little shoulder slumped. We were playing, and he beat me. And, I pressed, and I said you could beat his dad any time so I didn't need to win. He mumbled, mm-hmm. I nodded patiently, feeling more amused than anything else. And what does me being stronger have to do with you? He immediately went to answer the obvious, but despite his rowdiness, he was a lot more intelligent than a child his age should be. So all he did was slump his shoulder and admit, nothing. Exactly. I nodded with a proud smile. When you lose, admit the loss and get better. There is no point in running from the truth. He finished for me, still all grumbly. I ruffled his hair, much to his dismay, and nodded. Exactly. So apologize to your friend and go back to playing, and don't make trouble for Nightshade. Okay, Dad. He pouted and turned to his friend. Shaking my head in amusement, I strolled over to Minthara, who was now beaming at me, and sat down next to her, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek as I did. You are too good with them, she muttered as she watched the two boys pick their practice swords again and go at it. He never listens to me. The fact Martin was easily pushing back the nearly 11-year-old Varador with each move was something I hoped wouldn't make him too arrogant in the future. Because you dote on him too much. I chuckled and looked down at the still sleeping girl. How is Elena? Minthara sighed in fond exasperation, almost blew up another pillar by rising her voice too much. The poor guards are terrified of her. As they should be, I nodded smugly, a gesture she followed immediately. Still set on your little Pyandanian visit? I prompted after a while. Unlike the last few times I asked, she looked down at our daughter and then at our son before slowly sighing, maybe in a few years. Ha, I laughed, an act that swiftly earned me a punch to the arm. 534, Chapter 2, The Golden Age, Part 2. General point of view. Princess Elena Septim Dagoth fidgeted atop her plush seat, fingers tapping about impatiently as she tried, and failed, to keep concentrated on the words coming out of her teacher and guardian's mouth. And with the Battle of the Red Ring, the Mede Empire defeated the Dominion troops occupying the imperial city, heavily damaging the legions of Alinor and signaling the end of the Great War and the start of the decades-long truce between the two powers. Eleanor's fidgeting did not go unnoticed, and the snow elf paused her lesson. Are you even listening to me, young lady? Nightshade asked sternly. The girl stilled, feeling the slight annoyance in the air. Yees! Are you asking me or telling me? The Falmer's lips twitched ever so slightly upwards. Yes, Elena said more firmly. Mm-hmm. Nightshade hummed. So that means you can tell me everything about the Great War from start to finish. Elena pouted at her teacher. Child, the farmer spoke after a few moments of silence. I understand your mother will be returning from her expedition tomorrow, but that doesn't mean you can ignore your lessons. But history is so boring, the 7-year-old exclaimed, the air around her lightly twisting under the weight of her voice. Why does it matter what the dumb high elves did if we won in the end? The snow elf muttered something under her breath. The girl failed to catch and slowly stood up. History helps us understand why people make decisions and the consequences of those decisions. Yeah, like I need that to see through them, internally grumbled the child. But, she went on, I can see you are too energetic to care about any of that right now, so… We can do some magic, the Nord-Dunmer hybrid said excitedly. The snow elf smirked. I am afraid not. But why? Eleanor most assuredly did not whine, totally. Because your father said so, Nightshade patted her head. And for good reason. Dad's rules are dumb, she huffed. Nightshade's gentle expression twitched for the tiniest moment, her patient gaze turning dark just long enough for the observant to notice before it settled back into its natural state. So intense was the sudden feeling in the air, the young princess felt a shiver going down her spine. What I meant to say, Eleanor quickly corrected, is I don't get why we can't learn more advanced magic until we are older. Because, child, Nightshade spoke patiently as she rose her hand and formed a ball of fire atop her palm. Magic is not something to be trifled with. The elements in her hand shifted as she went on. It is versatile, it is powerful, and it is capable of trivializing many problems you will face in life. She closed her fist, dissipating the magicka, but most of all, magic is a weapon and a dangerous one. The farmer began walking and the girl quickly followed. If you do not have the maturity and the discipline to use magic responsibly, then you are not meant to be using it in the first place. But I can be mature, she immediately countered, even if she could feel the truth that was just spoken. Can you now? Nightshade rose an eyebrow. Yeah. She placed her hands on her hips and stared up at the snow elf. I can totally be patient and calm and whatever else Dad told you I needed to be. Nightshade exhaled just quickly enough that the motion could have been mistaken for a laugh if one squinted. You certainly have his wit at least. She said, but it is not your words that I care for, but your actions, and the constant complaints of the guards of you using your voice to intimidate them does not paint a picture of maturity, now does it? She chuckled lightly, nor does all the burned furniture now that I think about it. Not my fault the world is made of parchment. The princess crossed her arms and grumbled. Child Nightshade gently patted her back. You and your brother have been born with a great power, but that power does not excuse you abusing it to get what you want. But Mum and Dad do it all the time, Elena kept grumbling. Mum even went on her trip because she got annoyed at some dumb sea elf years ago. Nightshade sighed fondly. Your mother and father have both the experience and authority to use their power wisely. A group of nobles and their guards passed them by, but the pointed stare of the snow elf kept any potential social climbers from foolishly approaching. Waiting until they were distant, Nightshade went on, You are but a child now. Yours is to learn, to have fun, and to frolic about. Not to rend mountains with your voice or break reality with your mind. There will be time for that yet. Eleanor wanted to keep going, but she wasn't dumb. She knew she'd just make things worse for herself if she pressed, so she wisely gave up. Fine, Auntie Nightshade, I will be patient. The snow elf's eyes brightened. Being cute won't make the time pass faster, just so you know. The princess very maturely pouted. They made their way through the halls of the white gold tower, passing by numerous dignitaries and soldiers, all of whom stopped and offered light bows of greeting before returning to their work. It always fascinated Eleanor how genuine many of them felt to her senses. All of it went completely against the warnings her mother and father, and even her instincts, kept reminding her of. Yet another mystery for the great Elena to solve. Soon enough, they reached a large chamber in the middle of the tower. It was a completely open section of the colossal structure, save for the stairwell, and held a large collection of sand-covered squares, serving as training grounds within. Dozens of armored men and elves could be seen sparring against each other, the very pinnacle of all the soldiers of Tamriel, making the room feel more like an artist's poetic rendition of what a fight should look like instead of the usually gritty stories Elena heard when asking about it. Or maybe they were doing it as an elaborate joke just to annoy her. She narrowed her eyes and immediately found her answer. On the other end of the training grounds stood her dumb idiot brother, arms crossed and a wide grin on his face as he watched the soldiers beat the living soul out of each other while Uncle Davos and Varador chatted with each other next to him. No longer caring about not annoying her guardian, Elena grinned and before the farmer could grab her, zoomed across the room, moving far quicker than a child her age ever should be able to move as the air itself split before her. She stopped just in front of Martin, who was already laughing at the startled face of the Falmer teen next to him. "You need to stop doing that, kid," Uncle Davos grumbled at her. "But it is too funny," she countered perfectly. Varador, ever the broody one, just rolled his eyes. Suddenly, Elena felt a cold wind at her back, and an instant later she found herself being lifted up by the scruff of her dress, the stern look of Nightshade waiting for her as she sheepishly looked up. "You could do patience, you said?" Nightshade asked. Elena trailed off completely innocently. Martin just laughed while patting Varador on the arm. "You will catch her one day, Vari." "That's not what I am called," Varador huffed, which of course just served to amuse the prince further. In the meantime, the training grounds were overtaken by a curious hush, as every single soldier could now be seen staring at their little group. That is until one Skirnir Stormcloak decided enough was enough and bellowed, "What are you lot gawking at?" Both Eleanor's and Martin's eyes widened as they felt the familiar twisting of the air. "Get back to it." Ignoring the newly reignited wall of noise, Martin elbowed Davos. "Is he like us?" "Stormcloak?" Davos asked. "Well, he definitely isn't a dragonblood like you, if that is what you mean. But he is a tongue." He shrugged. "Not nearly as powerful as Boss, or your mother, of course, but pretty strong." "Huh." The 10-year-old that looked much closer to a 13-year-old blinked. "Isn't that against the Greybeard's rules?" "Nerd," Elena called out, ignoring her guardian's stare. Pretending not to react to her words, Martin mouthed the words cope and seethe at her. Her eye twitched, but ever the traitor, Nightshade cast a silencing spell on her before she could tell him exactly where to shove his cope at. "Those rules are more of a polite fiction than an actual law," Davos pointed out lazily, eyes filled with mirth as he watched the pouting princess. "Your mother's word is worth a lot more to the people of Skyrim than a bunch of old men who refused to fight the dragons 15 years back. And if she says someone can use the voice, then no one is going to say otherwise." "Yeah," Martin muttered, brows furrowed. Feeling encouraged, Varador interjected, "Let the old men rot on their mountain. If they don't want to help those they have authority over, then they should never have had the authority to begin with." "Isn't that a bit harsh?" Martin asked, just a touch innocently. Varador ignored his mother's look of warning. Before our great rulers arrived, Skyrim in its entirety was plagued by beasts and bandits, and worse. Just because a cult of kind decided to preach peace did not mean peace was magically established under them. The snow elf teen huffed. "Pacifism is weakness unless you are ready and willing to protect it." "Never thought about it like that." Martin's face scrunched up. "Shouldn't everyone want peace, though? Why does everyone I hear about in history seem so willing to kill each other?" Davos placed a hand on his son's shoulder before he could go on and took over. "Peace is nice and all, kid. But there are always Nightshade cleared her throat. "Bad people who don't like it, so it's best to be prepared." "But why wouldn't they like it?" the prince asked. Just then, the silence spell on Elena finally ended. "Because they are jealous of what others have, dumbass." "Don't insult your brother." Nightshade cut her off with a sharp whisper only the two of them could hear. "Just because he does not share your gift does not make him any less smart than you." At the same time, Martin's face scrunched up with a mix of disappointment and sadness. "I guess you are right." Feeling his naive disappointment, Eleanor immediately began feeling bad herself and decided to be a good sister and distract him. "Didn't Dad say he would watch your training today?" she asked. The gloomy air around Martin retreated halfway. Yeah, but some mage friends of his came by and he wanted to host them. He shrugged. He said sorry, so it's okay. She once again found herself staring at him like he was an idiot. Davos barked out a laugh. You are too precious, kid. Martin grinned, but then began flailing about as the Dunmer scuffed his hair. We should go see what they are doing, Elena declared. Martin immediately stopped what he was doing and stared at her. Elena, no. Elena, yes, she cheered, and like a gust of wind, she disappeared from her guardian's grip. The quartet she left behind all blankly stared at each other before Martin ever so slowly looked up the stairwell she had just zoomed up. He grinned, suddenly feeling all kinds of excited, and began running after her. Get her. Davos looked at his family with clear amusement in his eyes and chuckled. Well, we might as well see what Irene and the masters are up to. And began following after the prince, his son moving just a moment after. Nightshade sighed and shook her head, her lips once more twitching upwards. The two automatons guarding the doorway to the emperor's study did not stop the young princess as she strolled past them, the larger specimen not even bothering to look at her, while his slender counterpart made it a point to glare at her. The sheer hatred and murderous loathing Eleanor could feel from the creature always made her shiver in fear, but no matter how much she complained, her father still kept it around. The moment she stepped inside, the feeling blessedly disappeared, only to be replaced with a wave of smells, both of viscera and of alchemical concoctions. Within the room she saw a group of people, a tiny white Argonian, a bulky and aged Nord man, the familiar bearded face of her great-grandfather, a statuesque Altmer woman, and a much younger Dunmer female. And leading them all was her father. She went to speak, "Hey, Dad." "Shh." He raised a finger without turning to face her. "Irene, the chest muscles, if you please," he said, and the young Dunmer quickly handed him a glass tray filled to the brim with, oh, that was human flesh. Elena suddenly felt a bit sick. Her great-grandfather gave her dad a pointed look, but he went completely ignored. The young princess considered leaving, but found she was far too curious to do so. With morbid interest, she watched as her father and his colleagues proceeded to assemble a full human over a large skeleton, one tiny string of muscle by one tiny string of muscle, the entire process being done in a way so patient and methodical one might be forgiven for thinking it was performed by automatons and not people. Just as they began covering the body in pale skin, the air next to her father twisted, and a dark-skinned Dunmer, covered in purple tattoos, materialized next to him. "Jackal," her father greeted without turning, "what news do you bring?" The Dunmer offered a deep bow. "Black Marsh has finally cracked, my lord. A four-way civil war has just broken out between a group of mercantile aristocrats in the west, an autocratic group preaching unity in the east, the Hist cult in the center, and a confederation of isolationist tribes to the south." Her father hummed, "Interesting. Prognosis." Instead of the Dunmer, the tiny Argonian answered, his voice coming out in an unbelievably cute squeak as the air around him was charged with a downright unnatural clarity. "Fear not, student mine. Militarize the mercantilist marshman and victory will be yours." To her utter astonishment, her father bowed his head to the Argonian and gave the agent a sideways glance. "You heard, Master Shalazar. By your will." The agent bowed and disappeared. As the Magi returned to their work, Elena's mind began to race. She felt absolutely nothing from her father as he commanded the deaths of thousands. Just like so many other times, she found herself coincidentally listening in on him as he worked. There was no hiding the truth of things from her, even when he spoke in roundabout ways. She would always understand exactly what he meant when he gave his orders, and yet no matter how many times she found herself terrified of what he did and said, she also understood he did it for them, and for the dream of peace she sometimes heard him muttering about. She knew he knew she could hear him, and she also knew he let her listen in on purpose. They needed no words to understand each other, as they both could feel the truth of things in their very bones. She could feel he considered it both a blessing and a curse for her, while he could definitely feel her own resolve to master the power no matter what. Neither ever spoke of the fact, but both could feel the void around Mundus hungering for her and her brother, waiting for any misstep that would inevitably begin tempting the child against the parent. Her near-instinctual hatred for meddling gods churned in her blood every single day without break. Like the flickering embers of a baleful grey flame. She never understood why that particular comparison always came to mind, and no one ever felt like enlightening her. All of this only served to increase her annoyance at not being shoveled with magical lessons, but the fact she could feel everyone's genuine intentions made going against it downright stupid. She was distracted from any further thoughts as she heard someone cursing from the direction of the surgical table, her eyes twitching as she noticed an illusion being layered over the patient. Her father's annoyed voice fully drew her back into reality. "Phineas, I swear to all the gods, if you don't put on some pants right fucking now, I will make your first full human experience in decades be of the female variety. Can't let me have even this, Dagoth." The unfamiliar voice of the man that had just been operated on cut him off. It quickly changed as a sword materialized in her father's hand. "All right, fine." The scowling man spat out, and in an instant he was covered in a dark set of robes. "See, that wasn't all that hard, now was it?" Raven smiled widely at the archlich, said undead, too happy to have finally finished his project to stay mad. "Tolf dear, Faralda, run us some quick tests if you could. Savos, there is an annoying little troublemaker that wants to say hello." "Certainly." The aged Nord smiled and got to work, his Altma compatriot already casting her spells. Without bothering to address the others, Elena's father turned away from them and lightly strolled up to her alongside Savos. "So, sated your curiosity?" he asked idly. She pouted at him. A different conversation took place in their minds, however, as a series of thoughts and impressions passed rapidly between them, the rant, the lesson, and a bit of praise, all contained in a single moment. Now smiling, Raven patted his door's head and walked up to the door, while Savos Aran quickly snuck her a treat with a conspiratorial wink. A moment later, the group of 4 that had been blocked by the 2 automatons were let in, and the Emperor of Tamriel pretended like he didn't just let his daughter watch a full homunculus operation as a lesson in patience. Joke's on him, she learned a lot. Real magic would soon be hers. Unbeknownst to the princess, Raven's eyes twinkled with proud amusement. 535, Chapter 3, The Golden Age, Part 3. "And 'tis the year 17 of the 5th era. Martin is 13, Elena is 10, General point of view." "Focus, young dragon." The raspy voice of his teacher cut through the whipping winds of the White Gold Tower's summit like a knife. "The words of power are not merely understood, they are known. You cannot advance without patience. You must feel them in your sill and guide them through your Doversos if you do not wish to waste your centuries away." Martin's eyes snapped open. "I am trying, but it just isn't working." Varlock the jailer, resplendent in his crimson-black robes, let out a patient hum and considered, "Mayhap we are approaching this from the wrong direction." "Are we?" The 13-year-old looked up with frustration in his eyes, but also a faint glimmer of hope. "Ellie is so much better than me. What does she have that I don't?" "Comparing yourself to your sibling will only cloud your mind," the dragon priest said, with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Her talents lend themselves well to the ways of the cerebral. Yours simply lie in other directions." "The voice is the symbol of our family, though." Martin tried and failed to bury his frustrations. "Ellie is already slowing down time, while I am still stuck on the second word of become ethereal." The dragon priest said nothing for a long moment before he, to Martin's absolute terror, let out a low raspy chuckle. "My, I have not heard such arrogance since the days of Mirak." Martin was completely still now, stunned to silence by the odd shift in tone. "Do you not understand how blessed you are, child?" Varlock asked rhetorically. "That you have managed a singular word before your 3rd decade is an achievement many of my fellow tongues would taunt and complain about in turn for centuries, and yet you bemoan that you have yet to master a full shout simply because your sister did so before you." Martins felt shamed as shoulders slumped. "Sorry. I have no need for your apologies." The priest raised a hand to forestall him, "merely for you to acknowledge the truth of my words." The prince nodded. "I will think on them, teacher." "Good." A silent minute passed, and Martin's mind returned to his teacher's previous words. "You said that we are taking the wrong approach." Maybe I am simply more suited to shouts of destruction or alteration. Aside from the asinine classification, you are not wrong, Varlock mused. It would make sense, wouldn't it? Martin pressed, his pride surging slightly. After all, I am a lot more talented when it comes to that kind of magic, not to mention our combat training. You are also 3 years older, the priest said flatly. Martin didn't look away this time, and I still know I am better. A silent moment passed before Varlock nodded. Good. Good? Martin blinked. You will need that steely determination. Varlock pointed out, once more feeding the prince's pride, when you petition your father to expand your lessons so soon after he deemed your sister and yourself worthy of his arcane teachings. And just like that, all of the pride disappeared without a trace, as the young teen shuddered at the memory of that day. When he approached his father to pester him for lessons again, only to be greeted with a cruel Dunmeri grin and the terrifying slam of the entire arcane lexicon appearing right in front of him. His hand still twitched sometimes from all the symbols he was forced to copy down over and over and over again. At least he fared better than Eleanor. That month was so terrible to her, she actually began talking to people instead of just stalking on the edges of whatever gathering she could be coerced into joining. Martin failed to contain a full body twitch as his lips curled into a cautious smile. Maybe we should still focus on the ethereal shout. Patience is key, right? Varlock pretended not to hear him. I am afraid I must have misheard you, young dragon, for I could swear you just suggested retreat from a challenge. The masked face tilted just a touch too far for it to be natural, but that would be weakness. The air around the priest shifted and became heavier, and a dragon cannot be weak, right? Martin gulped and nodded rapidly. Right. Excellent. The priest hummed, Let that be the end of this week's lesson. Her divine ladyship demanded your presence in the main hall before midday, and our discussion has already stretched that boundary to its limits. All too happy to get away, Martin just kept nodding and quickly scampered away, leaving behind a mildly amused lich. He rushed down the many stairwells of the white gold tower, the servants and guards stepping out of his way as he did his best not to repeat the dreaded destroyed lunch incident of yesteryear. Thankfully for his young psyche and the well-being of the poor servants, he destroyed no imperial lunches during his descent and reached the bottom of the tower safely. Immediately he was hit by a wall of noise as he heard his father's own orchestra playing a celebratory melody, while the many dignitaries gathered to celebrate Tamriel's most recent victory, all feasted and made merry. There he is. His mother's eyes immediately zeroed in on him, her voice cutting through the tumult, while his father, of course, was looking at him before he even stepped into the chamber. Come here, Martin. I want to introduce you. Unlike his sister, Martin found himself drawn to crowds and more often than not drew the attention away from others and to himself. And so he just smiled and strutted over, the many servants carrying around trays of food and drink, avoiding him with preternatural agility. He barely managed to offer a light bow to the guests and get out a greet before he was grabbed and placed in his mother's lap like he was still a little kid. Isn't he just the cutest? His mother cooed, while the gnawed lords she was speaking to chuckled with knowing looks in his eyes. Indeed, one of the Nords said, and so big already. He is going to be a great warrior when he grows up. I am already grown up. He crossed his arms and most assuredly did not pout. Of course, dear. Naturally, his mother just patted his head and kept smiling as she addressed her actual reason for calling him. You've met them when you were much younger, but I am sure you don't remember. These are, she looked to a slightly over-wide man with greying blonde hair and beard. Jarl Bolgraf, the Greater of Whiterun. Prince. The older man inclined his head. His mother moved on to a clean-shaven brown-haired man with a warrior's build. Jarl Assur of Winterhold. The man bowed, Your Highness. And last but not least, she went on teasingly, as she moved on to a blond man in his prime, his face sporting a well-appointed beard. High King Torrig of Skyrim. Hail, Prince Martin. The High King smiled. Your Grace. Martin bowed his head as much as he could under his mother's firm grasp. Been a while since we could drag them down here. His father finally joined the conversation, an immediate amusement passing between the gathered lords, took a god's damned Pyandanian uprising to give them an excuse. Skyrim takes much of our time, High King Torrig said, not an ounce of regret in his voice. Bah! The Emperor snorted. You just don't like teleporting. It's bad for an old man's humours, Jarl Balgruuf joined in, smirking. Says the poor sod who refuses to be de-aged. Father snarked. Not all of us are built to live for centuries. The older Nord shrugged. I shall live my life until my time comes, and then I shall join the honoured ancestors. Father just scoffed, but there was no true derision in the gesture. Everyone knew, and Martin himself had seen, that he had been in Sovngarde himself. He was probably just sad his friend was going to die one day. Martin immediately shook the dour thought away. Enough about that, Mother interrupted, likely feeling the same. We are here to celebrate young Tryggva's achievements. Here, the two Jarls who had contributed to the punitive force rose their mugs of mead, while the High King simply smiled. He was quite eager to prove himself for years. Torrig chuckled. He grew up in a time of peace, listening about our own excitement, and the moment he heard about the new supposed son of Noravalion, he leapt at the chance to lead our contingent. And naturally, you gave him your absolute best troops. Father mused, just a touch sarcastically. So much so he almost gained leadership by sheer contribution. The High King simply shrugged, as if you wouldn't place the entirety of your sworn myrrh behind young Martin here if he convinced you to let him participate. Father said nothing, his response a simple dark chuckle, one that seemed to ever so slightly sober up the nearby lords. No doubt detecting this, Mother decided to interject. Speaking of children, she tightened her grip on his shoulders. I hear your daughter is growing into quite the beauty, Torrig. The talk of solitude and beyond. The High King smirked as he noticed Martin's discomfort. Frida is going to be even more beautiful than her mother one day. Truly, the Empress smirked, and Martin felt a chill going down his spine. Why don't you bring her here sometimes? She paused. Or we could even visit solitude properly for once. We haven't been in years. Martin's eyes widened in terror, and he quickly turned to his father, giving him pleading look that practically screamed, "Help!" His father's voice appeared in his mind, followed by a wave of tittering amusement. Forgive me, my son, but this is a battle you must fight alone. Be brave. Martin tried responding, but found the connection had been cut, and his father was now suspiciously focused on his steak. His eyes searched the room further, landing on a suspiciously dark corner and meeting the eyes of a giggling Eleanor Septim. In fact, she seemed to be sharing whispers with a downright unnaturally pale woman with red eyes, and both of them were currently laughing at him. Cursing his fate, he mouthed, "Traitor," at her. She just stuck out her tongue at him and resumed her giggling. So distracted was the heir presumptive of Tamriel by such betrayal, he barely managed to catch the tail end of his mother's words. You hear that, Martin? You are going to be meeting a proper young Nord lady, and I want you to be on your best behaviour. Mum, he groaned, and of course the Jarls and King all laughed. Oh, come now, the Empress smirked. Didn't you just say you were already grown up? I want grandkids one day. By now, the colour of Martin's face was quickly beginning to match that of his hair. Finally, his father seemed to have finished examining his meal's metaphysical weight in comparison to the plate it sat on, and looked up, eyes twinkling with amusement. Minthara, we talked about this. Mother huffed and swatted his arm. I know. I am not going to force anything. Most excellent. His amusement only seemed to grow, though I too would like to see some grandkids one day. Mother nodded smugly, and Martin sent his father a look of pure devastation and betrayal. So intense was his ruination that he managed to momentarily grasp his father's mental presence. You too, father? Forgive me, my son. Your sacrifice will be remembered. The young prince crossed his arms and then simply decided to fime. The hell out of there. Of course, this only served to amuse his parents further, as the Nord lords all rose their mugs once again and cheered his talent, something that only served to reawaken his earlier frustrations. Thoroughly done with the day, he went on to find his friend only to end up meandering outside of the main hall and into the gardens of the central district. quickly finding his way to one of the more secluded fountains and overhearing some kind of discussion on strategy. "We're great at hitting us and running for the forests." A booming, accented voice that could belong to no one but a Nord could be heard from a great distance. But once we managed to surround the poor bastards, they stood no chance. That was quite irritating. The familiar voice of Varador came in response. The humidity was tolerable, but the heat was not. "Bah," the Nord scoffed. "It just took some patience. The blueberries may be good hunters, but an army of any respectable size can't subsist off of wild fruit and game alone, especially when they are getting hemmed in day and night." A textbook strategy, but one for good reason. A cultured imperial voice noted only go on in that same flat tone. "It seems we have company, my friends." And just then, Martin stepped into the hedge-surrounded clearing. All 5 of the officers and their crimson ceremonial uniforms meant they could be nothing but. Present immediately bowed their heads. "Your Highness." The greeting was crisp and precise, and being far too practiced in the act, Martin nodded, the "at ease" slipping out of his mouth before he could even think it. Varador simply rose from his bow while the rest took his time, the snow elf raising an eyebrow as if to ask, "Need anything?" Things were getting too noisy inside. Martin waved his friend off. "Care to introduce me, Vari?" The 2.5-meter-tall blonde Nord snorted at the nickname. Varador directed Martin with a deadpan, but still did as was asked and pointed his thumb at the Nord. "This is Prince Tryggvi, son of Torrig. Nice to finally meet Uncle's kid." Tryggvi grinned. "You are bigger than I thought you'd be." Martin didn't back down and straightened his back, staring the taller man directly in the eyes. "And you don't look like the spoiled brat that got his victory bought for him." "Guess we are both full of surprises." The Nord stared at him for a long moment before guffawing loudly, "You are all right," and waving for Varador to continue. The snow elf pointed at a perfectly groomed, clean-shaven Imperial, the same one who spoke previously, Legate Magnus Tullius, grandson of Grand Marshal Servius Tullius. "An honor," the serious man inclined his head. Next came another Imperial, a woman this time, and one brimming with far more magic than the others, save for Varador himself, and far more relaxed than his counterpart. Battle Mage Honoria Gracchus, daughter of Imperial Battle Mage Tiberius Gracchus. She offered a lazy wave, clearly not too caring for protocol when not demanded. This seemed to miff the legate, but she ignored his annoyed glance with practiced ease. And last, but probably not least, was a Dunmer dressed in armored Telvanni robes that looked to have taken inspiration from the Emperor's own, even if the colors still matched the house in question. Though what drew most of Martin's attention were not the robes, but the fact the woman's build was much closer to a Nord, or even an Orsimer, while she still brimmed with respectable amounts of magicka, Telvanni spellwright Zara Grazarok, and daughter of that self-same military governor of Pyandanea. For whatever reason, when the title was used, Martin could swear he heard his father's distant laughter in the back of his head. "An orc?" Martin blinked. "Got a problem with that, kid?" The Dunmer half growled, but then instantly paled as she noticed something behind Martin. The prince looked up with a deadpan, and as expected, his eyes met with those of Akulakan the younger. "How long were you standing there?" he asked, just a touch annoyed. But naturally, the automaton just stared at him like he had just said something incredibly stupid. Of course, Martin sighed in defeat and looked back to the half-orc. Half-dark elf, it didn't matter. "And no, I have no issues with who your parents are. It just surprised me for a second." The Dunmer's terror subsided, and she chuckled. "Surprises are my specialty." Martin blinked, and with that totally not ominous statement, cue Nordic and Orcish snort, "How about you tell me about your campaign before my mother tries to set me up with King Torrig's daughter again?" The reddening of Tryggvi's face only made Martin grin, and not long after the two were wailing on each other in the tower's training grounds, the far bigger man failing utterly to show the little shit that was looking at his sister wrong what will happen if he fucks around. Thankfully for the older prince's pride, Martin also failed to land a decisive blow, and soon enough the lot of them were drinking and sharing stories amongst each other, and days later Martin could still be seen with his new, totally not accidentally arranged retinue I pinky swear trailing after him as he started building his own power base. But no matter his successes, as the days passed, his unease only grew, and the time finally came on the evening before his next lesson, with the aptly named jailer. Like a man going to his execution, Martin stepped into his father's study and patiently waited for him to finish scribbling. "Martin," Raven smiled expectantly. "You have questions? Your next lesson is not until tomorrow, you know." No, not that." He shuffled hesitantly. "It's just Go on." His father's smile only grew, and Martin knew everything he would say was already foreseen, but he also still had to actually do it. Thus enlightened as to the futility of resistance, he sighed and spoke. "I want to learn more destructive shouts now, please." The grin on his father's face would haunt his dreams for many a moon after that. "Yes, I made Bulgraf get fat, cope and seethe, p. The different descendants I introduced may or may not have been presented for a reason. Who knows what could come in the future?" 536, Chapter 4, The Golden Age, Part 4. "'Anne, 'tis the year 20 of the 5th era, general point of view. The halls of Tamriel's most revered edifice were abuzz as a grand debate was taking place. Hundreds upon hundreds of dignitaries from both Hammerfell and High Rock stood against each other as they disputed and fought and debated in search of an answer for a most important question: the territorial rights over a tiny port island in the Iliac Bay. Raven's point of view. Thank fuck for simulacrums. I snorted as I pondered my orb. If we were actually there, I'd probably have ashed one or two of those retards by this point at the least. Good thing we were enjoying a retreat all the way across the continent atop my tower in Silrun. Fell then, ruling has never been quite so easy until we decided to just have our magical echoes deal with it. Not if I got to them first. Minthara scoffed, sprawling backwards on the couch we shared like a bored cat, her long hair almost touching the floor below. Some culling might remind the fools exactly how much their opinions matter. "No tyranny," I sighed and flicked her forehead lightly. "Dealing with rebellions is annoying." "Then let them rebel." She threw her hands up. "I haven't gotten to do anything fun since Blackmarsh decided to offer itself on a silver platter." "You are very welcome for that, by the way," I quipped exactly as my simulacrum decided to dress down a Redguard Sultan who just tried pushing a bit too far. She sat up and stretched. "And to make things even worse, we still don't have ships good enough to reliably get us to Akavir." She leaned up to me to share my view and immediately rolled her eyes at what she saw. Pretending she didn't want to teleport to the Imperial City and murder a few fools, she returned to the previous topic. "At least the trade is good." "Still can't believe you bought 10 of their stupid little swords for your collection." I rolled my eyes, purposefully ignoring the fact that while I could have come up with ship designs myself, I refused to do so and spend the next 3 decades warring for that continent. Oh no, we had to infiltrate the shit out of them first, create a bunch of prophecies that would just coincidentally fit with our invasion, and then attack. Should take us only a decade then. Minthara looked away and huffed. "They were nice-looking swords. And historically relevant, all right?" "Heh," I chuckled teasingly. "Totally has nothing to do with all those stories about the Tsaishi slaying swordmasters they got you hooked up on. And who would have guessed? Totally not samurai, actually worth their titles rebelling against snake vampire rule and killing a bunch of the cunts. The fact they still weren't done was but an arrow in my proverbial arsenal, one that I shall keep hidden for now." Her retort was as prompt as it was wise. No comment. Another verbal spat broke out in the conference chamber, and our simulacrums got to work diffusing the idiocy, something that made me roll my eyes and tune the whole thing out, my mind drifting in other directions. Both Minthara and I were in our 40s by now, seasoned by war and rule, masters of a prospering continent with a booming population and literal cults to our names. And blessedly, when compared to most other rulers, thoroughly satisfied with the progress of our children. Martin was excelling in his legionary officer training at a mere 16 years of age, and his battle magic studies to boot. His little clique, I most definitely did not nudge his way, I pinky swear, was making a name for itself as they dealt with a few minor monstrous upheavals, and even some minor Daedra fuckery incidents as well, even if I still observed every single one. The proper Daedric fuckery incidents were in turn smashed post-haste by yours truly. Reminding the demonic fucks who the real masters of Nirn were was becoming more and more of a chore as they kept trying increasingly minor shit just to annoy me while not provoking me enough to just up and invade their domains. Or they were just out of Dremora and couldn't try anything bigger. Whoops, guess perma killing their demonic hordes over and over again was worth something in the end. Daedric fuckery aside, Elena, unlike Martin's more martial focus, decided to join the Grand Imperial College earlier than planned at a mere 13. And yes, she was more than qualified, and there was no real nepotism involved. Well, besides letting her actually take the test. But why be emperor if you can't abuse it a bit? Right? In fact, she was already excelling at Dwemercraft of all things, coming up with slightly modified designs of the more basic worker drones and all in all increasing their efficiency. It was a mere 2% on average, but that stuff added up over time. As always, the world conspired to annoy me, and the moment Elena met that madman Vakir, I immediately got the premonition that our deep sea ship problem was going to solve itself sooner rather than later. And honestly, I was unsure if I should be proud at the fact or annoyed. Who am I kidding? I was proud as proud can be. And just a bit miffed. Both of the little shits could easily be called full-fledged experts in the Thuum, and both were younger than I was when I started. Of course, Minthara considered all of it to be perfectly natural. Damn Akatosh cheat codes. Now then, one might ask themselves, if you are so successful, then why ramble and complain? Right? Well, dear imaginary voice in my head, fuck you, Pops. We have recently come to a rather startling realization. Neither myself nor Minthara look today over 25. Oh sure, we changed a bit, with Minthara growing more stern in bearing and dressing more like an empress and less like a warrior. While I grew a mustache to go with my goatee, but immortality was always to be expected, right? Well, it was one thing to know intellectually that something was going to happen. It was another thing entirely to actually start experiencing it. I think it finally truly hit us when Titus died 2 years back. Our lives were continuing on as usual, implement-wise, totally not stolen reform here. Put down a rebellion led by ambitious demagogue there, and play around with the kids so they don't grow up with mommy or daddy issues. Don't want to give superpowered kids those, no siree. Anyway, one moment everything was fine, and the next, Titus invites us to come visit him in his villa. And there he lay, dried up and tired, as if time had finally caught up to him. Naturally, I offered my express healing services, but the man, somewhat reasonably, wanted to go and rejoin the family he had lost over the years, and forcing him to live would be just a tad dickish, when I knew for a fact the afterlives were quite real. Even for me. And so, Emperor Titus Mede II was buried with all honors, and Minthara and I were faced with the truth of mortality far too quickly. It hit me far less than it did her. After all, I did see many people fall to time even in my previous bout of existence. But her. The experience hit her like an avalanche, both immense and visceral, not nearly strong enough to shake her into thinking immortality wasn't worth it, of course, but certainly enough for us to suddenly start visiting all our friends whenever we could find the time. Some of them even accepted my offer to prolong their stay on Mundus, the most surprising of whom was Durak, who understood he needed more time to change his people fully before Hircine and Malakath got to do glorious battle over his soul. That and his brood of 12 fucking sons were not going to make succession pretty anytime soon, especially since every single one of them inherited his strength, but not his wisdom. I did not envy the poor orc, and I did not envy myself if he died, and I was forced to deal with the threats to Tamriel the only way one could. And promptly burying that thought away. Aside from the hit of panic Minthara suffered, I was given my due reminder. There was a goal I wanted to pursue, and the admittedly good for my ego act of rebuilding an entire continent was ultimately not it, even if objectively it was a life far more worthy than most. Immortality was a very long time, and while we could have shifted our focus fully on Akavir, we both knew that did not solve our problems, and neither of us wanted to retreat to my tower after 100 years of rule and fade from history. Which led me to the book. That accursed thing the system dropped on me and didn't even have the decency to translate. Merely deciphering the winding tongues, and yes, there were at least a dozen languages used, took me months of subjective time. On the bright side, I was now a grandmaster linguist, so there was that. It took me further subjective years of focused research and experiments, all of it leading to today, when we would give our simulacrums one final stress test, and I would attempt my first world walk. And it would be only me to start with, no matter how much I wanted Minthara to take the leap of faith with me, or how much she herself wanted it. My research into portal craft was thorough, and even when I cracked the secret of planar travel, I did not stop there. No, I was more ambitious than that. There would be no blind jumping into the void for me, for I would both ensure I was going somewhere that would be interesting, in the Chinese sense of that word, and even more importantly, that I'd be able to return. Only then, when we were certain our children would not inherit the pure chaos left behind by two escaped godlings, would the two of us go on our first little vacation. The prospect both excited and terrified me. There were, of course, setbacks, and many of them at that. Breaching through a place as well watched as Aetherius first required authority and the ability to escape the grasping gods and demons that populated the space between me and it. My rapport with Magnus ensured I had something of an easier time, but meeting with meddling et Ada spirits who all wanted me to jump through hoops to satisfy them nearly had me going full book burner on their shiny asses. Thankfully, with some Mephilan aid, that was avoided. That eldritch abomination was far too good at sweet-talking, I swear to myself. And speaking of the most chitinous of cunts, the moment she realized I could hop about as I willed now, she kept pestering me to visit her in her domain, and frankly I was less traumatized by her supernatural attempts to get into my robes than I was at the fact her innermost domain mirrored my own living space almost perfectly. Little shit had the temerity to shudder in pleasure when I looked at her with all the disgust I could gather. And as a godling, trust me, I could gather a lot of fucking disgust. Not to mention poor Athelia, who was just sitting there, tired, dead-eyed, and no doubt coerced into joining the discussion. And, of course, this resulted in me getting said fate-fucker's aid with the calculation matrices I needed to develop for successful world walking, so I ended up owing Mephala even more. It was just too bad I enjoyed her somehow genuine friendship, if eldritch abominations could even have those, to actually try and get rid of her. Just another fly in the web, I suppose, and it was a web I was content to remain within, so long as the weaver in question remembered this fly carried a flamethrower and was more than willing to use it. A groan of annoyance drew me out of my thoughts. "They finally done annoying us?" I asked, not even bothering to open my eyes. "Nope," Minthara said with far too much cheer. "It was decided that discussions will continue tomorrow." My neck quite literally creaked as I turned to look at her. Our eyes met, and we both agreed in an instant. "We are making that island a Legion Navy base," I said. "Yup." She nodded. "They can all go fuck themselves," I went on. "With a cactus." She agreed. "Right up the rear." My fingers twitched. Why stop there? Minthara's false cheer was replaced with her genuine irritation. "Might as well transmute it into steel while you are at it. Hell, make it expand as well." The air started cracking as her voice rose and I gave her a long look. She huffed and crossed her arms. We stared at each other and then as one slumped back into the couch, sighing at the delightfully happy thoughts of just painfully murdering everyone who said anything against us. "You should accident that, Sultan," Minthara said after a few moments. "I know you said we should keep the nobility, so they aren't just replaced by merchants, but there is a limit." Nobles at least had to pretend they had their subjects' best interests in mind, so bite me, I am not making a capitalist hellhole just because I dislike feudalism. Yeah, I grumbled. "I know, I will throw Jackal at him." "The Dremora?" She quirked an eyebrow before nodding. "He does good work." "I have no fucking idea how he is so good." I shook my head. Then I remembered, the Sultan have an heir. "3 of them," she said. "Just let them fight for the throne as punishment." I blinked and looked at her. A bit harsh, no? She looked just about ready to double down, but then sighed. "Yes, letting thousands of people die just because I am annoyed is bad, I know. I will choose the best one later. I'll just tell Jackal to come to you for instructions." I waved the whole situation off, and then took in a deep breath. Minthara sounded hesitant as she asked, "Finally going to do it?" Yep, I popped out. No use in delaying it anymore. Not bothering to get up, I engulfed the whole couch with my magic and snapped my fingers. Suddenly we were both in an isolated chamber within my tower, the center of which contained a grand edifice of magic, and one that had cost me millions of septims. Best we got to it, Minthara said, and we got to work. She was still nowhere near my level when it came to magic, but with her bullshit Akatosh cheat talents, she was still pretty damn good after many years of practice, and our testing passed in mere minutes. Everything seems to be in order, I said, scratching my chin. We've checked 10 times already. My wife laughed softly. Nothing changed. Yeah, I exhaled. Guess it is time. Without any further preamble, I activated the grand portal, shoving all of my considerably potent magicka into the thousands upon thousands of magnesite runes carved into its surface. They lit up as one and instantly synchronized with each other, making both my physical and metaphysical senses vibrate as I saw the echoes something I was still too mortal to ever truly comprehend. With a bone-shaking snap, the two grand arches that made up the portal were divided by a magnificent vortex of swirling purple blue, and for just an instant I beheld a familiar infinity. Before I could take an unconscious step forward, I was stopped as I felt Minthara grab me and turn me around. A deep kiss was then followed by a command. You better come back to me. Understood? Blinking my enraptured state away, I grinned and saluted. Yes, ma'am. And then, having grabbed a backpack with a bunch of supplies just in case, I stepped onto the void. 537. Chapter 5. The Crossroads. The turbulence that slammed into me the moment I stepped out of Aetherius's relative order was like nothing I had felt before. The space around me twisted and stretched to such distances and dimensions I could only perceive what was going on for 10 far too long seconds before even my mind shut down in an attempt to preserve itself. Only a small string of light that wasn't light remaining in my psyche. I felt my astral self stumble and twist and nearly fall into the chaotic swirl of nothingness, but some instinct, natural or imprinted by the portal's ritual I did not know, told me to grab onto the string and not let go no matter what. And grab it I did. I felt myself be stretched out and compressed in an instant, only to reform fully, just to experience the nauseating feeling all over again. It went on for what felt like an eternity, until, in what was shorter than a blink, I simply snapped out of the chaos and felt my boots land on a soft leaf-covered forest canopy, the endless noise of before replaced by a complete and absolute silence. What awaited me as I opened my eyes was as amazing as it was terrifying. On all sides, I was surrounded by a grand forest of massive, twisting, void black trees, the sole source of life being the uncountable leaves that shone with starlight and winked in and out of existence with seemingly no rhyme or reason. Before I could stop myself, an astonished breath left me, and I breathed in the most volatile yet crisp breath of air I ever did consume. For a moment I felt like I was about to be ripped out of this forest of the void and back into the swirling chaos, but the string of guiding light in my mind's eye remained, and I grabbed onto it, feeling the tug on my being disappear alongside the breath. Well now, I hummed, feeling the sound disappear the instant it got a few centimeters away from me. How novel. Yeah, Pops, fuck no. I am not vibing with this fucking place. Going to puss out on me, Scorch? I smirked as I started scanning with my other senses. Where is your sense of adventure? Back on my cushy silken pillow, you damn noir, he screeched back. We can always make a new pillow. I sing-songed mentally, just need to find us some feathers. Oh, why? Yeah, I will stop complaining now, fuck off. Weak, I snorted and smiled as I finally found my mark on Tamriel, still seated firmly on the surface of my soul. Seems like we are going to be able to find our way home after all. Scorch said nothing, but I felt him emit a wave of intense relief. Well, I decided, as I failed to notice any movement in the forest around us, might as well get moving. Thus decided, I took hold of the string of light and began walking. With each step, the forest around me twisted and shifted, trees elongating and rotting only to regrow an instant later, or simply disappearing and reappearing in the distance as I desperately clutched at my guiding star. I will paint this scene one day, I decided, eyes wide in wonder. Suddenly, after a fuck, I don't actually know how long I walked. I felt the urge to blink, and the moment my eyes opened, I could swear I saw a flicker of familiar light in the distance. But that was not all. As an incomprehensibly massive eel-like creature twisted between the trees, its mere aura making me feel like I was being disintegrated atom by atom, as I immediately did my utmost to look as tiny as I possibly could. "Why the fuck is an eel floating through a forest?" Scorch demanded. "I don't fucking know. We are so dead." "Shut. No, fuck you, bitch. We were all cozy and shit, but you had to drag us here." Scorch. "Fuck off, Pops. I am too beautiful to be eaten by a fucking void eel." Half tempted to strangle the little shit, and very luckily distracted from attempting to comprehend the being, I did not even notice it as it simply blinked out of existence, its aura completely gone. "Fuck," I breathed out, but made sure not to inhale afterwards. Unwilling to risk any more encounters, I redoubled my pace. One moment I felt like I had been walking for an eternity, and the next I was looking at a nearby forest clearing. The familiar light of a fire drawing my eyes after so much time spent staring at and being stared at by starlight. A familiar shuffle in the woods behind me, audibly yelp as I bolted for the clearing, and just before a maw the size of a planet could snap around me, I passed through some kind of invisible bubble, the odd, unknowable air of the forest behind me giving way to one I was far more familiar with as I stumbled onto the dirt and was sorely tempted to hug the damn thing. For a moment I swear I could hear what sounded almost like a disappointed gurgle from the thing I had just narrowly dodged as it turned around and slithered away. Out of habit more than anything, I took a deep breath, stood up, and dusted off my robes, clearing my throat and pretending as if nothing had happened. "Field trip as fun as you expected it to be." A voice I doubt I'd ever forget rang out. I rounded up at the source, only to see a familiar old man stated at a bench table, cup of steaming tea in his hand, as he looked down at me with bored amusement in his eyes. "Hope to have entertained at least," I drawled and walked up to him, taking a seat without waiting for an invitation, and summoning a cup of my own, one filled with a proper beverage. It was quite amusing, he hummed, taking a far too long sip of his drink. In a watching a sad lost puppy try and beg for food kind of way, of course. Up rose my middle finger, still as bold as the first time we met. He quirked an eyebrow, voice slightly pleased. "You aren't afraid of angering me with such disrespect?" "As if you cared." I roll my eyes at the blatant poke and take a sip of my coffee, Scorch poofing into existence atop my shoulder as I tossed him a treat before facing the being once again. And I wasn't bold back then, I was apathetic. "True, true." He nodded and smirked, giving Scorch a mildly curious look as the Birdman did his best to ignore him. "It is good your stint at ruling hasn't killed your spunk. That would have been quite disappointing." "They can have it when I am dead," I retorted, and after taking one sip more, I narrowed my eyes. "So what was that little stroll about? And what is this place?" I was meant to pop out in a land that fit my parameters, not some kind of incomprehensible eldritch landscape. "The answer to that, as you will find," he spoke up with a deliberate patience, "is quite simple." "So what? You dragged me here?" I asked. "No," he deadpanned, "even if I would have invited you at a later date." "Did I fuck something up?" "What is it then?" "Simply put?" He paused before bluntly telling me, "Yes, you fucked something up." Of bloody course I did. How? "You were so certain your translations were perfect." He explained that the moment you translated the surface meaning, you immediately moved on to the practical applications of the book. The implication was as plain can be. "Oh." His lip twitched upwards at my reaction. To make a far too long story slightly less exhausting, he went on, "You failed to make your passage small and silent enough not to get pulled out, and you got yourself yanked into the void's gravity pool." "Yeah, that tracked. So what now?" I asked, leaving the issues for later me to deal with. "Now?" he asked, once more amused. "I get to browbeat you a bit before sending you on your way." "And there it is," I sighed. "Oh, don't be like that." He chuckled, "You are on the more successful end of those I give my direct attention. You just need to be reminded that you are still in fact capable of making mistakes." "How wise," I drawled. "Your sarcasm doesn't make me any less right." His expression remained utterly serene, and he was completely correct, much to my annoyance. All right, fine, I sighed. Point taken. Good. He smirked. I hate it when I have to play babysitter. Why ever bother with that now that you mention it? I asked, and then narrowed my eyes. And who are you, really? That question has been bothering me for far, far too long. He just kept smirking and said nothing. Yeah, I expected that. I sighed in defeat before looking back up. Can I at least know what you want from me? Just do your thing. He shrugged. Just do my thing. I blinked. He nodded with utmost seriousness. Yup. Fuck it. All right. I shrugged. At this point, overthinking it would just be painful. He clapped his hands. Excellent. I do have a tiny little offer, however. He went on and smirked as I immediately glared at him. Grumbling internally and preparing for the worst, I accepted my fate and asked, "What is it this time?" "Oh, just a little errand." He said, "I need a message delivered." A message. I blinked. It has been a while since I was asked to do something so menial, it was almost refreshing. And is this message going to push me into a position of responsibility, like the last little interesting nudge you gave me? You are a very paranoid man, you know that? Fucker was still smirking. That wasn't an answer, I pointed out. It wasn't. How perceptive of you. His eyes glinted for a moment before he shook his head. But no, I doubt you will want to spend too much time at the destination, so I will simply throw you in there. And all you need to do is read my message before fucking off right back to this place. Right. I nodded, still waiting for the actual explanation. And in return, he waved his hand, indicating the clearing. You get the use of these crossroads. Immediately, I took a good look around. The crossroads looked like a large campsite, with enough room to contain a small village if one was frugal with their space. Naturally, all it contained now was a single table with 2 benches attached and a campfire a few steps away from it. Nothing all that, I turned back to my host. I can see how useful that could be. I admitted, but it seems like I am getting a lot for very little. Politics really have taken their toll on you, haven't they? He asked, expression both commiserating and amused. I suppose that is the sacrifice you had to make so that your wife didn't go full murderous rampage on everyone. Up went my other middle finger. He huffed and waved me off. Consider this the random investment of a bored old man, no strings attached. My stare dragged on for a long while until I accepted the simple fact this being could quite literally not give a single fuck about any kind of debt I owed him. I knew, deep in my soul, that he could entice me in a trillion different ways I could not even comprehend if he wished to. So as a mortal facing the full force of nature, I did the smart thing and went with the flow. All right, I exhaled, best just rip the band-aid off. Fine, where am I going? Just a random, middlingly magical world still stuck in its dark ages. He waved his hand dismissively. There is a squad of 5 chuckle shits over there that think their mild control over causality gives them the right to ritually consume billions of souls as a snack. And I find this to be personally insulting. So what, am I to deliver them an official cease and desist? I deadpanned. He laughed at that, rising his cup in a faux salute. Funny as that would be, no, I just need to appear in a place of my direction and read this aloud. And without the slightest echo to any one of my senses, an ancient-looking scroll appeared in his hand. The moment my eyes landed on the emblem sealing it, my face twisted into my cruelest grin. Oh, you are one merciless motherfucker. I couldn't help but praise. Not like the little shits don't deserve it. He grinned back, and for a short moment my instincts screamed at me to run and hide as far as I could. But in a blink he was back to normal and leaning back on his bench, once more relaxed. Going to shove that feeling somewhere and forget about it. Who pissed you enough for... I waved my hand at the scroll as I centered myself. This. You will find out quite quickly. He smirked. Of course. My lips thinned. He waited a few minutes for my thoughts to race by before speaking up. You may ask your questions now. Feeling just a tad miffed, I asked, was I really that obvious? Anyone would have questions in a situation like this. He shrugged. Fair point. I nodded. How much time has passed on Nirn? Ha, a classic. He grinned and clapped his hands. Not a second. What? Both Scorch and I gawked at him. Did you really think this place ran on linear timeline rules? He quirked an eyebrow. Huh, I breathed out. That makes a terrifying amount of sense. So when I decide to return, when will I appear? However much time you have subjectively perceived in the meantime. He explained easily, and before my panic could set in, he raised a hand. But this is without taking your will and intent into account. So, how controllable would it be then? I pressed, a slight hint of relief passing through me. A few months later at most for now. He shrugged. It is a bit of a dice roll as far as things go, but it shouldn't be too much time. His cup refilled. You should also grow better at controlling it as you grow in power and experience, so it isn't a permanent issue. But you will always return after you left, no matter what. Hearing that, I just slumped against the table. Thank fuck for that. He just patiently hummed for a while before speaking. Part of me didn't expect you to get so attached so quickly. A surprise, but a welcome one. Pushing myself back up and glaring at the cheap reference, I responded with a shrug. The place and the people have grown on me, and just because I am at my core a bit whimsical doesn't mean I want to abandon all those close to me. I pointed at him. Besides, what do you mean by surprises? Aren't you like omniscient or something? Ha. He barked out a laugh before giving me a dry look. Do I look like I have that kind of patience on my hands? So you aren't omniscient then? I probed. Who knows? He smirked. Maybe I am just a slightly more powerful being playing around with your soul so I can consume it later after delivering a shitty and far too long villainous monologue. One you will go on to defeat with the power of friendship and a bullshit power-up. All right, I rose my hands in surrender. No need to tug at my paranoia. The being known as Robert smirked victoriously. Letting that line of questioning go, I asked another thing that had been digging at me. So what is this whole place? The Forest of the Void. He deadpanned. Did the title of the little book I forwarded you not make it clear? Pushing down the impulse to go, oh really? On the entity, I just deadpanned. Thankfully, he was just having fun at my expense and actually answered, in essence, the forest is just the chaotic sea of energies between the more calm and orderly realms it surrounds on all ends. Many beings perceive it in their own way. But since you were introduced to it as the forest, you see a forest. Goddamn higher dimensional bullshit. And the crossroads, I asked, even if I had a hunch. A domain and a safe haven in one, this one is under my personal ownership. He answered simply, there are not many beings roaming the forest that would even consider entering this place, so treat it like a base to travel from and back to. Why wouldn't I just teleport directly back home instead? I couldn't help but ask, and quickly added, after I fix up my portal ritual, of course. He pretended to consider the question before shrugging, I will just let you find that one out on your own. Of course you will, I deadpanned. Ready to move on? He asked after a while, or do you need a bit to rest? No, I am quite fine. I waved him off. Just need to check something. You do know I can feel your intent, right? I saw the bored question pop up. Well, I muttered, that is totally not terrifying and incredibly invasive. So saith the man who likes to melt minds as an interrogation method. He retorted simply. I raised a finger to make a counterpoint before meeting his amused eyes and slowly lowering it in defeat. Right, I'm just going to get to it now. Probably wise. Suppressing a shudder, I opened up my status screen. Raven of Great House Dagoth and Imperial House Septim. Race, Ashen El Nofe. Age, 41, 156. Statistics, Stra 200, Tier 8. Dex, 210. Tier 8. Vit, 400. Tier 6. Mind, 500. Tier 6. Mag, 10,000, 50,000. Tier 6. Div, 2,500. Tier 6. Greater Aspects, Anti-Outsider, Ash. Lesser Aspects, Mortality, Defiance, Deceit, Fire, Life, Fate. Skill Trees, Grand Archmage of Tamriel, Respected Expert Warrior. Master of Intrigue. Abilities, Magnus's Gaze, Ancestral Summoning. Traits. The Ashen Spirit, Immortality, Invulnerability, Divinity, Lesser Blank, and Fire, a lot of fire. Sun and Shade, Scorch, Crine, the Shades. Restorer of the World, Loved, Respected, or Feared, by all of Tamriel. Walker of Worlds, increased resistance to void influences, blessed of Aedra and Daedra, Mephala's blessing, chosen, deceit, Kind's blessing, healing, Mehrunes' blessing, destruction, hope, Oriel/Akatosh's blessing, time, sun, Zenithar's blessing, crafting, perfectionism, Azura's blessing, mysticism, Boethia's blessing, warfare. I hummed in satisfaction at what I knew I'd find, but then found myself blinking in surprise as my eyes landed on the freshest addition to my list of traits. Robert, apparently amused by my surprise, asked, "You didn't think an achievement like that would give you nothing, did you?" "I never know with this random number generator arse spreadsheet," I fired back flippantly. "And speaking of random numbers, what are the tiers about?" "Just a close approximation of your power level on the universal scale," he answered in a bored tone. "Tier 10 is a random human, Tier 7 is a walking nuke, but your versatility puts you on a low 6, and on Tier 0 is someone with the 3 O's. Don't rely on this too much, though. It is vague on purpose." "So, what is the fucking point of giving me the information, then?" My eye twitched at his flippancy, but it was admittedly good to at least have some idea of what was going on. "Got you all excited now, have I?" he smirked. "Ready to set out?" "Just throw me at the fucking demons now, please." I sighed. "As you wish." He snapped his fingers, and I was once more sent hurtling through the void. Added some explanations to explain the condensation of the traits and effects. Combined from traits, Heart of the Mountain, Ashen Constitution, Lorcanson, Raven's Reticence, All-Seeing Third Eye, and Unbound. Combined from traits, Sunfire Bond, Dover Thur, and his Summons. Combined Paragon traits effectively has one for every Tamrielic race to differing degrees. I also removed the equipment from the official system, but will toss it down here in case you want a reminder. Equipment. Sharmat's Reach, 5x Mag, Magnus's Gaze buff, Emergency Teleport. Dragonfell Amulet, Time Resist. Vestments of the Blasphemer, Divinity buff, Bloodline Locked, Weightless Plate, 1000% Mag Reagan, 500 Mag Spell Absorb, Emergency Ethereal Time Slow. Mercy's End, Blasphemy's Stick, Enchantment to Spell Conduit. War Crown of Kogaroon, Shade Upkeep, Thuum Buff, Damage Resistance, Fear Aura. The Blade of Blasphemy, Vorpal, Anti-Undead/Daedra, Rule Breaker. The Shroud of Raven, Supreme Magical Stealth, hides the soul perfectly. Oriel's Bow, Anti-Evil, Sun-Hallowed Arrow combo. The Mortal's Razor, Life Force Stealing, Reality Twisting, Critical Destruction, Cursed Wounds. Surge, Mega Magic Stick, Void's Blink, Conceptual Weak Point Finder. 538. Chapter 6. At Distant Shores. The turbulence I expected upon my second world walk was nowhere to be found. This time all I could perceive was Robert's fingers snapping and myself briefly spaghettifying before blinking and reappearing surrounded by all manner of greenery. Scorch poofed into existence atop my shoulder and I sniffed the air. "The magic of this place," I muttered. "It's flimsy." "Weak," Scorch chirped. "Just call it what it is." Yeah. I waved him off, while observing yet another forest I found myself in, though this one was less eldritch horror and more fey wonderland, if one would pardon the oxymoron. Of course, the deep darkness surrounding everything, held back by only the tiniest of veils, and this place's inherent lightness was what drew most of my attention. It was hungering and reaching in ways Oblivion never was, excepting some specific realms. And yet I did not find myself threatened in the least. Instead, I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath of the crisp air, reveling in the fact I was walking on a world that was not Nirn. "You have any idea where we are?" I pondered aloud as I opened my eyes and began walking the forest trail. "This place feels vaguely familiar, but only as a distant reference." "How should I know?" Scorch shrugged his wings. "It's damn pretty to look at, though." I cupped my chin and hummed True before snapping my fingers and casting an illusion-based recording spell, Excellent Inspirat. The way the ambient magic reacted made me pause. It was like a gust of wind blown back by a rock suddenly appearing out of nowhere. and the grass and plants that were touched by what little wasted discharge still plagued my most rushed spells either wilted to death or went through a small bit of spontaneous growth before they too wilted. Scorch and I blinked. Neat. Out of the corner of my vision, I noticed a small creature flying at us. It was a tiny humanoid with butterfly wings, followed by a trail of twinkling dust. The creature lacked the parts, but still looked masculine, stopped in front of us, eyes filled with panic as he let out a barrage of words, voice like a little bell, yet still tainted by utter terror. I raised a finger to forestall him. Give me a moment. Poor fellow was still terrified, but couldn't really do anything but wait. Closing my eyes, I cast a highly complex translation spell, one that employed everything from illusions to mysticism to even psionics, and opened my eyes again. Care to repeat that? I asked the creature. He looked visibly relieved as he quickly spoke. We need help. Demons are invading Elfhelm. They are killing everyone. Please. Elfhelm? I quirked an eyebrow and shared a sideways look with Scorch. That is where we are. You are a new arrival, he gasped, covering his mouth. You came at a terrible time, stranger. He paused, hesitating before clutching his tiny hands. If you can't fight, then at least flee. Save yourself. My, how selfless. Calm down, calm down. I waved him down patiently and took out Robert's scroll, eyeing the tiny crimson ribbon he had inscribed with the recipient's name, naturally only visible after I arrived, God hand. My eyebrows went up. That sounds really fucking familiar, Scorch noted as he looked over from my shoulder. I kept snapping my fingers rapidly as I dug through my brain before suddenly pausing. Berserk. I huffed and snapped my fingers a final time. Damn. Scorch whistled. I looked at the little fairy, my grin a cruel and deadly thing. Lead the way, my good fellow. I do believe there is some mass murder to perform. I sighed, half excited, half content. It has been a while since we've had a proper moonlit walk after all. The little thing paled and startled, but was too scared for his home to ask questions, and quickly led us down a winding forest path. Incidentally, a bright full moon dominated the skies. General point of view, Shirka's heart thundered in her chest as she gripped her staff, the wooden implement creaking under the pressure of the magic she was channeling to hold back the small horde of demons ignoring Guts, as he pointlessly battered their master's astral form with the Dragon Slayer. Whenever he managed to get by the hulking and far too quick form of Nosferatu Zod, that is. Behind her, Farnese was dragging the bleeding and unconscious Casca back into the hut, while Serpico stood guard just a step to her left, sword in hand and eyes peeled. The other residents of Elfhelm were also doing their best to fight the grotesque creatures back, but they were no warriors. Dozens of centaurs were broken by massive blades, Trent screamed as they were set aflame, and her fellow mages too fell as they were overwhelmed. The sole part of the battlefield not belonging to the demons was that surrounding the Skull Knight, as the ancient undead king cut through them atop his steed with all the skill and hatred of a millennium. Deep within, Shirka knew there was no hope of escape from this. Even the Flowerstorm King's power was steadily being pushed back by the demonic creature, who was at best humoring Guts' attempts at revenge. Still, she grit her teeth and summoned the spirits, rending a fat demon into pieces before taking a shaky step back, as he was immediately replaced by a goat-faced creature wielding a great rusted axe. She narrowed her eyes and prepared for a last stand. Except just then, something happened that left her completely lost and stunned, as a glorious golden hawk blurred out from within the forest in a trail of sunfire, chirping a merry sup bitch. Before passing the goat demon by and leaving the creature screaming and eyeless. Only for a moment, though, as it was then engulfed by that very same golden flame. The inhabitants of Elfhelm seemed to get a second wind at the sight, or more likely at the sudden burst of healing everyone was struck by as wounds closed and limbs regrew, and hearts were paradoxically set alight by the vulgar battle cry. The demons tried to react, throwing themselves and their weapons at the bird, but the golden creature would simply dodge them without even looking at them, before it once more left them eyeless and burning alive. A demon, looking like a great crystalline dragon, began chasing the bird in the air, and was quickly drawn away as numerous insults one would need. Multiple dictionaries to list, were thrown his way in the form of merry and mocking chirps. Despite the hopeless situation, Shirka found herself feeling reinvigorated and swiftly turned the winds upon a distracted demon, cutting him to pieces and saving a charging centaur. The battle, if it could even be called that, turned slightly more even after that, but it was obvious the demon's victory was still inevitable. Their ferocity was simply too much for even the bolstered defenders, except the cacophony of war was suddenly cut off as a slow footstep echoed across the battlefield. The air turned even heavier as the all-encompassing darkness, and what little of the king's light still remained, was pushed back by a deathly simmering flame that was held back only by boiling ash, but no less suffocating for it. All the demons, even their leader, once he ensured Zod had kicked guts away and into a nearby tree, stopped what they were doing and followed the elf Helmer's gazes east. Out of the forest, gait lazy yet steady, stepped an imposing figure. He was as tall as a very tall man, yet grey-skinned, pointy-eared, and red-eyed, clad in immaculate black robes over full-plate armor and in lightly shining, deep purple runes. A masterwork messer blade hung off his belt, lacking a scabbard. Apologies for the interruption. A cultured if slightly accented voice came from the still-walking figure, seemingly carrying everywhere equally. I heard a fun little mosh pit was going on just over the hill, and I just couldn't help but take a look. He smiled, and out of everything that happened, that expression was what terrified Shirka the most. The sheer disinterest in the lives of everyone here, demon or not, or the completely relaxed and uncaring posture. It simply did not belong. "What are you?" the to everyone's bafflement leader of the demons asked, sounding confused. "Didn't expect someone like me to pop up now, did ya?" The elf rounded on the completely naked apparition of a silver-haired man and sneered, "My, aren't you just the filthiest fucking thing on this world?" Even the Skull Knight was utterly silent, astonishingly not trying to take the chance and murder the demons next to him. The lead demon narrowed his eyes. I don't give a singular fuck." The elf interrupted, sneer still firmly on his face, a satisfied flash in his eyes as he saw the demon glare at him. Before he could go on, one of the demons, a centaur with its torso on the horse's back, looking thing armed with a glaive, rushed him with fury in its eyes. It roared, full of hate, and swung its weapon for the grey elf's neck. Many voices called out in warning, but ceased just as quickly as they came, for the elf merely directed the demon with a sideways glance, and the creature combusted into grey flames, dying in a blink. "Rude," the elf sniffed, waving his hand and removing what little ash remained. He cleared his throat. "Right then, where was I?" One of the more slimy-looking demons smiled at him and slurped, its voice disgustingly sycophantic. "You were introducing yourself, Great One." "Aha!" The elf snapped his fingers, combusting the thing. "True enough. Don't speak to me with those eyes, though. It is quite disgusting." He mimed a light shudder. With each word that left his lips, all but the mightiest of the demons took instinctual steps back, their fear growing palpable and their eyes trailing to their leader, pleading. "Anyway," he cleared his throat again for emphasis, "all you disgusting creatures need to know is that I am but the messenger of a higher power." "A messenger?" The leader of the demonic army floated forward, but not too much closer, his voice mocking, "A being like you serving as a mere messenger? There are powers out there beyond your greatest imaginings, thing." Red eyes gleamed with cruel amusement. "And kindly do not make your disgusting little attempts at me. I am of the belief you should have died in your cell, knowing exactly how worthless you are, and yet here you are, making your crawling ambition the world's problem." The pressure around the demon exploded, and his retinue bellowed at the elf, charging at him in a blind fury. Most simply exploded into grey flame, unable to scream before they died. Those stronger than they had the privilege of burning alive under unbearable agony. Only Nosferatu Zod managed to push through the flame at the cost of his fur and skin, swinging his great scimitar in a wide murderous arc, just for the elf's form to blur slightly backwards, evading the stealthy explosion of power, the lead demon's powers. And in one cruel thrust, summoning a dark, stabbing dagger, moving far quicker than even the demon champion could react so suddenly, and burying the blade into his gut. The elf's red eyes gleamed with cruel satisfaction, as they met those of Zod, and the pressure around the demon increased 100-fold, and he was split groin to shoulder with an agonizing slowness, the elf's gaze growing more cruel with each second of the agonizing execution. To the utter horror of everyone, the demon let out the most minuscule whimper before falling onto its back, its entire chest gouged out and missing. Now! The elf flicked his hand, all the blood previously sticking to him simply flopping onto the ground in front of him. Are there any more interruptions, or can I do my job? The leader of the demons looked up from Zod's corpse and gave the elf a look of utter hatred. Speak, he commanded. The elf raised an eyebrow but generously let it go. Just to confirm, you are associated with the group known to themselves as the God Hand, yes? The demon grit his teeth. Yes. Excellent. The elf clapped his hands and reached for a scroll emblazoned with a simple yet intimidating crimson rune, once more clearing his throat for what Shirka would swear were solely dramatics. Dear Five-Finger Fuckers and Co. The demon's teeth began grinding. It is your boy, Robert. The elf paused and shrugged. Don't ask me why that is his name. I have no fucking idea. And then went on as if nothing happened. As I was saying, your little gang of chuckle shits has been running roughshod over an entire realm, just because your little brainfucker of a leader got lucky and managed to connect to your hells when he was still a dumbass little kid. My bad, I shall fix this post-haste. By this point, the eyes of the lead demon were threatening to pop out of his astral skull. And thus, for generations upon generations of crimes committed upon the most sacred of aspects of the being, the soul, I sentence you and yours to a cleansing so absolute, even legends of your mention will one day disappear. The demon tried speaking, but something in the air made him choke on his words. The elf pretended not to notice. Do try not to die too quickly, however, your executioner will appreciate a little challenge at least. Just as he finished speaking, the elf read something no doubt meant for himself, and snapped the wax emblem on the scroll, disintegrating it, and a great bright bloody red rune Shirka recognized from the scroll carved itself into the ground. A slow three-word chant one could only ever describe as even more demonic than the demons began echoing across the forest. The elf's mouth threatened to split at how wide he was grinning as he too muttered the chant, while the demon was trembling under some instinctual fear, quickly summoning whatever other creatures of evil were connected to him. But no observer could pay any more attention to the source of their recent suffering as the chanting picked up, and a figure clad in thick segmented armor of green and his face hidden behind a baleful yellow visor stepped out, what looked to be a firearm worthy of the greatest dwarf artisans hanging off his belt. Greetings, my lord. The elf offered an elaborate but earnest bow to the man, who merely stared at him in silence. I believe your targets for this excursion should be rather obvious. He indicated the demons and smirked, rip and tear, as you have always done, but do remember to have fun. The knight stared at his summoner for a long moment before simply looking back at the demons and nodding. And in a blink, the armored figure disappeared, a moment before Griffith's astral form got its teeth punched out and was launched through half the forest, and half the demons around him exploded into gore. The Skull Knight wasted no time in falling upon the rest of them, the ancient skeleton far more animated than ever. Well, the grey elf clapped his hands, seemingly in satisfaction. Now that that is done with, he turned to Shirka. I suppose proper introductions are in order. Shirka gulped. Dash, dash, dash. Raven's point of view. Well, 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 I hummed as I looked down at the armoured wreck of a man known as Guts. How old was he again? I asked the short witch next to me, her male companion following, despite his obvious fear of me. I am not sure. My lord? She blinked, unsure how to address me. The proper term is your Imperial Majesty. I grinned as the two gaped at me. But my lord will suffice for now. Right. The now even more terrified girl trembled slightly. He should be around 20, I think. I quirked an eyebrow. Looks to be in his late 40s. I kicked him slightly, casting an analysis spell as I did. Unless you have some incredible healing magic on hand, kid is going to be dead within the year. The man whose name was Serpico hissed, while the witch Shirka lowered her gaze. But, I grinned cheekily, you are in luck. 4 hopeful eyes looked up at me. I happen to be something of a sorcerer myself. I winked at the two, though they did not share in my amusement, and I just can't help but reward the sheer brass balls on the mortal motherfucker who willingly threw himself at a creature of Griffith's power. He, Shirka, looked away, didn't have much of a choice. I snapped my fingers and they both flinched away. Right, the cursed thing. Never liked those bullshit magical contracts personally. That filth is banned in my domain, especially if one-sided. Debating the vileness of the act seems pointless. Serpico tuned in, having finally gathered his courage. True enough. My lazy response both surprised them and made them relax. Now let us see. My magicka made the air visibly shudder as it formed into a restoration spell, and my aedric magicka made it outright retreat as I added a bit of a cleansing effect to it, and as I cast it on the child soldier, something within his armor tried to attack me. But it was just a spirit connected to a piece of equipment, and one of my greater aspects dealt with that kind of bullshit. And thus the overly eager shadow puppy flinched away from a burst of glorious grey flame and retreated with a pained whimper. By now the little witch had fallen on her rear, gaping up at me like I was some kind of alien. Ha! Within those few seconds, the man's entire body seemed to de-age back to where it should be, and the scar carved into the side of his neck momentarily sizzled before disappearing from existence, only a light paling of the skin, vaguely shaped like it revealing it had ever existed. Keeping perfectly tight control over my magic was a slight annoyance, but thankfully the surrounding interference was far too light for me to make a mistake now that I knew what to expect. Fucking Scorch thought, using the embattled fey creatures as healing practice, how utterly unsurprising. Anyone else blessed by something similar? I leadingly asked the witch and swordsman. Telling Serpico to guard the berserker's body, Shirka practically dragged me into a half-ruined hut, passing by a vaguely familiar woman who looked at me with a familiar silent terror, and lead me to an unconscious dark-skinned woman, one I was far more familiar with. One could not fail to pity Casca after having even the slightest idea of what she had gone through, and that was only with the Golden Age arc that I had consumed in my previous life. Something told me things did not get better for her over time after that. Shirka bowed deeply and stammered, "Please heal her." "No need for that, kid." I ruffled her pointy witch's hat, an act that seemed to terribly annoy her if she was annoyed enough to glare up at me as she held it down and looked down at the once mercenary. I went through the same process as outside and quickly repaired all the damage done to her, fixing her to her perfect state. Her mind is almost completely fucked, I noted as I finished the physical healing. "Yes," Shirka whispered forlornly, clutching at her staff. "We managed to help fix it, but any mention of what came before makes her lose herself. And seeing the man who had done unspeakable things to her would no doubt trigger such a thing." I hummed, fingers scratching my goatee as I regretted not personally punching the glowing arsehole. How unfortunate. "It's worse than that," Shirka added as she looked away and proceeded to narrate how the unconscious woman had truly connected with a young spirit child the entire previous day, only for it to transform into Griffith as the moon rose. My mouth thinned into a line, a shame. "Which part?" the young witch asked bitterly, now slightly more used to my presence. "That child will not survive the slayer." I tried to remain serious and solemn, but a bit of the giddiness I felt at seeing the man and myth in action pushed through. Shirka looked down. "There is no chance. Man fears the demon," I pretended to quote, "and the demon fears the slayer." And with that I cast a series of mental locks on the woman, allowing her to observe certain memories while completely locking out her emotional response to them. It was for the best, I'd say, that she knows what happened and is still able to move on after. That should do it. I nodded in satisfaction. She should be mostly fine now. Shirka looked at me hesitantly. Will she be able to talk to Guts now?" "Should be," I shrugged. "I rarely use my psionics to build minds, but my skills should be solid enough that the mental blocks will work." At her panicked look, I added, "She will remember most things. They will merely not be able to drag her down." "Ah," she exhaled, "I see." "I am happy for your eyesight," I quipped and clapped my hands. "Now where can a Mer find some good coffee around here? Methinks I earned it." The two conscious women in the room looked at me curiously. They had no fucking coffee. 539, Chapter 7, The Second Step. Please accept our deepest apologies in Her Majesty's name. The squat old wizard bowed deeply, pointed hat pressed against his chest. She has suffered greatly under the demon's assault. I am not going to begrudge her the need to recover after that kind of challenge. Besides, I will be on my way soon enough, and a reception would be annoying. I responded with a touch of humour, waving the offence off. Do let your king rest as she needs. Methinks she has earned it. Holding back a creature of Griffith's ability would be less of a challenge and more of an impossibility to most. The mage once more bowed his head and promptly waddled off, leaving me in relative silence. Most of the fires on the island of Elfhelm had been put out by now, and no demon still remained roaming its territory, but there was still a lot of emergency work to be done, and I, as an honoured guest, was left to sip the admittedly excellent tea while the rest of them went about their work. As if I'd ever bother helping them fix their mud huts now that the fun was over. Sadly, I was not given too long to admire the vistas, marred as they were, before my ears caught the approach of an armoured steed. Not looking up, I took a small sip of my tea and spoke. Well, 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 if it isn't the ever-mysterious Skull Knight. I hummed, what a dubious honour. Outsider. The cold skeletal voice greeted in turn. No need to be so cold, my good man. I pretend sniffed, before finally looking up at the blank skull. I trust you have questions. The knight took his time dismounting, before he took his seat on the tree stump opposite my own. Indeed, he said after a moment, you have made bold claims about your champion. How true are they, I wonder? My resulting laugh probably took him aback, but understandably a skeleton was not terribly expressive, so I could only take the hint from his aura. My apologies, I said with a final chuckle. The very idea that I have any sway at all over the Slayer is quite frankly completely ridiculous. So you claim? The knight answered after a long silence. Ask your real question, I retorted a touch cheekily. There is no use dancing around it. You speak the truth. Had he lungs, he would likely be sighing right now. Instead, he merely settled on shaking his head. Your claim that the god hand is to be hunted down. I would claim it ridiculous, for it is not fated, and yet neither was your appearance. Fate is a bitch I like to bend over my knee, I sneered. It has learned to enjoy the position when I am present. Bold, the skeleton noted approvingly, but how can you be certain? Completely, I answered without much hesitation. I suspect your demon problem will not be a problem for over long. The poor undead just stared off into the distance at that. It must sting, I said, after enjoying the silence for a while, fighting the demons for so long, only to have your efforts rendered practically irrelevant by a random bout of chance. My fight was not worthless, was his immediate answer. Final victory or not, I stood against the tides of hell when no other would. Never said your efforts were for naught. I quickly added, I merely point at the fact that were I in your situation, I'd be feeling quite the unfortunate amount of frustration right about now. This is no mere frustration. The knight kept staring into the distance, towards the great tree that housed the ruler of Elfhelm. You have robbed me of my vengeance, stripped me of my purpose, and yet my hated foe shall soon lay slain. Wondering what comes next, I asked. His eye sockets flashed with a soft light. Aye. Rest, I suggested simply, causing him to turn back towards me. You are a form of wraith, are you not? Simply allow yourself to move on. Accept the gift of peace that you are offered. His response was as quick as it was predictable. It is not that easy. But it is, I countered, incredibly so. How could you know, he demanded, all that begins must end? I shrugged, a light smirk on my face, so that it may begin anew. Now I see why the boy was so irritated when I spoke vaguely. The undead made a noise akin to a scoff. I will consider your words, and I thank you for coming to our aid. Fair travels, old king, I inclined my head as he got up. He halted for but a moment before mounting his steed and riding off. Hours passed as I watched the island slowly be brought to order, its many inhabitants working together with what looked like a group human refugees, under the leadership of some kind of ship captain, to ensure everyone was settled and in good health. and before long there were many bonfires lit all over, and an impromptu celebration had broken out. A fact that amused me to no end. You can change the world and the being, but people will still be people, no matter what. Slowly my thoughts drifted away from the present and to the future. Running the little chore for Robert was interesting, I supposed. The world I found myself was a breathtaking one, or at least this part of it was, but I knew I would not want to stay in a place that would soon fall to the chaos of merging with the fantastical, while the demon's false empire crumbled under its own weight now that its protector was gone. Still, it was worth a visit, but it also made me feel stifled. My adventures should be mine alone, and so should my achievements, which meant that if I was asked to run an errand again, my answer would be a resounding no. Not for a long while, at least. Fucker was probably counting on that fact already. Shaking my head, I stood up and moved to a more secluded part of the inner clearing of the island towards a small clump of newer huts surrounding a large fire where a bunch of children were dancing around while a few adults watched over them. My current target stood silently in the shadows of the nearby tree line, ragged black cloak dancing in the wind as he leaned against the comically oversized sword stabbed into the dirt, staring into the crowd while looking suitably edgy. "That thing looks ridiculous," I snorted at the sword in lieu of a greeting. Immediately the young man rounded on me, hand already clutching the handle of that fat metal bat of his, while the armor he was barely hiding beneath his cloak began shifting around as if ready to transform. "Who are you?" he demanded. "That is a very odd way to greet the one who reversed whatever the fuck it is you did to your body," I drawled, "and removed your mark while we were at it." Instinctively, the arm I regenerated for him moved to the back of his neck, finding nothing. "Done with your panic attack?" I quirked an eyebrow. The tormented protagonist glared. "What do you want?" "Rude," I huffed. "I suppose I was merely curious." He shifted on his feet, hesitant but no longer as aggressive. "Your story is familiar to me, even if distantly," I explained as I approached the young man, a simple human standing against the impossible, through simple determination and unending rage. I grinned, spreading my arms. Hearing about it was quite inspiring, I have to admit. "There a point to this?" he asks bluntly. "As I've said, I am simply curious." I stopped a few steps away from him. "What will you do now that the demons are gone and you are no longer chased? Hide away. Conquer a slice of power for yourself from the chaos. Become a mercenary once more." Each suggestion seemed to land on his shoulders like a rock, but in the end, his answer was, as I expected it to be, "Survive." "Not a very talkative one, are you?" I sighed. "Very well, I will not force you to entertain me despite your debt. Though you might be happy to hear, I have also healed your lover?" He tensed. "Casca, was it?" I hummed. Her mind should be perfectly fine now. I heard that was a bit of an issue. For the first time, Guts's hostility retreated as I saw a flash of genuine hope in his eyes, one that disappeared just as quickly as his well-earned paranoia came back. "Though I am surprised you are unaware of this," I noted before giving him a sideways glance and cupping my chin, a knowing smirk on my face. "You escaped the moment you awoke, didn't you?" The poor fucker just shuffled on his feet. I naturally laughed. "Why did you help us?" he asked as we watched the kids chase around the flaming figure of Scorch, a particularly rowdy one of the human variety jumping up and down while trying to catch him by the tail, while the rest of them praised the most glorious of firebrids. He was going to be so insufferable later. Realizing I had not yet answered his question, I shrugged, because I could. Unlike most, he just nodded and grunted. No need to make things complicated when they were not, right? "I suspect the new state of things will take some adaptation on your end," I said after a while. "I do wish you all the best, but—" I raised a hand and a scroll materialized within. "Should you find that this world still haunts you, you may burn this scroll to call on me to take you elsewhere." The young man gave me a questioning look, one filled with well-reasoned paranoia. "A mere whim, I assure you." I waved my hand flippantly, tossing the scroll to him. "You may bring anyone with you within reason, but do keep in mind it is to be a one-way trip." Just then, I saw Scorch begin to slowly cave to requests to ride him, and so I decided, and with that I must bid you adieu. Good luck with your new life, kid. Oi, Scorch, I barked mentally at the same time. Get your feathery ass over here. No. Bitch, I will unsummon you. Suddenly screeching insults at the kids, the maniac of a bird rounded on me and in a blur of gold appeared on my shoulder. Before the confused berserker could utter another word, I clutched at the connection Robert left with me and pulled, cracking the space around me and disappearing with a pop. The trip back to the crossroads was even smoother than when I left it, and after examining the mostly empty, save for the bench and campfire clearing, I quickly noticed a new addition to the eerie tree line. A curled arch made up of a quartet of very thin yet tall saplings, their trunks twisting around each other while the familiar connection to the world I had just returned from shimmered between them. Smug fucking asshole, I grumbled at the obvious value of the gift. Though I did note a lack of a portal back to Tamriel, no doubt a part of the lesson he wanted to oh so generously impart, leaving me to recreate the portal by my lonesome instead of just spoon-feeding me everything. Ironically, that served to mollify my irritation instead of increasing it. Oi. Scorch reappeared on my shoulder. Stop bitching and let's go. You already spent hours staring into a bunch of trees, and this place scares the ever-loving fuck out of me. Right spooky, innit? I deadpanned. The bird recoiled in disgust. I will peck a bitch, don't fucking try me. Yes, yes. I waved him off and began walking to the center of the clearing. I will prepare the damn portal, stop whining. Instead of insulting me back, he actually turned silent for a moment before saying, try doing it on the edge. I paused, eyebrow raised. Why risk it? Scorch just shrugged and pointed a wing at the semi-inactive portal to my previous destination. That could just be cosmetic, I pointed out. Or you could stop being a little bitch and follow the aesthetic. He pointed out imperiously. It has been a while since we had a proper noir moment. I hummed. Following the vibe isn't an noir moment, you are just a bitch. He flapped his wings indignantly. Totally is. Is not. We kept bickering as I actually listened to his advice and began putting together a modified portal circle under me, drawing upon everything I've learned throughout my 2 subsequent trips to ensure I wouldn't throw myself directly into the void forest for no reason. Again, time seemed to both pass around me and not, and soon enough I had managed to somewhat redesign the portal spell, and after checking it one last time just in case, I stepped inside. The pull on my magicka was far harsher when compared to my first trip, and soon I found myself squeezing through some kind of crystalline barrier, a mere moment before a dozen realms flashed before my metaphysical eyes until finally settling into the familiar weight of a material plane of existence. With a loud pop, I materialized above some kind of dilapidated stone temple that smelled of books and bones, the paving under me cracking as I simply let myself plop onto the ground, plated boots first. Just in time for me to see the evening skies in the distance twist and crack, an oddly molluscoid airship materialize seemingly out of nowhere. Though I did file the fact the teleportation magic smelled suspiciously of sulfur away for later, the fleshy betentacled vessel hurtled through the skies, chased by what looked to be a small squadron of red dragons, all of whom were ripping into the thing with all the viciousness one might expect from the flying lizards, even if they were definitely not of the dove variety. Surprisingly, as the vessel began nearing the ground, the dragons retreated, and leaving behind a downright fat trail of fire, the titanic chunk of what I soon felt was highly psychically active flesh slammed into the hilly beachside below me, carving a massive gash through the landscape before ultimately detonating in a blast of fire and psychic energy, sending chunks of its meat in all directions. And of course, as if the world itself decided to properly welcome me. A bit of it landed exactly under my feet, more than enough for me to scan it and realize it was not meat, but something close to brain matter. Very robust brain matter, in fact. How unique, I sneered, half disgusted, half curious. But before I could contemplate the fact I just saw a brainship crash, I saw a figure hurtling through the air in the distance, screaming his lungs out as he fell directly towards a glowing rune carved atop a large rock before simply sinking into it without so much as a splash. Now that is interesting. I clapped my hands and immediately began walking down from the temple. I seemed to have found myself in some kind of hilly coastal area of a close to temperate climate. one that was thankfully covered in normal trees and not eldritch abominations posing as them. Really going to need to look up Void Walker trauma if my brain keeps going back to that. Shaking those unfortunate thoughts off, I tried pulling in a bit of the ambient magic, the oddly string-like sea of energy resisting for a short moment before returning to a more natural state and being absorbed. The fact it needed coaxing to be absorbed was quite telling already. One taste of it later, for the lack of a better word, and I got the impression that I had landed in a unique place indeed, for the magic was paradoxically both chaotic, very unlike Magicka, and almost pedantically structured, very much so like Magicka. This damn world was growing more curious by the minute. Just as I was nearing the rock, I heard a commotion in the near distance, and soon about a dozen relatively small, if still weighty steps, came closer and closer to my position, and before long, a unit of filthy, hairy, squat figures rushed out onto the dirt path I was walking down. The group of what could only be fucking goblins stumbled into a halt at the sight of me, their orange skin having hairy ass leader stepping out of the group and pointing at me. "Oi, drow, you one of ours?" All elven of them flinched away as my head snapped in their direction, the distinct sound of bone cracking ringing out across the entire coastline. "What in the pole-dancing fucking Dagoth did you just call me?" 540. Chapter 8. Upon a Coast of Swords. General point of view. What in the pole-dancing fucking Dagoth did you just call me? The 12 goblins all flinched away in terror as the very ground below them shook under the force of the voice, the unmistakable power of a true soul scraping against their minds far more harshly than ever. A few of them even dropped their scrappy shields and weapons without even noticing. Keg, who moments ago was arrogantly declaring his future rise to his new minions, was already ass down on the dirt, hyperventilating as the furious red eyes glared at him. Slowly the air calmed as the elf realized they were too shit-scared to answer him, and he sighed, crossing his arms and tapping his foot. Well, he waved for them to answer. Being a bit quicker than your average goblin, Keg immediately turned his posture upside down, bowing lowly as he spoke. "Biggest apologies, oh great true soul. We was just wondering about, how can we help you do the Absolute's work?" "Absolute?" The elf quirked an eyebrow. "Ah, this must be a test of faith," decided the wise goblin immediately. "Exactly, the Absolute, the great unifier that will make all beings equal under her glorious guidance. When we saw your power, we knew you must be one of her true souls." "Huh." The elf deadpanned, and Keg felt a light brush over his thoughts. Immediately the elf's eye twitched in irritation as he scoffed, mind broken. And before any of the goblins could react, a large fireball slammed directly in between them, incinerating all of them save for one, who was instead blown away into a nearby tree, breaking her neck instantly. Raven's point of view. "We just going to ignore the little shit called you a drow, aren't we?" Scorch asked as he popped up on my shoulder. "I have no idea what you are talking about," I naturally answered. "Uh-huh." He deadpanned. "You do realize you could have dug some useful info out of their brains, right?" "Get into a goblin's brain?" I gave him a look of utmost disgust. "Are you completely retarded?" He twitched and scowled as much as a bird could. I am angry at myself for even suggesting it. I decided to ignore the freshly ashed patch of dirt and resumed my walk to the magic stone. "Absolute or true souls ringing any bells?" I pondered aloud. "Sounds generic as fuck." Scorch chirped, fitting for whatever religion the goblin follows, but still generic. "Suppose we will just have to find out later." I waved it off, though it was interesting that all of them were mind-broken to some degree. "Fits a cult to a T." Scorch shrugged his wings. The whole true soul shtick might have something to do with the mind-breakers too. I hummed along in agreement, my thoughts already moving on from the pests and onto a much more important revelation. The magic in the air was resisting pure manipulation. For whatever reason, when I tried simply snapping all of their necks at once, I felt the magic in the air stirring to resist the unsanctioned move. I could have overpowered it with some extra magicka, but decided against it. But when I then threw the subsequent fireball, it seemed to work too well instead. Curious and curioser indeed. Something to consider for later, for within a few minutes of walking, I found the rock I was looking for. A large light purple sigil was carved into its side, radiating a spatially aligned aura, but it seemed to have been destabilized by something, as its center was overtaken by a small vortex of energy, pulling the surroundings in ever so slightly. Naturally, I immediately memorized the whole matrix and was just about to start analyzing it properly when the spell seemed to sense my approach, and suddenly a pale human-looking hand burst from within. A hand? A male voice rang out, the hand flailing about and grasping uselessly. Anyone? Scorch gave me an encouraging look as a thought occurred, and feeling just a touch devious, I approached and gave the hand a crisp high five. The hand stilled completely for a moment, and out came a sarcastic laugh. Ha ha ha. Very clever of you. Perhaps I should have clarified. Not bothering to listen, I just grabbed the hand and yanked the person out. In a burst of energy that was far too smooth for this kind of thing, out came a blue-robed man of brown hair with some greys in it. Oof! He grunted as he fell into the dirt. Immediately, I noticed an odd, almost corrosive magical siphon stuck somewhere in his chest, but it seemed to have been stabilized by something recently. Scorch dematerialized, just in case. The man breathed out and elected to stay down for a moment. Thanks for that. He muttered blithely and only then began picking himself up. And you are most welcome, I chuckled, leaning against the nearby hillside. Awfully fortunate to land into a miraculously stable portal when you fell out of the skies. Truly, it was an amusing spectacle. Saw that, did you? He chuckled as he stretched his back and then turned to me. You could say magic itself has a soft spot for me. What in the weave are you? He asked with wide eyes as his eyes landed on me. Weave? The word rang out as it finally dawned on me. Awfully rude, aren't you? I drawled, my arms crossed. He blinked but recovered quickly and covered his heart, offering a courtly bow. Gale Decarios of Waterdeep, traveling wizard and magical explorer, humbly at your service. He chuckled as he straightened back up. Apologies, I am usually better at this. Clearly, I noted dryly, much to his amusement, before slightly inclining my head, Raven Dagoth, I suppose I'd count as a curious wanderer as of right now. Quite mysterious, Gale smiled, though I hope you won't be too offended if I repeat my question. It isn't often one meets a bearded, red-eyed elf. He tilted his head. Or is it half-elf? I wouldn't want to presume. Pure elf, if it counts. I shrugged. Of a more fiery variety. I leaned in slightly, my voice conspiratorial. I am not from around these parts, see. Interesting. His eyebrows rose. I don't suppose you've already curiously wandered around the area already, seen the sights, found a healer mayhaps. I have no bloody idea where we are, I snorted. Just my luck. He sighed and then forced a smile, but at least I am in good company. Be honored, I drawled humorously and turned the question around. Do you have any ideas where we are? He gave me an assessing look and began looking around, then closed his eyes and muttered an incantation under his breath, a magical circle forming in his free hand as his other moved about in a rigid pattern before it simply fizzled out of existence. Damn it, he cursed, and suddenly I felt something in his head push out against my mind. It was not nearly powerful enough to do anything, but it was noticeably efficient in its efforts. Gale flinched as I batted the influence away, clutching at his head with a hiss. Is this how people from Waterdeep treat their saviors? I didn't even bother moving from my position, but I did ready a choice spell just in case. Ah! He pressed the sides of his head with his fingers. I assure you, my friend, that that was not my intent. So you aren't usually psychically potent enough to connect to another's mind. I quirked an eyebrow. Finally, he straightened his back and exhaled. Well, that was disconcerting, he muttered. How did you do that? Magic, I deadpanned, which earned me a dry look. What I am curious about is how someone clearly not even slightly psychic just tried to mind bump me. He frowned and turned to the still burning wreck of the brain airship in the distance. I didn't arrive here by chance, unfortunately. That Nautiloid, I gave him a dry look at the name. There kidnapped hundreds of people from all around the Sword Coast a day or so ago. He sighed and gave me a sideways glance. Do you know what a mind flayer is? Fair and it is then, I hummed as I put the pieces together, absently answering the question. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting one, but the name makes it seem rather self-evident. Downright subtle, he dryly huffed. They reproduce by placing these tiny tadpoles, he pinched his fingers real close, into people's brains. And let me guess, I interrupted him, the tadpole devours the brain in short order, replacing the person and transforming their body into an adult mind flayer. Impressively deduced. He snapped his fingers at me before sighing, and so we arrive at my current predicament. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, huh? I chuckled. Quite. He nodded before looking up to me again. You wouldn't happen to be a hidden master healer under those curious wanderer's garbs of yours? He asked, pointing at my obviously potent robes and armor. Snorting at the jab, I shrugged. I might be. The real question is, do you trust me to poke around in your brain? You've already saved me once, my friend. He spread his arms as if to say, what can you do? I doubt you've suddenly changed your mind. True enough. I nodded and pushed myself off the rock, my whole posture suddenly fully serious. Do keep still. He closed his eyes and did as was told. Immediately I spammed his head and the rest of his body with a number of scanning spells, ignoring the world's, or rather a particular goddess's meddling with a flex of my will, and seeing no traps or dangers, I dove inside with my own mind. Around a minute later, I stepped away from Gale, whose eyes snapped open, his gaze filled with a newfound respect. You are far more than a mere wanderer, I'd say. You wouldn't say a thing if you know what is good for you, I jabbed, and he laughed, before inclining his head in acceptance. About your little, I twirled my finger to the side of my head, passenger. I could in theory just rip it out right now, but something is keeping it dormant as far as I could tell. Dormant for now, maybe, he pointed out. Yes, I can see how that wouldn't be too encouraging. I hummed, but what I am saying is that no transformation has been initiated thus far, and whatever magic is keeping it in its half-asleep state is also protecting it. Shrugging my shoulders, I concluded, I could still rip it out of you and then regenerate your brain back into perfect condition, but that is a bit risky, even on my level. Seeing him about to press, I quickly added, all I am saying is you should probably get a second opinion, or at least let me observe the thing a bit longer. Right. He nodded. That makes sense. And then just kept nodding for a good 5 seconds. I could practically feel his thoughts racing in the air. He looked up to me. What are your plans, if I may ask? Thinking I should follow you about just in case? I hummed, quite arrogant of you, I must say. He gave me a dry look of amusement at that. Something tells me you find all this too interesting to just pack up and leave. Not immediately, at least. He is on to us, Pops. Well spotted. I laughed and clapped my hands. You have a good head on your shoulders. So I have been told. He puffs his chest out dramatically. I just shake my head. Now that has been decided, curiosity filled my tone as I asked, as you claim to be a wizard, I have a question which has been bothering me ever since I arrived. Ask away, he said with rising eagerness. I dare say I am quite informed in wizardly matters. Why is the magic in the air so fucking meddlesome? I bluntly asked. Gale's eyes widened, but just then we heard a distant roar, followed by the distinct noise of crystal or ice striking and crunching flesh. I don't suppose we are just going to ignore that? Gale asked after a few seconds, his whole posture already prepared for a run. Nope, I popped out and began greedily rubbing my hands. If one of those mind flayers of yours survived, I want to see what makes them tick. You have some curious interests, my friend, Gale stated. At least I don't shove massive and unstable magical cores into my chest. I shrugged, a cheeky smirk on my lips. Not all of us can be as avant-garde as yourself. And before the gaping wizard could respond, I moved. The burning, fleshy hallways of the nautiloid ship were covered on all ends by corpses and body parts, some of which I recognized and many of which I did not. But I did not stop to observe as we quickly neared the sounds of battle and came upon what out of context may have been a slightly comedic sight. A large albino-colored male Argonian-esque mage of some sort was pelting a pair of brains with tiny limbs with shards of ice, while a pale black-haired half-elf with a mace and shield was trying, and utterly failing, to hit another of the little brain bugs. Gale did not hesitate, immediately rising the wooden stave he carried and calling out, "Incende!" launching a middlingly potent firebolt at one of the brain bugs facing the lizard man. His spell didn't seem to fizzle out this time, for whatever reason. The lizard didn't so much as twitch at the sudden help, focusing fully on the remaining brain and shoving his clawed hand into its center mass, completely impaling it and then proceeding to rip it apart. The woman once more missed her enemy with her mace, letting out a low noise of frustration as she was forced back by the thing. Suddenly, I felt a shift in the air and saw the little brain bug gathering psychic energy within itself, aiming at the half-elf. It was a truly pathetic amount, but with all the wounds the woman carried, I didn't doubt it would put her on her ass for a while at least. And so I decided against letting her learn the harsh lesson of needing proper aim, and with a minuscule twitch of my mind, destabilized the brain's spell, making it burst from within. The half-elf stared into the distance with dead eyes as she was covered in freshly exploded brain bits. And for whatever reason, the lizard man licked his lips. Freaky. "Greetings, friends," Gale called out. "Are you in need of healing?" The lizard looked away from his companion and up at the wizard. "Thanks, friend, but I am perfectly fine." He sounded downright suave, the little shit, as he pointed at the woman. "She might need some, though." He looked a bit like a big manly Shalazar, come to think of it. Finally aware, the half-elf made an annoyed sound and incanted some kind of prayer, covering herself in an aura of dark light that left her wounds closed and her breathing lighter. "Who are you?" she demanded as Gale and I approached, her suspicious eyes fixed majorly on my most glorious self. "Concerned citizens," I quipped, to the lizard's immense amusement. Gale rolled his eyes slightly. "We heard sounds of fighting from beyond the wreck," he explained, "and thought you might need some assistance." "That is appreciated," the half-elf noted, still suspicious, "but we had it under control." "Oh, do come off it," I snorted. "That little brain bug." "Intellect devourer," Gale corrected subconsciously. "Thank you." I inclined my head and cleared my throat. "The intellect devourer was just about to burst your little head when we arrived. Your posturing gives you nothing." She glared at me, no doubt ready for a paranoid tirade, when both Gale and the duo flinched, clutching at their heads. Naturally, I noticed the new thread of psychic energy connecting them, but left it be for now. I was out of practice, and I wouldn't want to rupture their brains. Moments later, they all flinched away from each other, and the half-elf pointed at Gale half-accusingly. "You were on the Nautiloid." "And so were you, it seems," Gale muttered, eyes calculating as he offered, "Gale of Waterdeep at your service." "Care to clue me in?" I interjected. "My friend here doesn't share in our predicament." Gale explained at the duo's questioning glances and then directed me with a questioning look of his own. Seeing me nod, he turned back. "He might be able to help us with our passengers, but we aren't sure yet." "How lucky," the albino lizard muttered. "How did you arrive so quickly if you were not taken?" "I saw you lot crash." I shrugged and then scoffed, "and if this pathetic little thing tried to capture me, I'd have blown it from the skies before its master could finish formulating the thought." The lizard's red eyes narrowed at the claim, but he kept his silence. I observed him for a moment longer, making note of the odd aura surrounding him. This one had some form of divine blood in him, and not of the fun, happy times kind. Still eyeing me suspiciously, the half-elf decided to speak up. "All this seems a bit too convenient." She sighed, "But it doesn't look like we have any choice but to trust you. I am Shadowheart. Curious name to choose for one's child." I snorted. I felt a flash of something subtle, yet undoubtedly divine on her left hand, but she barely reacted to it and offered a cold response. "It is the name I chose." Merely channeling a divine power without possessing it. I mused, "One of the local clerics?" "Just poking fun," I raised my hands in faux surrender. "No need to bite my head off, girl." The look she gave me could have curdled milk. I believe most people would fail to find the levity in our situation. Gale usefully added, cautiously leaning away from the half-elf. "No need for us to provoke each other, right?" "But of course," I drawled and offered the half-elf an elaborate bow. "My sincerest apologies, my lady. I am but an old jester seeking out his entertainment." For whatever reason, all three of them were giving me weird looks now. Clearing my throat, I went on as if nothing happened and looked to the albino. "And you, my scaly friend?" "I do not know who I am," he answered simply. Amnesia? I quirked an eyebrow, stealthily scanning him out of simple curiosity and quickly revealing he was covered in so many internal scars, he must have been ripped apart and put together at least thrice. How was he even coherent at this point? Yes, he nodded, unaware of my observations. I feel echoes of who I was, voices that demand me to fight, to bleed and kill and cut, but no names, no memories. He looked away. All I have known since waking is the dark urge. How incredibly edgy, I hummed, drawing a surprising if incredibly minor upward twitch of the half-elf's lips. Cupping my chin in thought, I decided, that just won't do. The lizard man's eyebrow equivalent quirked upwards. We can't keep calling you you or lizard boy. His eye twitched at that, and thusly until you remember otherwise, your name shall be Dirge. I nodded at my endless creativity. Truly, I surprise even myself sometimes. You just put the two words together, Dirge deadpanned. And yet it does sound good, doesn't it? I grinned. Odd how these things seem to add up, eh? All three seemed to pause at that. Ignoring them, I went on, but I have been remiss, for I have not yet granted you the honor of my name. I smirked, Raven Dagoth, at your most temporary service, wanderer supreme, and an enjoyer of interesting times trademark. Gale shivered slightly. Why did that last part sound so ominous? I assure you, I have no idea what you are talking about. I smiled sunnily, even as I noticed the three were actually being guided by an effect of that exact variety. Something big was happening around these people, and the local deities were pushing them somewhere without them even knowing. How very meddlesome indeed. 541. Chapter 9, A Squid, a Bat, and a Frog. General point of view, the freshly dubbed Dirge did his best to ignore the whispers of his memory as his party went deeper into the Nautiloid's wreckage. Why remain in such a dangerous place, one might reasonably wonder. Because the elf that was supposedly capable of saving them from a protracted and excruciating death wanted to see a mind flayer. See how they tick, he had told them. The dark urge found the manner of it agreeable, if nothing else. His fellow impossible crash survivor seemed to disagree, however. Shadowheart was at all times keeping her shield directed in the odd elf's general direction and staying firmly at the back of their column, hand never truly moving away from her mace. An act that served to amuse their prospective savior to no end. Thankfully, mind flayers were not rare on a Nautiloid, even a crashed one, and after only a few minutes of walking through beautifully carved walls of bloodied flesh, they came upon a still living specimen, one that was currently crushed below a fallen rock and uselessly trying to crawl its way out, like the worm crawling through his brain. Ugly motherfuckers, aren't they? The elf didn't seem at all troubled by seeing the tentacle-faced creature, unlike the trio of adventurers who cried out in pain and clutched their heads as the mind flayer turned its gaze at them. The overwhelming feeling of imposed loyalty and obedience disappeared just as quickly as it came, though, as the bearded elf let out a loud and disdainful tsk, flicking his hand at the mind flayer and making it silently go limp. He looked at the tadpole victims, and satisfied with the fact their brains were not leaking out, he approached the unconscious creature and began staring at it for what felt like a small eternity. Dirge wondered if he should check on him, but a quick shake of Gale's head had him staying where he was. Shadowheart, encouraged by the apparent lack of attention, walked up to him and whispered, "What do you think he is doing?" Her tone was even more suspicious than before, but there was now also barely hidden curiosity in there. "I am examining the squid-faced insult to aesthetics. Quite plainly." The fact she whispered the question made no difference as Raven Dagoth spoke up without even bothering to face her, Gale. "How can I help?" the wizard asked. "This thing here is completely soulless," Dagoth said. "Is this the case for all of them? Or?" Gale cupped his chin for a moment. "It is the widely accepted truth about them." "Why?" "The soul is the self." The elf answered seriously. "It is autonomy." He pointed an open hand at the mind flayer. These same creatures supposedly powerful enough to kidnap and contain thousands of people from all over lack even a singular trace of one. The elf turned back to the flayer. "It doesn't end there, though. Its insides look more akin to an interactive node for some vast neural network than they do like those of an individual. like it is an extension of something or someone else. Ah, Gale snapped his fingers. Mind flayer colonies are usually under the control of an elder brain. Very tight control. Which only serves to confirm my hypothesis. Raven nodded. Do the elder brains have souls then? Gale shook his head. No one ever got close to capturing one. They are too powerful to contain. I suppose I will just have to get my hands on one if the opportunity presents itself. The elf hummed as he dusted his hands off. Very well. I am done here. He turned to face the mind flayer again and just stared at it for a while. Now then, how did you do it? He finally muttered, mostly to himself, before rising his right hand, twisting his fingers with unnatural precision and stating "Incende." As he pointed at the mind flayer, Dirge and Shadowheart had to cover their eyes as a flash of orange-red slammed into the creature, carving it out of existence alongside a good chunk of floor behind it in a straight line. Huh, Dagoth blinked and then grinned. Nice. Raven's point of view. I ignored Gale's stare of utter bafflement as I began walking out of the crashed Nautiloid, quickly jogging the group out of their stupor and into following me, lest they be left behind. The moment my face left their sights, however, my grin twisted into a disgusted scowl. The mind flayer put up much more of a fight than I'd expected, and the distinct slithering pressure on my mind reminded me of a certain far more disgusting tentacle enjoyer, and of the fear and paranoia he inspired. Fucker was way more potent than I expected as well, and while weaker than me, I was insulted a fucking drone of all things could make me exert any kind of effort. And there were supposedly a bunch of these just running about if my intuition was right. Pop's Scorch's deadpan rang out through my mind, his voice managing to rise my spirits a touch despite the clear disdain it carried. Just because the literal sentient brains are better at psionics than you doesn't mean shit. It is the principle of it. Nope, not listening to this shit. Burn the fuckers and be done with it. I rolled my eyes but didn't disagree. It should have been expected that the arrogance cultivated by 20 years of absolute rule over an entire continent would have been challenged sooner rather than later, and despite meeting creatures like Robert and the Slayer, only now did that moment arrive. After all, I expected the two to vastly overpower me. Frankly, the little reminder was as necessary as it was irritating. On the plus side, though, the local external spells could be boosted with internal energies with only minimal finagling. I was going to burn this fucker to the ground. Finally done with your bout of wonderment. I left the train of thought behind as I felt Gale jog up to me, leaving the other duo a short distance behind us as Shadowheart paused to lockpick a random arse chest near an overturned cart. Ah, adventurers, how nostalgic. How... The supposed wizard rose his finger, paused, took a breath, and continued. What was that? What was what? I asked cheekily as we exited the ship and came upon a beach. I saw you using magic and copied it. You'd think it would be rather obvious. A firebolt is a cantrip. Gale cut me off, waving his hands about a bit too enthusiastically. Not a sixth circle spell. Never you mind the fact you could replicate it without even a second of study. Naturally, there was but one possible answer to that statement. Skill issue. He pointed at me, furious tirade on his lips, and then stopped himself, slowly lowering his hand and sighing, "Damn it, but I cannot even disagree." He huffed, "How did you do it?" Now that would be telling. I winked, and before irritating him too much, I added, "I doubt the road is a great spot for scholastic discussion. How about we find our way to some shelter and a fine drink in our hands, and then we can discuss how much better I am?" He looked at me flatly before rolling his eyes. "Very well, I can wait." Not going to press me about the magical core comment either. I tilted my head. I am almost impressed. "Not here," he whispered, a flash of panic in his eyes as the other two approached. "Satisfied with your pilfering?" I turned to the duo, who did not look at all satisfied. "Let's just move on." Shadowheart sighed, looking anywhere but at Lizard Man next to her, who was currently doing his utmost to place the far too small leather helm over his head. Being the little shit that I was, I quickly came to his aid and touched it up with a bit of transmutation, swiftly presenting a very satisfied and very goofy lizard boy to the other two members of my little band. I might just keep this lizard at this rate. As we walked, I considered asking the obvious cleric of our number about her faith, but something told me that would just have her retreating even further behind her wall of paranoia, and I'd hate to waste the effort it took to bring her out of it thus far. Well, that, and I wasn't masochistic enough to listen to a weakling posture at me. Truly, my second bout of parenthood had mellowed me out beyond any expectation. The world seemed to agree with my choice, for as we climbed a small cliffside overlooking the sea, a mere minute later I detected a pair of eyes observing us from the nearby shrub. A pair of undead eyes, to be precise. Without the smallest sound, I pushed through the ambient magical resistance and reappeared behind the observer. He looked almost Falmer in nature, but it was obvious to those with eyes that his pallor was unnatural and not due to his race. A local vampire, then. As if to confirm my guess, he was already rounding on me with speed surpassing the usual mortal, instincts sharp enough to detect even my minimal air displacement. Naturally, the only reward for such prowess was a quick punting of his dumb ass onto the dirt path before the mind-wormed trio. Once more pushing through the space around me, I appeared above the elf, blasphemy now resting against his throat. The moment he felt the blade's presence, he became as still as a rock. "See anything interesting?" I asked conversationally as my followers recovered themselves. The vampire smiled through the terror, slowly spreading his arms in surrender. "I assure you this is all one big misunderstanding. I can feel your desire to rip my throat out with your teeth." I deadpanned. "Try again." "Hold on," Gale interjected. "I remember him, from the Nautiloid." Seemingly forgetting the fact he was an arm's twitch from death, the elven vampire glared at the wizard. What did you and those monsters do to me?" He demanded, but just as he was about to go on, the same phenomenon happened again, as their tadpoles connected them. Yet another partaker of the brainworm. I quirked an eyebrow as the quartet visibly calmed down. It would seem so. The now much calmed vampire faced me. "Can I get up now?" I don't know," I hummed and tapped my foot. "Oh, pretty please with a cherry on top," he drawled. "I will be good." "Well, since you asked so politely," I chuckled, stepping back and dismissing my sword. "Just try and not bite anyone." "No promises." He smirked and threw himself up with unnatural fluidity. "I am Astarion." He offered a practiced bow. "Of Baldur's Gate." As before, everyone introduced themselves as they eyed each other up before the vampire finally decided to stop wasting time on pleasantries and ask the question atop his mind. "So what did those creatures do to us?" he asked Gale. "They impregnated you," I deadpanned. Shadowheart shuddered in disgust. Gale went a bit green. Astarion looked at me like I had just insulted his entire familial line, and Dirge scratched his chin before nodding. "Do all albino lizard folk have a resistance to common sense?" Gale slowly palmed his face. "The fact he is technically correct will keep me at night." But to explain it more palatably, he gave me a warning look. "We have been infected with mind flayer tadpoles, and if this were the usual case, we would have already started going through ceramorphosis." "Which means," Astarion pressed, voice cold, "we will sooner or later start sprouting tentacles," Gale chirped, voice full of false cheer. "Ha!" The vampire barked out a laugh, morbidly amused on surface, but broken and pained just below. "Of course it will end up turning me into a monster." Unwilling first turning then, I considered. Luckily, Gale went on, "The gods seem to favor us." Astarion's posture firmed. "Do tell." It did not take much convincing for the vampire to join our growing posse. Even as he presented the front of preferring to go at it on his own, I could practically taste his desperation in the air. The fact he kept glancing at the sun in awe also told me the local vampires usually couldn't do that, which I neatly filed away for later. Soon enough, we found ourselves back where I first met Gale. "Sun is coming down," Dirge commented as we slowed. "We need to find shelter," Shadowheart agreed. "No point in running ourselves ragged with a healer present." "Your confidence in me warms the heart," I quipped, and pointed eastwards. "There is a temple a few minutes that away." I was already walking, should give us some cover at least. A few glances between everyone and we were agreed. But of course, the world demanded that rest was to be hard-earned, and before we could fully ascend to the temple ruins, we heard voices in the distance and quickly came upon a pair of horned and red-skinned humanoids. These are the tieflings, then. I considered as Gale and Dirge led our approach, how a kind known to descend from a demonic lineage didn't get lynched into non-existence baffles the brain. Probably some god bullshit going on. Scorch chirped, poor fuckers wouldn't last a month on Earth. Try a day, I huffed. My attention was swiftly drawn away from the unfortunates, however, as I looked up to see a wooden cage holding some kind of frog person. She had a pudgy nose and pointed ears, greenish-yellow skin, and what looked to be the first proper piece of fitted armor I've seen since coming here, and was currently busying herself bombarding the tieflings with a string of insults in her own language, which I found to be incredibly colorful in the worst ways possible. "Are there any settlements nearby?" Dirge asked the tiefling duo in the meanwhile. They shared a look between each other, and the female nodded, while the male turned back to answer, "There is a druid's grove a few hours north. They should let you in, but—" He held back a scowl. "Don't expect any hospitality from them. Would you look at that? Tree huggers didn't have the best reputation. These demon fuckers don't seem too bad now that I think about it." Scorch considered most wisely. "Thank you," Dirge nodded in gratitude. "How about you leave this creature to us? It is dangerous, and you shouldn't risk yourselves more than you already have." "I don't know," the tiefling man muttered, looking up at the still cursing frog person. "She did attack us out of nowhere." "She will not attack you or yours again, I promise," Dirge offered, and that finally seemed to mollify the pair as they offered their farewells and turned to leave. The instant they left his sight, Dirge's entire demeanor shifted, and he glared up at the frog woman with cold fury in his eyes. "Well, well, well." His voice dropped by a cadence, and his clawed hands twitched with restrained aggression. "If it isn't Lae'zel, the traitorous worm." "Traitorous?" The now-named Lae'zel scowled at the sight of him. "Weak servants are of no use to me." Dirge growled, making Gale step up to calm him down before he froze her solid, and leaving Astarion blissfully unaware of the temptation Popcorn would be bringing him right about now. While this was going on, I silently approached Shadowheart. The two of them seemed to know each other. The half-elf looked tempted to ignore me and listen in on the ensuing back and forth, but wisely thought better of it. We met back on the Nautiloid, fought our way out. "Doesn't seem to have ended too well," I mused. "It did, surprisingly," Shadowheart elaborated. "We fought our way to the ship's transponder together." Her impassive expression twisted into a cowl. "We found tracks of her on the beach near where we landed. She abandoned us." "Ah," I nodded, "that would do it." "A snake and a traitor," the half-elf agreed wholeheartedly. "Worse still, she is a Gith. They kill each other for sport and treat everyone else even worse. I warned him not to trust her even back on the ship." "Not a terribly good place to be picky," I noted. She nodded. "Agreed. Doesn't mean we should let her convince him to take her along again." "I don't know," I mused, finger on my chin. "She seems fun." I smirked as the frog began another tirade of insults in her own language, like the small-minded brick of armor that she was. Shadowheart looked like she wanted to protest for a moment, but then gave me a considering look before for the first time looking at me with anything other than suspicion, or double suspicion. Petty cruelty, namely. "You know what? That sounds like an excellent idea now that you mention it. You catch on quick." I chuckled and approached the rest. 542, Chapter X, Ruin Roving. "Free me from this cage, and we will see if you still have your confidence, Istik." The frog woman growled at Dirge. "Now." "Let a rabid beast run free," the angry lizard demanded, teeth grinding. "Why should I?" Ironic, considering how his very soul felt, like it was out for blood. "Because, Istik," Froggy snapped, "I am the only one who knows how to remove the Geik tadpole in your brain." She sneered. "You have no choice but to serve me." Dirge began gathering magic in his hand, but before he could really snap, I reached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "How about you leave this one to me, I asked with patient smirk on my face. He stared at me for a moment, and I felt his rage be directed solely on me. But compared to others I've felt, his bloodlust was nothing, and was gone in a blink. The lizard man grunting his barely held anger and shaking me off, but still doing as he was asked. With a nod of thanks, I turned back to the frog and found her evaluating my every move, her shoulders tensing under some deeply ingrained instinct. "I believe I've just heard you say the most curious thing." I spoke cheerily, though my eyes were utterly cold. "You know how to remove the tadpoles properly then?" "The Githyanki have been fighting the creatures you know as mind flayers for an eternity." Her earlier prideful sneer returned. "We are the only ones who know." Arms crossed, I just stared at her for a silent 10 seconds. "Did you not hear me, Istik?" she repeated. "She did not just fucking—" Scorch very nearly summoned himself, tilting my head slightly as I mentally patted the angry bird. I asked, "You have no goddamn idea how to, do you?" Behind me, Shadowheart huffed, as if to say, "What else did you expect?" And of course, Dirge's hateful aura redoubled. "By covenant, I am allowed to share nothing." Froggy backpedaled, still keeping her prideful front. "But if you take me to the closest creche, my people will not deny you." "She is lying," Shadowheart spoke up. "The Gith will kill us as soon as they see us." "I am inclined to agree." Gale piped in as well. "Theirs is a kind with an unfortunate reputation. We should get rid of her." Dirge balled his fists. Astarion just kept chewing on some beef jerky he found somewhere, looking despicably entertained by all this. "Well, as much as I do not abide traitors," I spoke up after a moment, much to the Githyanki's anger. "If there is a chance for us to learn something from the other, more worthy Gith." She was fucking shaking in indignation by now. "I think we should have her along." "You will regret your insults, Isti." However, my voice rang out as I raised a finger. "First things first." Before anyone could react, the rope holding the hanging cage Lae'zel was imprisoned in snapped, and before the flimsy construction could even properly fall apart, I was already in front of her, the fingers of my right hand snaking around her neck as I lifted her like she weighed nothing. She tried kicking and flailing, but all she did was choke herself out, her struggles growing weaker and weaker with each moment that passed. "Listen carefully, worm," I said coldly, my voice carrying all the authority of an emperor. "The only reason you are still alive is my curiosity. Remember your place and refer to your betters with their due respect." Or I hardened my grip, making her face go slightly purple. "This lesson will be repeated as many times as it takes to make it stick." My face twisted back into its previous false cheer. "Do nod if you understand." Before my mental countdown could end, she managed the slightest twitch of her neck. "I suppose that will have to count," I drawled and dropped her like a sack. "Someone fix this waste of bodily fluids. The sun is almost set, and I'd rather not wait for it to crawl after us." The damn half-elf practically skipped on her way to the Gith, generously, praying for her health all the while her eyes shone with satisfied glee. Gale was looking at me like he was just recalculating all our previous interactions, while the vampire and the freaky lizard were both grinning for their own twisted reasons. I just shook my head and made my way to the temple, leaving it to them to follow as they could. General point of view: Lae'zel of Kresh Kalir, warrior of the Githyanki, and Queen Vlakith's most loyal servant, once more had to remind herself not to glare at the creature who had so humiliated her as she rubbed her neck. The thing pretending to be an elf, not of any kind she had ever read about, seemed to have eyes on the back of his skull and would look at her with challenge and mockery whenever she felt tempted to show any kind of resistance. In the ways of her people, she was the loser and should give deference to the strong, but to do so for an Istik. The moment she thought of the word, she felt another stare from the elf's direction, one far more hateful than even the thing hiding it, and one that made her feel as if a star was looking directly at her. Lae'zel's entire body twitched as she looked away, an odd phantom pain stinging at her eyes even if no rays of light had reached them. The silver sword seemed so far away now, in her shameful state, but she would persevere, as she always had. Astarion and Kunin had to admit he had never expected a kidnapping by mind flayers to be as fun as this. He should have gotten abducted sooner. Oh, sure, the impending death was quite bad, but at least he got to see the sun after nearly 2 centuries. And see a creature he was sure was only a Baldurian street legend be beaten down like a flailing child. Now, if only he had a proper meal to go with that delectable treat. He quickly shook those thoughts away as he followed the rest of the group into the ruins of some ancient temple. His new leader, for no one else, was quite arrogant enough to try and assume the position after that show of power, made perfectly sure that Astarion knew he knew what he was. Except it looked like he did not care at all. Now that he thought about it, the vampire spawn found it odd that falling into the hands of an ancient being of overwhelming power just when he finally managed to escape, or get escaped from, he supposed. From the previous one did not make him hateful or furious. The knowing amusement in the drows. 3/4 drow, 1/4 fire giants. Oh, who cared? Point is, his amusement was all the answer Astarion needed, because he realized his fellow elf was just like him, someone who just got their freedom back and was looking for any amusement he could find. How incredibly lucky. The vampire remained away from the rest of the group as they began discussing between simply making camp atop the temple or going deeper in for proper shelter, and stared at this odd elf with a newfound hunger. A hunger caused by a single thought: wouldn't it be quite amusing to point him at my old master? Ruining dark, long-standing schemes must be even more fun than ruining a Githyanki's pride. Right? Raven's point of view. It took me far too much effort not to just incinerate the bloodsucker out of hand as he stared at me like I was some kind of long-lost lover of his, or a cut of particularly juicy meat for that matter. Instead of following the immediate impulse, I focused on the half-rotten reinforced doorway barring our path into the temple. It was easily agreed that we would descend into the ruins and clear them out before making camp. Tamriel was not the only place where old buildings and abandoned settlements were filled to the brim with all manner of beasts or undead, and any adventurer from either world would tell you that sleeping atop a ravenous horde was a quick way to the afterlife. For example, it was completely retarded. And I wasn't about to bother with guard duty so the exhausted mortals could sleep soundly of all things. That was for menials, after all. Unwilling to cause too much noise, I waved for the vampire to approach, an act that finally stopped his staring. Try unlocking this. You look like the type. He covered his heart. You wound me. I just tossed him a lockpick, one that he caught with expert alacrity and a smirk on his face. My deadpan only seemed to encourage him as he sauntered over to the door and got to work. While he was doing that, I pointed my hand at the frog, effortlessly healing the remaining bruises around her neck. Best we are all coherent if anything happens. I said, do remember to control your tongue, however. The poor raging thing grit her teeth, and I could practically feel her getting strangled all over again by her pride as she forced her voice down. Good froggy, Scorch cooed in my mind. The lock of the door clicked and Astarion quickly slid into the temple, the rest of us following closely behind. The first room's walls were covered by shelves full of books. A none too odd sight in a temple, except this place was obviously thousands of years old and the books were intact. My intuition was proven correct, as a quick scan revealed a very light divine ward had been placed on the area many, many years ago and preserved them. Though oddly enough, I found neither curse nor trap, which was just plain unusual. But what drew my attention even more than the books and divine spellcraft were the still very fresh supplies laid out across a large dining table. Silverware enough to feed half a dozen included. We are not alone here, Shadowheart said, readying her mace. Exactly as the only other door in the room opened, revealing a drowsy young man. Huh? He muttered, wiping his eyes. Who? That is as far as he got before a dagger buried itself into his neck, sending him falling backwards and gurgling in pain and panic. All of us immediately stared at Astarion, who just shrugged. What? I sighed. A mere moment later, the rest of the over-enthusiastic archaeologists burst through the door, their half-naked vanguard failing to throw his javelin despite his immense fury as Dirge buried a spike of ice in his chest. The one after him used his shield to quickly deflect Gale's firebolt, but was swiftly put down by the charging Lae'zel, the Gith looking like a wild dog who had just been let off the leash as she bifurcated the poor fucker. Naturally, she was immediately rewarded for her bravery by a distant incantation of Tormentum, coming from deeper in the temple and smacking the Gith with 3 projectiles of pure reddish force, staggering her back and nearly knocking her out. The rest of the group didn't waste any more time and charged through the gate, pulling an archer and crossbowman into melee and putting them down in quick succession. I, on the other hand, once more stepped through a newly formed crack in space, appearing just next to their wizard and yoinking her grimoire directly from her hands. "How nice of you to offer," I drawled as I crushed her arcane connection to the enchanted book and began flipping through it, the wizard falling on the ground with a freshly snapped neck, courtesy of a simple hand wave. My freshly collected following took a moment to calm themselves before regrouping around me. "I hope we haven't just slaughtered a group of innocents," Gale muttered while staring at Astarion. "Oh, don't be so naive." The vampire rolled his eyes. They were obviously bandits. "Stealing from sacred ground is a crime anyways," Shadowheart piped in, to which I gave her a pointed look. "If we were looking for excuses." She looked away, ears reddening. I snorted and pocketed the grimoire. "Done sulking?" Dirge asked the limping Gith as she caught up to us. "Silence, Istig," she snapped. "I did not see you holding the line." "You really love that word, don't you?" My drawl interrupted her. "Does it help you distract yourself from the realization you are becoming what your people despise the most, I wonder?" All her defiance died in that instant as she simply withered under her own weight. "Do pick yourself up," I mocked and turned to the other yet unexplored chamber while rubbing my hands. "There is more to this temple. My grave robber senses are tingling." Ignoring the odd looks that got me, I began exploring the rest of the place. Unfortunately, finding no more bandits to see, eviscerated but another library instead. One I quickly realized was filled to the brim with nothing but what looked to be death confessions, completely and utterly useless except for their historical value. "Shadowheart." I spoke up, drawing the half-elf from pilfering a stone altar and failing to find a thing. "You seem to be at least somewhat learned in the local religions, yes?" Her ensuing expression practically screamed, "What gave you that idea?" "Oh, no need to get peppy with me," I chuckled. "Do you know of any kind of death god known to take long-winded confessions of the dying and have them all written down in exhaustive detail?" I asked. She furrowed her brows at that, remaining silent for a good few moments. "I think I've read something like that at one point, but I just can't seem to put my finger on it." "No matter," I shrugged and clicked the book shut. "There is still more temple to explore. I am sure we will find our answers there." And without skipping a beat, I walked around the altar she was just near and pressed a hidden button, activating a mechanism that opened a way forward in the previous room. The poor cleric just sighed as I smirked at her. We descended further into the temple, finding many well-crafted ornaments and reliefs on our way, but none that even the locals recognized. Some more exploration and pilfering later, we found a large chamber holding a coffin of the temple's previous guardian that was trapped to hell and back, but Astarion managed to disarm them, so I wasn't forced to literally pull everyone's ass out of the fire. I absently tossed Shadowheart the fancy-looking short spear from within the coffin that felt like it increased accuracy and reached for the other thing that drew my attention. The coin carved from iron, cursed by some fiery demon, and marked with words of binding in a language I could understand but not identify, glinted in the light despite its inherent darkness. A series of wails and begging whimpers echoed just at the edges of my hearing as I quickly realized what it held. "A soul coin," Gale exclaimed as he too noticed it, his excitement quickly giving way to a frown. "Not what you'd expect to find in a temple to the dead." "These things are common enough to be recognizable?" I asked. "They are the currency of the hells." Gale answered while the rest listened in. "The devils trade in them all the time, but sometimes a few drip down to the material plane. They are known to be useful power sources, but most disdain them. And these things," I worked my jaw, "are just allowed to exist. The souls in them end up in the hells naturally." Gale shrugged. "Trading in them is illegal in most the kingdoms of Faerun, but making all them disappear is just impossible, since the devils prefer to draw mortals using them." "And what about destroying them?" I asked. "That seems like the logical next step." "No one has managed or cared enough to try so far," the wizard answered, frown deepening. "They are protected by the devils, and none of the gods will destroy them, as I've said. Anyone imprisoned inside is either deserving of the hells in their eyes, or has made a deal with a devil, which counts as much the same." I hummed, staring at the glinting piece of metal between my fingers before coming to the only conclusion I could. I think not. A flash of grey flame erupted from my hand, heating the metal until it glowed for a moment, and then making it burst into microscopic shards as the soul within was launched upwards and through the temple's ceiling, leaving only the echoes of the disbelieving laughter of a madman behind. I frowned as I felt a wave of barely detectable divine power pass through the temple, but to no visible effect. The mind-wormed multitude all looked at me like I had just grown a second head, but as always I simply pretended like I saw nothing and turned to Astarion. "You found the key yet?" He blinked himself awake from his stupor and nodded. "Got it." "What are we waiting for then?" I asked a bit too loudly, waking the rest of them up and already moving. I could practically taste the million questions they wanted to ask me, but to my surprise and mild disappointment I will admit, none of them were quite stupid enough to waste time by actually asking them. They knew I wouldn't answer shit. So all they could do in the end was rush after me as I descended into the temple's deepest recesses. Whereupon entering, I immediately felt a gaze as ancient as that of a Daedra land squarely on top my shoulders, one that was distinctly neutral in nature, yet also cautious and evaluating. Beyond awaited a dozen robed skeletons with eerie blue flame alight in their eye sockets, their forms creating a semicircle around the entrance. To my surprise, they were not immediately hostile. "At least the host is polite." I hummed to myself and walked straight in. Author notes, Istic equals meat, effectively the Gith equivalent to noir, even if somewhat less insulting, relatively. Geik equals mind flayer. 543. Chapter 11, Withers and Weaves. Before my followers could blast the undead to bits, I raised a hand to stop them. "What is it now?" Shadowheart sighed. "Already growing on you, am I?" I chuckled inwardly. The rest were tense, but didn't immediately charge in. "A fine evening to you, gentlemen." I smiled and turned to the skeletons. "And ladies." I quickly added at a pair to my left, "I believe I am expected." The two closest to the center of their semicircle stepped away from each other and indicated for me to pass. "Mighty kind of you." I thanked cheerfully and walked through, though as I did the duo flanked me and followed after me. But before the rest could follow, the semicircle was closed again, and one of the undead raised a silent hand. The message obvious. Once more I found myself preempting any violence. "Just wait there." I gave them a wave. "Do try not to weep too much if this is all an elaborate trap. The loss would break us," Astarion said dramatically. "Surely you'd cope." I snorted and followed the aura of my host. Though out of the corner of my eye, as I observed the ancient statue depicting the temple's patron, I noticed a barely legible plaque with only the title still not ravaged by time. It said Jurgle, Scribe of the Dead. As we reached a seemingly dead end behind the main hall, the duo passed me by and one of them pressed some kind of button on the wall, making it split to the sides and revealing a private tomb. It looked to be obviously important, but the few effects inside also made it seem almost purposefully humble, holding only a few items that looked more to be personal offerings than anything of true value, and a few stone benches carved for visitors. The two skeletons bowed their heads and left the chamber, taking positions at the sides of the passage. "How polite." I hummed and approached the sarcophagus from which the divine aura emanated. Since it was only right I returned the courtesy, I bowed my head before the tomb. "Greetings." That seemed to do it as bright green flames lit up around the sarcophagus and the lid slid off on its own, a desiccated but not yet skeletal undead covered in ceremonial golden bands and clad in surprisingly intact deep blue robes, levitating out of it on his own power. The divine power he radiated was highly contained but unmistakable to my sight. This was either some kind of high priest, judging by how distant he felt from the full weight of his domain, or some kind of long-forgotten deity itself. His blank black eyes snapped open, and in silence he levitated down in front of me, his steps too sure for someone who was stuck inside a tomb for who knows how long as he stopped only a short distance away from me, the green flames shutting off behind him. "Curious," his lightly grinding voice echoed. "He has spoken one would stand before me, yet I did not expect it would be one such as thee." How flattering. I smirked at the eerily calm lich. Who were you expecting then? His answer was as flat as his look. Mortals. That's fair, I pointed a thumb behind me. Those would probably be the unfortunates behind me. And yet thou hast inserted thyself into their path. The being hummed, neither judging nor approving. Time flows ever onwards indeed. Not going to lambast me for daring to step in the way of divine prophecy. I quirked an eyebrow. Does my interference not ruin your plans for them? What an odd question. The undead noted, what will happen. I stand merely to observe. And record mayhaps? I quirked an eyebrow. It is one of mine duties. He inclined his head solemnly. Yet mine awakening can only be for one reason, and far travellers such as thee oft bring great upheaval with them. His divine aura spiked, just hard enough to make sure I understood the underlying threat. I would know thine intent in these lands. Seek thou to conquer and plunder, or is thine visitation its own purpose? The latter, I am afraid, I responded with a shrug. Too much conquest tires anyone. I see. He closed his eyes for a long moment and opened them again. Thou speaketh truth, for now. You do know there is a way to cheat those kinds of divinations, right? I deadpanned. Why argue against thyself? He mused, voice still utterly neutral. It is not thine words, but the echoes of thine being that saith the truth. The perception will come in time, as all things ever do. Did we just get skill issued? Scorch chirped in. I believe we just did. Fuck. Right, I let out a wry chuckle. Apologies, do go on. There is naught else of import to discuss, he said, yet I have a question for thee, Spirit of Ashes, if you would answer. Only if I can ask one in turn, was my immediate response. Very well. He nodded slowly. Answer me this. What is the worth of a single mortal life? I cupped my chin and considered it briefly. Entirely subjective, as unfortunate as that may sound, was the only answer I could honestly give. Both the mortal themselves and those around them give it worth, otherwise we are as worthless as dust. The desiccated head tilted at this. Thou wouldst equate thine life to that of a mortal. All that begins. I repeated that favoured phrase, must end all. The lich-like being considered me for a long few moments before once more solemnly inclining his head. It is indeed so. He said, once more facing me, now ask thine question. I had already concluded that I was in fact speaking to the Jurgle represented in the temple. Being in his presence for so long removed all other options, and asking him something basic I could learn outside would have been a waste. And so only one question remained, why awaken now? He let out a hum at that, one that was still mostly neutral, but carried just the slightest echo of both annoyance and grudging approval. Mine successors fail in their duties. He spoke after a full 10 seconds and then just stopped. Not getting any more from you, am I? I grumbled. He just stared at me. All right, all right. I raised my hands in faux surrender. Mind if we take over the top floor for the night? Thou may do as thou will. He said, I must remain here for a time and tend to this place. We will reconvene when the hour is right. As I turned to leave, his voice stopped me, a request for thee. Turning around with a raised eyebrow, I asked, yes? Do not spread thine conclusions to any other. He said with gravity, an allowance exists for beings such as thee, but mortals have no business in knowing the divine. Just so long as you don't demand I pretend I am not myself. I shrugged, and hearing no response, I left the crypt. The two skeletons shut the way behind me, and soon I rejoined the rest of the group, most of whom showed some kind of relief upon seeing me. Didn't miss me too much, I hope? I spoke up, and the skeletons retreated to the edges of the chamber. We have permission to stay in the upper sections, but after that we should probably leave. Excellent, Gale sighed in relief. I was dreading another hike. Weak, the Gith hissed to herself. I ignored their questioning looks as we ascended the temple, and they began setting up camp, myself conjuring a nice fluffy armchair enchanted to hell and back, and summoning forth a mug of steaming coffee alongside a large, thick novel to consume. So, Astarion, who hadn't bothered with a tent, stepped out from the corner of the room he had been skulking in, not going to share. Do I look like your personal luxury dispensary? I deadpanned. Find your own. How cruel. He drawled in his overly sensual tone, making my eye twitch. I am curious. What did you find down there? A long-dead god that wanted to have tea with the only civilized being in the room, obviously. I deadpanned. He smiled wryly at that. All right, keep your secrets. Ask your real question then. I rolled my eyes. He looked around the room first and then lowered his voice. You know about the fact your diet is a bit on the cooked, overly rare side. I quirked an eyebrow. Quite. He exhaled. My gauntlet disappeared and I raised my hand towards him. Going to ask me for a bite? I drawled, my gaze growing cold as I looked up at him. His eyes flashed with hunger, but he quickly looked away, breathing heavily as I retracted my hand and covered it again. Surprisingly restrained, I noted after a few moments. Oh, you are just a... He stopped himself, voice both hateful and amused. An incredibly charming fellow, I finished for him. Well, he hummed, I can't say I disagree. Too bad for you then. I winked, much to his irritation. How unfortunate. He drawled and shook his head. Something tells me accepting your offer wouldn't have ended well for me. You'd have combusted. I deadpanned instantly. Of course, he exhaled. I have no use for beasts. I shrugged. But since you aren't one, a blood potion appeared in my hand. Take this totally not trapped or cursed bottle of totally fresh wine. His look grew strained, and you just had to phrase it that way. Have you met me? I deadpanned. He laughed at that and took the potion, opening the crystal cork and sniffing it for a moment before downing the whole thing. That was meant to last you weeks. I deadpanned. He didn't listen, though, and was staring into the distance like someone who had just snorted cocaine for the first time. A stupor, it took him long enough for me to start actually reading my book, to wake up from, what in the hells was that? He hissed. Blood potion. I shrugged. Blood potion? He repeated, those don't exist. I just looked up at him from my book and stared, utterly disappointed. Right. He huffed and looked away. Where did you get something so powerful? One of my best friends is a vampire lord. I shrugged, flipping a page. She is a master at making substitutes for living blood. You, He shuffled awkwardly, scratching at his neck. Wouldn't happen to have more? The high is already down. I blinked up. No. He answered instantly. Rolling my eyes, I once more returned to my book. Ask me again in a few weeks. Fuck, he cursed. I am going to scout around. Yes, yes. I shooed him away. Go leap across the walls and fly like a bat, or whatever it is your kind do here. Just try not to impale yourself on any inconspicuous piece of wood, please. He twitched and quickly left, grumbling as he did. Around an hour later, the rest of them had set themselves up, but both Dirge and Lae'zel had already nodded off, while Gale and Shadowheart were discussing something between themselves. Being a cheeky fucker, I teleported next to them, armchair and all, and leaned in. No way she said that, I stage whispered. The two immediately startled, the half-elf groaning, while the human chuckled after a moment. I wish I could be as relaxed as you are. Gale shook his head. I am here for my amusement after all. I chuckled and looked to the half-elf, done making conspiracies for the night. She directed me with a dry look, just making sure your pet doesn't stab us in the back when you aren't looking. Ah, but Shadowheart, I smirked and in my creepiest, most foreboding tone said, I am always looking. She looked like she wanted to kick me, but grit her teeth. Hire a bard if you want a performance, she said. I believe I will. I marked that one down. Find out anything about the temple's owner while I was busy. Just the name and some history. She perked up somewhat. The patron is Jurgle, scribe of the dead, and this is a burial ground for his followers. I found much the same myself. I hummed, know anything about any successors of his? Shadowheart frowned, but Gale's eyes suddenly brightened in turn. I remember now, Jurgle used to be the god of death before the dead three. He said and quickly listed them for me, Pal, Bane, and Merkul. Interesting. I noted the words, mine successors fail in their duties, repeating in my mind, what of their domains? Pal is the god of blood and murder, Shadowheart answered. Every self-respecting civilization needs one of those. I deadpanned. Her lip twitched upwards, but she went on. Bane is the god of tyranny and strife, and Mirkul is the god of the dead. And yet Jurgol was succeeded by all three. I realized I must have been talking with one of the proper big boys of the land. Fucking neat. Scorch bobbed his metaphorical head. I know, right? They sound like a right personable bunch. I chuckled. Thanks for satisfying my curiosity. That seemed to surprise her into silence. Anyone seen Astarion anyway? Gale spoke up after a while, his eyes scanning the chamber. He ran off to scout around. I waved him off. He will come back if he isn't an idiot. The duo quickly relaxed to my presence after that, and we chatted about plans for the morning and finding the druidic grove the two tieflings spoke about. But soon enough, Shadowheart grew too tired to go on and went to her tent, quickly falling asleep despite the rampant paranoia she was radiating. Gale was content to simply stay silent as I flipped through my book for a good half-hour after that, simply staring into the campfire as he ordered his thoughts. Finally ready to talk about it? I asked without bothering to look at him as I felt the air around him shift. You are too perceptive, my friend. He chuckled. But have no worries, the core in me is stable enough for now. You do realize that wasn't what I was actually curious about, right? I drawled. Ha! He barked out a laugh. No, I suppose not. So? I finally looked up. So? He nodded. I was exploring an ancient arcanist complex. At my mostly empty look, he elaborated, mages of the ancient empire of Netheril who dominated the world with their unhindered power. They existed before the weave and lived as close to gods, but one of them grew too ambitious and nearly broke the world when he tried ascending into one. As one does, I snorted, but tell me more about this weave itself. Treat me like I know nothing. The weave, his eyes turned distant, is what happened after the disaster, the goddess of magic, Maestra. He sounded downright wistful at mentioning her, and another distant divine gaze fell on him at the invocation, reordered the chaos of the failed ascension and brought magic under her complete control. And thus this overly pedantic field of specific spell forms and paths surrounding us. I scoffed, how irritating. It is constraining, I will admit. He nodded, but it stops the truly ambitious from fracturing the world all over again. And yet you reached for the power of the Arcanists, despite your obvious respect for this Mistra, I noted. He looked away. Magic came so easily to me, and I just couldn't stop when you reached the cutoff point. I finished for him. I know the feeling. Yes. He sighed, looking like a weight had been lifted off him at the admittance, and even the gaze of his divine patron turned just slightly softer. I can't help but wonder how it feels for you. He spoke up after a moment, a touch of longing in his voice. You speak as if you have only ever known complete freedom. Not entirely, but not untrue either, I hummed. In my homeland. I began slowly, there is no weave, only magic, and its only limitation your ability. I clutched my hand as a little dot of magicka began pulsing within. Any fool who tries to ruin it for everyone else is inevitably brought down. Be they mortal, I sneered as I focused the new gaze now directed at me, and a pulse of grey flame spread from within my hand. Or divine. 544, Chapter 12, Groves and Goblins. Annoyingly, my little warning, challenge, went mostly ignored and the rest of the night passed in silence and peace, only broken up by Astarion returning some few hours before dawn, smelling of blood and death, and with a satisfied pep in his step. Had fun? I asked, still flipping through my tome. He twitched as if he had only just noticed me. Do you not rest? No, was my dry answer. I hope we won't find any pillaged villages on our way. Oh, don't worry. He waved me off flippantly, just another group of thugs bringing supplies to their friends here. Ah, I nodded. Did you get it out of your system at least? He smiled a fanged grin, indeed. We chatted for a bit longer before the vampire left me to my devices, and while I pretended to read, I kept on scanning both the magic and the tadpoles in my companions' heads. They were growing in power, however slowly, but what truly drew my attention was the aura coming from a hidden inner pocket of Shadowheart's armor. Whatever was concealed, there was sending an active signal to the tadpoles that prevented them from receiving stimuli from any other mind flayer adjacent, being not also under its dominion. A fact that neatly explained the postponed ceramorphosis, but one that rose just as many questions. I was so very tempted to scan it more closely, but it felt as ancient as it was powerful, and simply throwing myself in there gave me the premonition of a lot of pain in the arse for very little ultimate gain. I'd need to find out more about Mind Flayer psionics to craft some properly impervious defenses before taking that particular leap of faith. But that would have to wait as morning came quickly, my companions gobbling up a quick breakfast and dismantling whatever makeshift shelter they had built for themselves and following me above ground. The first to come up was Lae'zel, who looked much calmer now that she had an evening to cool her head. "We must make haste," she told me, visibly crushing her fear. "The Geik tadpole works quickly and will soon become irreversible." "Didn't catch the detail from the others, then?" I quirked an eyebrow, and seeing her confusion, I elaborated. "Something is holding back the transformation, so you have some time at least." She scowled. "I do not trust it." "You'd be an idiot too." I snorted, the agreement catching her by surprise. "But let's be realistic here. Even if you were to sprint to whatever outpost your people hold in these lands without pause, you'd still not have enough time to reach them before the usual process ripped you apart from inside." She grit her teeth and looked away. "So just have some God's damned patience and let me see how the little shits tick." I spread my arms. "And you might just not become what you hate." Her teeth ground so hard a mortal could hear it as she forced out a, "You are not wrong." Finally some sense. I chuckled. "Keep going and you might just become worth someone's time." Before she could reasonably tell me to go and fuck right off, the rest arrived to join us, most of them looking rested. Gale especially so, while Dirge's eyes somehow managed to look even more bloodshot than usual. But seeing him looking around all standoffish and tense, I decided against pestering him for now and quickly had us begin our march. We moved through the hilly coastline at good speed, only pausing periodically for Gale to gather some herbs he knew how to brew into basic potions, and for Astarion to quickly try and talk his way out of why we found a sextet of people with puncture wounds in their necks. At least he was intelligent enough to stab them where he drained them afterwards. We did find another stone carved with a teleportation matrix, and even Gale looked baffled as to why there would be two of them so close together. We marked it down, and he left his arcane mark with that one in case it was needed later. Inevitably, the dirt paths ended up widening, and quickly we found ourselves ascending a large rocky outcropping to get a good look at the surroundings, only to realize we were already at our destination once we looked down. The druidic grove was, honestly, far less offensive to my eyes than I had expected. It had a makeshift gate, natural yet still usable walls, a number of chambers carved into the rising hillside, and even the center of the grove looked to be an ancient stone construction carved into hill. The grove was nestled within instead of just being another really big tree. I'd very nearly go so far as to ponder if these tree huggers in particular could even prove themselves tolerable. Unfortunately, those hopes were dashed to death and beyond as I felt a surge of magics, both divine and arcane of a darker nature, swirling just out of touch above the grove itself. A long-term ritual of some kind. Whatever it was, it would have to wait, for it seemed some excitement was abound as a trio of lightly armed and armored chucklefucks fled towards the grove, shouting for the guards, tieflings of the civilized variety notably, to open the gates. All the while, hundreds of footsteps, small, smelly footsteps, thundered some distance behind them. I sniffed the air, and my face instantly twisted into a sneer. Fucking goblins, general point of view. Zevlor bit down a curse as he heard a commotion coming from the gate, the aged tiefling Hellrider making sure to school his face into an image of unflappability as he rushed out of his quarters with hastily grabbed weapons. "What is going on here?" he demanded as he reached the gatehouse, only to look down and see those damnable mercenaries standing below, the leader of the druids nowhere in sight. "Aradin, where is the druid?" The man ripped out an arrow from his companion's shield. "Goblins are on our tail, Zevlor. Open the gate now." He looked up to see a cloud of dust quickly closing in and rounded on the gate guard. "By the nine hells, open it." But by the time he had given the order, it was already too late, as everyone atop the gate was forced to take cover from a sudden hail of arrows. Most survived, but the gate guard was not so lucky, gurgling out blood as numerous makeshift arrows stuck out from his chest. "Cannon," Zevlor called out, damning yet another failure, even as he saw their greatest ally rush past him and leap off the wall and straight into danger. Before the Hellrider could try and save his subordinate with his meager powers, however, a shadow fell over him and looked up to see a tall individual dressed in black and purple robes, his crowned helm hiding all features but the two blazing embers that were his eyes. "Now that just won't do," he heard the man mutter as he waved a hand over Cannon, instantly disintegrating the arrows and healing him completely enough for the young tiefling to gasp awake, before simply disappearing from where he was standing. Zevlor stared at the previously occupied space, completely dumbfounded, only for a moment though, as his training and experience kicked in, and he hefted his crossbow with newfound resolution, calling out and rallying his people. Will Ravengard, or more commonly the Blade of Frontiers, let out a light grunt as he landed on the rock just below the grove's gatehouse, unleashing a bolt of eldritch energies at the closest goblin archer and bursting his neck. "Damnable roach," he called at another, blasting him as well before thrusting his rapier at the next, disarming his crude scimitar in an expert flourish, "Provoke the blade," and slashing his neck open, twisting around the dead body to face the rest, and suffer its sting, only to realize he was now standing completely surrounded by the hill on one side and about a dozen enraged goblins on the other. Before he could pay for his misguided courage, however, the air behind the centermost goblin twisted and a dark figure emerged, great knife already mid-swing, sending the first head flying faster than Will could even see, and immediately moving on to the next, and sending the few goblins remaining running for their allies in less than a second. Posing? The figure looked at Will, flicking blood of his blade as he did, "At this hour. You can judge me for my foolishness later." Will took it in stride as he offered a duelist's bow. These people need protecting now. Brave words. The figure chuckled and then simply disappeared once again. Will shook his head and summoned another bolt of eldritch energy in his free hand. It was good the tides were turning, but the goblins wouldn't kill themselves. The entrenched tieflings' hearts rose at the arrival of their new allies, and they quickly rallied, pelting the goblin band with bolts and arrows, one of them even throwing proper spells into the mix as he summoned small whirlwinds of blades to cut the lightly armored creatures into bits. But despite their efforts, they couldn't come even close to what the newcomers were doing. A human wizard had taken position atop the outcropping behind the goblins, summoning orbs of water and thunder and combining them to blast entire groups into pieces, even as his shielded half-elven ally launched bolts of sacred light, igniting those goblins who managed to get too close. 3 others also joined the battle on the ground, a pale elf and oddly green-skinned creature clad in unusual armor cutting through their flank, while a robed dragonborn of pure white summoned frost to his hands and more, freezing the creatures with gouts and shards of the element before simply breaking them with his fists and claws. Many looked away once he stopped bothering to freeze his targets before ripping them apart with his bare hands or even his teeth when his foe overextended enough. But even then, what drew most of their increasingly baffled gazes was the figure who saved Cannon, as he kept disappearing and reappearing across the goblinoid ranks, cutting them to pieces with a blade that seemed to curse flesh to shatter with the lightest touch, and inflicting such horror upon the goblins, many were starting to wonder if the pests were suicidal to stand and fight for so long. Aradin the mercenary smashed the goblin chieftain's wargmount's head, sending the creature tumbling but failing to protect himself as the sole properly armored part of the goblin band threw himself at him, grappling and biting in a blind rage at losing his pet. One of the few bugbears the goblins had allied with saw his opportunity and immediately ran at Aradin, bloodied Morningstar raised to crush his head. But then the crowned figure reappeared again, simply kicking the goblin in the head with a heavy sabaton, instantly breaking his neck and pointing his blade at the bugbear. The furry ball of muscle flinched just in time not to stab himself like a fool, though that did not save him from the end, as the blade's handle simply extended, turning from a longsword into a polearm and impaling the bugbear into the nearby rock face. The figure flicked his hand, liberating his weapon with seemingly no resistance and letting the swing go on one-handed as he cut through half a dozen of the goblins without giving them the common courtesy of looking at them as he killed them. It was not long before what few goblins remained broke and fled for their lives. Raven's point of view. "Wait, let them go," I said as a few of my companions went to pursue the fleeing creatures. "If we don't catch them, they will bring more of them to the grove," Gale pointed out, spell form still swirling in his hand. "Indeed," Shadowheart agreed with him. "They deserve no mercy." That word made me laugh lightly, confusing the lot of them. "Oh, don't think this is a mercy." I smirked as my crown disappeared. "I merely want them to show us the way." I flicked my hand, and a certain genocidal bird, in the form of a bolt of light, flew after the goblins. A delightfully deranged mental cheer echoing out to any who had the open minds to hear, which, as you might imagine, included my companions and the poser, who had also approached in the meantime. Another mindworm enjoyer. I hummed as the inevitable wave of connections clicked between the sextet, making many of them flinch away and groan under the still unfamiliar mental influence. "There are far too many of you around here," I complained to myself. "More survivors." To my surprise, the poser smiled. "Good. I wouldn't call it that, but I like your enthusiasm, friend." Gale grinned. "You fight well." The dark-skinned, one-eyed fencer praised, "All of you." "Of course we do," Lae'zel scoffed. "Ignore our Gith." Astarion drawled, "She is just sore about something." Froggy gave him a glare, but went ignored. "I don't suppose you have already found a cure for our new friend here?" the fencer asked, pointing at the side of his head. "Not yet, but we are getting there," Gale answered, directing me with a sideways glance, "though any clues you might give would be useful." "I don't, but we may just be in luck," he offered with a small smile. "I doubt the new leader of the Druids will deny us her healer now that we've defended her grove." "New leader," I cut in. He looked expectedly confused upon facing me, having not been enlightened to the glories of the Dunmer race before in his life, but quickly let that pass him by as he answered, "Aradin and his band went to search for ruins with Halsin, the leader of the Druids, days ago." He shook his head. "Ever since then, his apprentice Kargar took over and has been moving to throw the tieflings out of their protection. And now Aradin returns without her master. The tieflings' fortunes may be running out, I am afraid. I can see how that might put you all in a pickle." I hummed, scratching my goatee, "So the apprentice is much less accepting than the master. But I doubt she is immune to a small threat of ultraviolence, if she isn't retarded at least." The fencer, who still hadn't had the decency to introduce himself, gave me an odd look at that. Thankfully, he wasn't a complete idiot, and proceeded to shift the topic by righting his wrong. "Ah, I've yet to introduce myself, my apologies," he said. "Will, Blade of Frontiers, at your service." "The Blade of Frontiers?" Shadowheart asked, surprised. "You are shorter than I expected." Will just laughed. "I don't write the bard's tales." "Mm-hmm." The cleric hummed doubtfully. "Shadowheart." "Charmed." Will inclined his head and looked back to me. "Raven Dagoth." I drawled neutrally and looked to the cleric. "He's some kind of household name." "A protector of the people," she answered, "if you are into that sort of thing." I couldn't help but snort at that and left the rest to introduce each other, walking over to Dirge, who had been stuck staring into the distance for a good while now. "Had a nice meal?" I asked. He twitched lightly but didn't turn to face me. "My blood." He exhaled. "It demanded I butcher them like animals." "Well, some could argue." "No," he interrupted, hand raised. "They may be goblins, but not even animals deserve what I did." "Lies and deceit," my inner goblin hater called, but that seemed counterproductive at the moment. "And you see this desire to butcher as wrong?" I asked instead. "Shouldn't I?" he asked and finally turned, revealing his entire face, and most of his front robes had been painted deep red by the blood he had so brutally spilled. "My blood commands one thing, my mind says another." His shoulders slumped at the admission, "I am lost." I considered for a long moment and answered, "If a man feels the need to steal something, yet knows stealing is wrong, what should he do?" The lizard tilted his head. "Not steal?" "Then your answer isn't all that difficult to find, now is it?" I asked with a light smirk. Vileness is a choice, no matter your instincts. And yet we have all slain the goblins without hesitation, you most of all. He said, "What is the difference between doing the act and enjoying it?" Shrugging my shoulders, I began casting spells to clean him of his trophies. To his complete lack of reaction, I might not be the best to ask about that, admittedly. Once your kill count reaches a certain number, the act simply becomes a chore. The others began approaching, and I nodded at the now mostly white lizard man. If you don't know what is right, then learn. You've got the chance now, whoever you were before this, I said with a waving motion as if to say it didn't matter. And should you come close to failing, then let base self-preservation be your motivation. My eyes flashed threateningly, because I do not tolerate beasts, no matter how useful. I left the thoughtful mage behind me, facing the grove once more and preparing myself for yet another hero's welcome. Truly, a woeful existence I lived. Dragonborn as in the draconic humanoid race of D&D, not the Tamrielic title, just so that there is no confusion out there. 545. Chapter 13. Meeting the Locals. There are children here, you coward. We ascended the gate just in time to hear the most well-equipped tiefling furiously shouting at the mercenary. We was running. The mercenary breathed heavily, for our lives. And you led them straight to us. The tiefling snapped, and without the druid too, you damnable fool. What a delightful welcome, I drawled as the two looked just about ready to punch each other out. Both stilled and faced me, looking equally taken off guard by my looks. And who the hell are you? The mercenary demanded with false bravado. I merely stood there, eyebrow raising ever so slowly. Have some respect, Aradin. The tiefling said. He just saved all our lives. Well, I didn't ask for any saving. He snapped back and glared back at me. But before he could say anything else retarded, my eyes narrowed. Get the fuck out of my sight, you waste of space. His words died in his throat, and finally the few bits of grey matter in his head seemed to rub themselves together as he made a hasty retreat, his two tired followers sighing in relief and quickly following after him. Ha! The tiefling couldn't help but bark out a huff of disdain. Apologies for having to see that. I've dealt with my fair share of cowards. I shrugged. He nodded. I am Zevlor, leader of this band of refugees from El Turel. You and your party have our thanks for saving us. Raven Dagoth. I inclined my head, and there is no need for gratitude. I smirked. Dying by goblins is an indignity I would not let anyone suffer. Before we could continue, a quintet of the tiefling gate guards ran up to us, the kid who got shot up being dragged by what looked to be a relative. Of course, they offered their due gratitude, and I tolerated it for a while, but just as they were about to leave, I added, do try to wear some actual armor if you are going to be guarding an important post again. I enlightened the gate guard. Stop stupid things like arrows from bothering you. The kid shuffled on his feet awkwardly, but then his sister patted his back and he nodded rapidly. Of course, sir. I will keep that in mind. And they shuffled away. Though my side-eye to Zevlor made it clear that equipping his gate guards properly wasn't optional whatsoever. He just nodded in understanding. And then looked over my party. If you are looking for sanctuary, I am afraid that the druids are going to be less than welcoming in the following days. Is this about the Kaga our frontiersman here told us about? I asked. Will chuckled at the nickname. It is. Zevlor said, she sees our gathering here as an invasion, and has commanded her fellow druids to begin a rite that would lock us out forever. He shook his head. We would not make it on the road, especially with so many goblins about. I didn't miss the questioning glance he directed at me for a moment. Not ideal. I hummed, but something tells me the goblins will not remain a problem for too long, so you will be fine on that front. He slowly nodded in understanding. We will be in your debt if that is the case. There is no need to rush things. I raised a hand to forestall him. Go to your people and reassure them. We will take it from here. Of course, he exhaled. Good luck. And trotted away. Really? Asterion drawled. Are we going to be saving kittens from trees now? If it so amuses me, I hummed without a care. The vampire rolled his eyes. I, for one, am happy to see you aren't just ignoring the needy. Will interjected, to Gale's silent agreement. These people deserve all the help they can get. Oh, don't take it as plain charity. I shook my head lightly. I simply dislike seeing waste like this. He looked like he didn't quite believe me, but I wouldn't correct him. These weaklings will only slow us down, Lae'zel hissed to herself. Then it is good that we are not running anywhere, now isn't it? I smirked and looked to my fellow scholar in the arcane. Gale, anything you can tell me of this rite we are about to walk into? He scratched his stubble for a moment. While I am not an expert in the Druidic, I'd say we are facing a rite of thorns. The Druids wish to summon the wrath of Sylvanas and hide themselves behind his protection until the whole crisis blows over, and thus either eject the tieflings or be rid of them in a more permanent manner. I hummed, or house and feed them for the duration, but I don't think our new host is of the sharing variety. I fear so as well, Gale agreed solemnly. Then it is best go and meet the locals. I decided after a moment's consideration, no point in storming the place preemptively if some negotiation can be had. All of them save for Dirge seemed to be taken off guard by my words, but still followed after me as I descended into the Emerald Grove. We stopped quickly after that, reaching what looked to be a makeshift sty holding a trio of pack animals, tended to by a group of the familiar red-skinned tieflings, while a few steps away stood someone in noticeably different garb, covered in mostly greens. Sylvanas's blessings. The trader hobbit, halfling, short king, greeted. Wind guide you, I quipped, and before he could ask what I meant, I went on. Having trouble with the guests, I see. The druid furrowed his brows. We try to help who we can, as you just did, of course, but the grove is no traveller's rest. The drain on resources is that bad? I asked. Druids do not farm. He inclined his head. We take what the forest provides, and it is only thanks to Master Halsin's wisdom that we have full stores. But even those are not infinite. That is a fair consideration, I agreed, though the air here feels more tense than that. He looked around for a moment, and seeing no one listening, he lowered his voice and added, Mistress Kaga's decision may be prudent, but her insistence and haste worries some of us. So she is not universally supported, I hummed, just as quietly. We are loyal to the circle. The trader corrected, giving me a pointed look, but there are questions being asked. And why tell me this? I quirked an eyebrow. He looked at me seriously. One does not negotiate with a raging storm. Ha! I barked out a laugh, but said nothing else. Instead, I just waved for my impatient followers to get on with their business and buy what they needed from the man while looking over the rest of the grove. While waiting for them to barter their way into poverty, I took a short stroll, receiving looks of gratitude and suspicion alike. But as expected, my moment of leisure was inevitably interrupted by a loud argument going on between a trio of barely adult tieflings. We can't just leave them here, a horned woman exclaimed. And why shouldn't we? The man dressed in comparatively fine robes with a staff on his back crossed his arms. We owe these people nothing. Besides, the other man interjected, we can't just stroll our way to Baldur's Gate. The hills are infested with goblins. My thunderwave will make short work of them. The wizard scoffed. And what will happen when you are surrounded by a few dozen, I wonder? I hummed aloud as I approached them. Will your kin here have to die for your folly? The duo's eyes lit up in recognition, but too late to stop the wizard as he rounded on me. And who do you think? His words died in his throat the moment he saw me. Ah! He cleared his throat. Please forgive any disrespect. How can we help you, sir? His siblings' eyes widened in complete and utter surprise. Why would I need your help? I asked blandly. Ah, of course. Why would someone like you need help from little old me? He muttered, nodding rapidly to himself. I of course meant to say, how may I be of service? Relax, boy, I drawled, waving him off. If I wanted simpering, I'd just go home. Your name? He seemed confused, but wasn't about to question me. Roland, sir. Roland. I said the name as if weighing it, much to his discomfort. Now, Roland, what is this I hear about abandoning your post? I asked. My post? He asked, voice strained. I assure you I have sworn no oaths. And yet you still stood on the wall while the goblins attacked and faced them with courage. I cut him off. One has to wonder then, was all that for show? Of course I couldn't just let the goblins overrun us, he sputtered. They wouldn't have just ignored you, yes. I nodded, and yet you have caused many of the people here to look up to you for protection. Will you abandon that, simply because it is more expedient? Of course not, he responded angrily, frustration finally catching up to fear. I just don't want to die for them, while a greater fate awaits me in Baldur's Gate. A greater fate, I huffed, and what fate is that? He straightened his back. I've been granted the chance to study under the great master Loroakan in his tower. Someone of your power must understand that risking a chance like that for a band of nobodies is a waste. Firstly, I raised a finger. I must do nothing. He quickly nodded, of course. Secondly, I raised a second finger. You seem to have something mixed up. And what is that, sir? He asked quickly. Do let me finish. I gave him a pointed look. To be a wizard or mage of any kind is not fit for cowards or those who would back down from a challenge facing your people. You dream of commanding the spirits and elements, of bending the world to your will, and yet if you cannot face hardship, how can you ever hope to rise beyond anything other than mere mediocrity? His eyes opened wide. Of course. He exhaled, mind already racing. Thank you for your instruction, sir. Just try not to actually die to the goblins, I chuckled. That would be insulting. They will not get the chance. He straightened back up. Most excellent. I smirked in satisfaction, clapping my hands. Good luck with your apprenticeship. And with that I left the trio. It was always irritating seeing someone who seemed talented grow arrogant when they've barely even made the first step. How kind of the world to provide the boy with a chance to hear the words of someone as enlightened as myself, no? Truly, my generosity is without limit sometimes. My utterly deserved back-patting session was interrupted most cruelly once more as an old woman called out to me, "Come over, dearie. Auntie Ethel has just what you need after a scrap like that." I exhaled, and just as I was about to ignore the geriatric completely, I noticed something about her was off. Whatever guise of a kindly old woman she was hiding behind was blatantly false to my eyes, and the creature contorted just beneath was so utterly disgusting, I very nearly summoned a sun on its ass on reflex. Thankfully, I was a bit more patient than that, and approached the thing. And what could you possibly have that would interest me, Auntie? Ah, look at you, all skin and bones. She ignored my tone completely and quickly poured a bit of stew into a crooked wooden bowl. Nothing like a nice meal after smashing some naughties, I say. Right, I drawled and took the bowl. How kind. Auntie Ethel won't let anyone starve on her watch, no siree. She went on rambling. How very kind. I repeated, and since you are so kind, you wouldn't happen to be able to point me to any expert healers in the area, would you? How can an old woman like me know any healers? She lamented and quickly added, but I did gather a lot of bits and bobs over the years that might help you on your way. You'll just visit my house on the meadow near the coast. You can't miss it. And there it is. I will certainly make the time. I smiled pleasantly. The creature behind the illusion grinned hungrily at the idea of hosting me. Thank you for the stew. I inclined my head and walked away, ignoring its stink eye as I refused to eat it in front of her. Finding no actual bullshit in the food, I handed it off to some confused kid trying to pawn a ring off to me, and found my group of colourful followers overlooking a group of tieflings trying to get their way into the grove proper, or at least its surface area, consisting of a circular ritual site composed of grassy stone blocks and a glowing idol in the middle, surrounded by about a dozen druids chanting rhythmically. Care to clue me in? I asked as I approached my slightly better equipped posse. Ah, there you are. Gale was the one to speak up. The druids took a child down there, but they are letting no one else in. And why did they take the child? I rose an eyebrow. Because she tried stealing their idol. Asterion drawled, I'd almost applaud her if she didn't fail. Well, we can't be having that. I nodded and started walking to the group of druids blocking the entrance. Let my daughter go. A particularly dark-skinned tiefling woman pushed against a twig-haired dwarf of some sort. And of course the tree-hugging furry roared like a struck beast before transforming into a boar and pounding the ground threateningly. Now, now! I spoke up as I approached them. I am sure there is no need for things to get bloody, don't you agree? They have our child. The woman rounded on me, and I am sure that our dear nature-loving friends here are not as callous as to murder a child. I assured her and turned to the druids with a threatening spark in my eye. Are you? The pig-fucker looked like he was about to lunge at me, like the retard he was, but one of his fellow tree-huggers patted his back. Let them trough. Kaga will want to see them. The pig snorted and transformed back into a dwarf. Disgusting. Don't worry. I patted the woman's shoulder. We'll get your child back. Thus, having secured our passage, one of the druids led us through the inner grove and to a pale stone slab gate, muttering something in his language I too utterly didn't memorize and making the way open for us. The insides looked like a fine mix of natural and artificial, the necessity of intelligent living seeming to just click with the natural cave decor. However, I was not given the time to ponder the rustic beauty even tree-huggers were apparently capable of creating, for with my eyes I spied a fucking ginger elf woman looming over a tiefling kid. Please. The child shivered as a snake slithered up the stone plinth next to her and hissed threateningly. I said I was sorry. Another druid, a dark-skinned man, approached the duo. This is madness, Kaga. She is just a what? The apparent upstart leader rounded on him with a hiss not unlike her snake. A rat? A thief? A poison? Each word was enunciated by an erratic twitch of her head until she finally looked back to the child with a glare. A threat? I will punish this devil. She looked back to her fellow druid, and I will cast out every one of these parasi. She clutched at her throat, a rather natural consequence of being an insulting waste of air. I decided as I approached, with a hand slightly raised, fingers slowly clutching tighter. 546. Chapter 14, The Emerald Grove. General point of view. Shadowheart's chest flashed with an unfamiliar rage as she watched the snake slithering up to the tiefling child, the hissing of both beast and druid making her hand unconsciously twitch for her spear. The relief she felt when she saw the elf choking on nothing made her scar flash with a searing pain, forcing her to hold her voice down. An utter failure, judging by the grey elf's curious sideways glance. Her lady's challenges were demanding indeed. Raven's point of view. What a disgusting sight to walk upon. I spoke darkly as I walked down the stone staircase, threatening a child with painful death by poison, and for what? I tilted my head, stealing a fancy trinket. The other druids were already readying their weapons, and their animal companions were rearing up to lunge at me. Even a trio of obviously transformed rats in the grass were glaring daggers into me from their little grassy hideout. Let her go, the druid leader's human second ordered, magically charged club in his hand. Shh! I rose a finger in front of my mouth and his voice disappeared. Thus satisfied, I turned to the filth in front of me. Now, I ordered, unless you want to learn how it feels to be filleted from the inside out. The creature trembled. You will let the kid go and apologize for the mere insinuation of the filth you threatened her with. The other druids had had enough, but found they too couldn't move now, and their growing terror was like a fucking perfume to my spiteful soul. The despair of the deserving was a powerful and favored tonic. Ulit Mately, the ginger shit, was a true coward at heart and nodded rapidly, falling like an empty sack and coughing painfully as I released my hold on her. Well? I asked as she looked up to me, my arms crossed. She flashed me with a hateful glare, but still looked to the terrified child. Apologies, you may leave. She bit out. The poor girl trembled in fear and confusion, but a pat on the shoulder drew her back to the present as I motioned to the exit with my head. Get going, girl. Your parents are terrified for you. Thank you, she quickly mumbled and ran off. The druids, who were now permitted to move, merely congregated hesitantly around their slowly rising leader, notably not aiding her as she pulled herself up. What do you want in our grove? She demanded as she dusted herself off, the flash of defiance in her eyes dying the instant they met mine again. Your continued existence persists at my leisure, I stated, the cold echo of my voice making many of them shiver at the sudden drop in temperature. You have received the first strike. I leaned in, making her take a step back. There will not be a second. The three rats on the edges of the chamber stirred angrily, but remained where they were. With that fact cleared up, I straightened back up. We are in need of your most well-studied healer for a quick consultation. Nettie is our best. She is in the back. Kaga hissed, is that all? For now, I hummed, allowing the pathetic worm to stumble away and lick her wounds. Well now, Astarion hummed, pure amusement dancing in his eyes. That was certainly something. A bit over the line, Will added, but it couldn't have happened to a better person. Do try not to moralize at me, kid. It's a waste of breath. I deadpanned. He frowned in surprise at the sudden and direct admonishment and took a step back, though remaining silent. In any case, I continued, Gale and Lae'zel are with me. The rest of you can snoop around. I waved flippantly before smirking and whispering, my conspiracy senses are tingling. Not waiting for their opinion, I began walking to the most pungent section of the underground sanctuary. General point of view. I am not sure if the way he does things is insufferable or inspiring. Dirge muttered, half annoyed as the trio left them. Don't take it too personally, Astarion said with a knowing smirk. People like him are quite simply above the usual pretenses we like to hide behind. And this justifies it? Will, feeling just a tad flustered, asked. Justifies? Astarion tilted his head, looking at the man patronizingly. Whoever said anything about justice? The adventurer clicked his tongue but held his silence. Oh fine, be like that. Astarion sniffed. I am going to and do our terrifying new master's bidding, and actually snoop. He has me all curious. And before the rest could protest, he slinked away in the opposite direction, absently muttering to himself, never thought I'd get into druid drama. I'll go and check on the child, Will said after a moment, though his true intention of just getting some air was plain for all to see. Dirge watched them all go before exhaling and turning to his sole remaining companion. Maybe we should look around as well, Shadow. He paused. The half-elf was completely ignoring him and staring into a half-faded mural on the wall depicting darkly armored figures wielding spears and shields, standing before some unknown enemy. The Dark Justiciars. He heard her mutter to herself before she blinked rapidly and twitched as if in pain as she realized she had been noticed. Know something about that mural? Dirge asked. No, she said far too quickly. It just had me curious about why druids would paint it like that. Mm-hmm. The draconic sorcerer voiced his obvious disbelief, but let it go. Come on then, you look like you need a breath of air. She nodded in thanks and followed him out. Raven's point of view. I'm afraid that is all I can do. The dwarf druid healer woman, Nettie, frowned, having just waved a thorny branch in front of Gale's face with barely a touch of druidic magic and hoping it would work. What a waste of time, Lae'zel growled, and for once I found myself in agreement. Should have tried kissing his boo-boos away, might have worked better. Gale choked down his laughter. You are the ones asking for my help. The druid huffed. Bloody mind flayer tadpoles aren't something I am used to dealing with. And yet, I pointed at her stone desk, one holding a jar with a tadpole floating within, just beside a drow corpse with its head carved open. You obviously know something more than we. That was Master Halsin's project. The woman frowned. You really know nothing? I frowned, tapping my foot. I could heal them all right now, but I am trying not to wipe their brains while extracting the thing, and it is too volatile to just disintegrate. She blinked in surprise. All I heard from Master Halsin is that these tadpoles are different than usual. Something's stopping them from transforming, but it still gives the host some of its power. That was our experience as well. My lips thinned in annoyance. Look, if you want someone who actually knows about these things, you need to get Halsin. She said, and not just because he is our true leader and can put a stop to Kaga's idiocy. She added with a huff. How lucky. I pinched the bridge of my nose and forced myself to be patient. Thank you for your help, and apologies for the snark. She laughed at that. Don't worry yourself over it. Ain't no healer out there who isn't used to some sass. Very true. I chuckled and waved for the duo. Come. The instant we stepped out of the healer's laboratory and into the library, Lae'zel couldn't help but hiss out, You see now? We waste our time and learn nothing. Only my people can show you the truth. Changing tactics, are we? I quirked an eyebrow. That isn't the complete truth now, is it? I tilted my head at the wizard. Gale, what did we learn? That the tadpoles were here before the crash, he answered immediately, and that a group of people are using them as a form of empowerment. I went on leadingly. Gale's eyes brightened, almost like a cult. A Geik cult? The Githyanki growled. We must purge this abomination from existence. Indubitably. I nodded and raised a finger to forestall her rant. Not without preparation, however. You have a plan, this is obvious. Lae'zel said after a moment. Very well, I will follow. Both eyebrows raised, I gave her a re-evaluating look. Happy to have your true cooperation then, but first we must find our target, and we can't leave the tieflings behind either. So much to do, so little time, Gale lamented. Just wait till you are forced to spend 20 years on fucking paperwork and see if you can repeat that sentence. I grumbled. Completely reasonably, the druids were now utterly suspicious of our presence, many of them giving us the stink eye, but pointedly not so much as twitching at us in a threatening manner. My little show of force had left them with a satisfying impression. I let my valorous posse talk with the relieved parents and received their thanks while completely ignoring some flamboyant retard, calling himself Volo, and declaring for all to hear his desire to march out to the goblins' camp and learn about their culture. As if creatures like that were even capable of forming such. Utterly ridiculous. Bah, no point in wasting more thoughts on the wretches, for the plot in the grove had thickened considerably with our return from Nettie's failing ministrations. Astarion's snooping had revealed a hidden chest belonging to Kaga that held a note addressed to her, a request for a meeting from a person named Olodan, and just a spitting distance away from Auntie Ethel's home as well. How incredibly convenient for my most spiteful self. Why, I giggled not once, but thrice at the thought of fucking both walking offences over. But as all things, they would have to wait, for my servants, able as they are, would need rest. And so they were left to gather themselves and enjoy the company of the tieflings, while I kept snooping around on my own. Or well, it was more of me going on a walk, and the world deciding to throw something interesting at me, as I felt a premonition some distance beyond me, just as I was climbing up the grove's overlook. A few shadow steps was all it took for me to reach the point of interest, and I found myself looking down on a small beach surrounded by jagged rock formations. But despite being a beautiful sight, it was not what primarily drew my eye. No, it was the quartet of half-naked winged women currently singing a magical song to a tiefling child and looking down at the hypnotized boy with hunger in their eyes and drool on their lips. What is it with this fucking place and harming kids? My right eye twitched rapidly. In a blink, I reappeared behind the boy, arm on his shoulder to hold him back, and a glare in my eyes at the startled bird women. The most well-dressed of them screeched something stupid in bird brain language, and all four began singing as one, their pathetic little illusion simply bouncing off my mind like a pebble might off a steel mountain. My disappointment was so grand, it actually made the four choke on their tones without any true effort from me. Why is the pretty music gone? The little boy asked absent-mindedly, and thus my disappointment was once more replaced with rage as I raised a single hand, fingers facing outwardly. B. The skies darkened, gone. Static filled the air, thought. 4 precise blasts of lightning landed on their heads, the impromptu incantation working with the world's own weave to combine with my magicka and empower the spell to the point the mere thunderbolt utterly disintegrated its targets. I dispelled the sound barrier around the boy's head, and he blinked rapidly, as if awakening. What? He asked, suddenly panicked. Where am I? You got lured into a trap by a musical illusion. I told him, startling him again as he looked up at me and paused. You are safe now, kid. No need to fear the scary elf, yeah? Yeah, he nodded slowly. Thanks, Mr. Drow. My eye twitched violently. Not a drow. I corrected patiently, but that doesn't matter, off you trot back to the grove. And remember, just because something sounds or looks pretty doesn't mean it is good, You talk weird, the kid said. Talk weird, do I? I crossed my arms, amused. Someone who is out way past their bedtimes a year's what? What? He replied automatically and frowned, crossing his arms and huffing, You are mean. Chuckling, I waved for him to get going. Sure thing, kid. Now off you go, shoo. He pouted at me for a while longer, but did ultimately listen to reason and promptly trotted off. shaking my head in both amusement and satisfaction for preventing more heinous shit. I walked up the grove's hopefully silent overlook, only to pause as I heard the strumming of strings and a voice trying to harmonize. And there sat a pale blue-skinned tiefling with a fancy lute in her hands, wearing a colorful if faded jester-esque dress and a deep frown of concentration on her face. Words of mine will change. She stopped, no, and tried again, become. She paused again, damn it. Having a hard time? I said in lieu of greetings. She stopped and looked up. Oh, she blinked. You are the one who saved everyone. She turned nervous. I could leave if you, want the spot? Relax, girl, no need for that. I chuckled and waved her down, sitting on a broken slab of stone a few steps away from her own. Feeling a touch inquisitive, I asked, so what troubles you? This entire damned song. She answered frustratedly, I just can't seem to get it work. I nodded, eyes closed. My own friend, who just happens to be a bard, likes to say writing a new song is like wrestling a bear. Very satisfying once you get it done, but all pain and agony on the way there. Your bard friend has interesting tastes. The musician noted, morbidly intrigued. Marco is a... I huffed through my nose. He has certainly grown daring, I will give him that. But that is enough about that. I waved the train of thought away and decided to be generous. Need some help? It couldn't hurt. She said a bit hesitantly, I have her lute with me. I said leadingly, my master's. She said wistfully, her name was Lihala, used to love dancing, even if she had 2 left feet. She shook her head. She died on the road, and now I am trying to immortalize her in song, I offered. Yes. She smiled to herself. That is exactly it. Well, it has been a few years since I touched the lute, I said, and promptly levitated her reserve instrument to myself. Might as well get some of the dust off. The bard's eyes lit up in genuine surprise once she heard I actually knew how to play, and we spent the next hour or so jamming it out, actually managing to help her finish the song to my grand surprise. It was pretty good, even by my lofty standards. The girl excused herself after a while, leaving me alone on the overlook, and to my thoughts. Which is why I promptly decided to distract myself by summoning my canvas stand and my paints. The grove was not my usual jaunt, but kind does appreciate such places for whatever reason, and thus so did I, at least on a subconscious level. I suppose the tree huggers could be granted the honor of my work. I hummed as I began the first strokes, even if they will never have the pleasure of seeing it. The following day found me thoroughly refreshed and relaxed as myself and my posse gathered in front of the grove's gates. So you are just going to leave us? Dirge asked me, frowning. I have placed a highly potent detection spell on all of you. I explained patiently, should anything begin to happen, I will be there in a blink. However, you have to understand that we need to cover more ground and all of you are, frankly, just slowing me down. There was a lot of grumbling at that, but no one thought to refute it. So go and search for the goblins' camp, scout the place out and prepare a route of attack. I repeated the plan, if, and I will stress this, if you are able to get Halsin out with relative ease, then do so. Otherwise, explore the area and wait while I deal with whatever is happening at the meadow on the coastline and investigate the druid. Feeling far too generous for whatever reason, I added, my familiar has also set up shop in a nearby ruined village, so don't hesitate to ask him for help. Your familiar? Gale blinked. You'll know him when you see him. I grinned darkly, and for absolutely no reason whatsoever, all of them suddenly shivered. 547, Chapter 15, Moonhaven. General point of view. The group of 6 adventurers trudged up a narrow forest road, smelling of wet beast and thoroughly covered in all manner of blood and dirt. A curious, if confused, white dog following after them in an eager gait and wagging tail. Only the wizard was at least somewhat clean, and that was solely because he had been religiously muttering prestidigitation for the past 10 minutes, like a precious mantra. Gale shivered lightly at the memory of what they had been through. Not even 10 minutes after they had left the grove, Astarion noticed some tracks, which of course he decided to immediately follow, ending up with them entering a damp cave somehow connected to the Emerald Grove and now filled with a dozen or so goblins crowding around an injured druid. They saved the druid, thankfully, but a muddy cave was an uncomfortable proposition at any time, and the goblins provided no real information save for thinking them true souls at first sight and turning hostile when told otherwise. Not Will's brightest moment, Gale would admit. Inevitably, another cave awaited a mere hour later. Thankfully, it wasn't as simple as them just wandering in. That would have been thoroughly embarrassing. Instead, they found a pair of lightly armored people standing over a dead dwarf, one whose corpse radiated a familiar presence that was far more muted than the rest of his companion's passengers. The two people, young humans, acted much in the vein of the goblins in naming them true souls, and thankfully some careful maneuvering allowed the party to learn that the goblins and their allies, as odd a thought as that was, were stationed in a ruined temple of Saloon, just beyond the ruined village of Moonhaven. Gale made careful note of Shadowheart's sneer at that information. The cultists of this absolute, for that was what they plainly were, spoke of a great beast who had killed the apparent true soul dwarf, and before they could do something as stupid as pursuing it, Dirge, through gritted teeth, told them to retreat back to their camp. Lae'zel did not like that, but the Dragonborn simply told her it would make infiltration easier, which seemed to mollify her at least somewhat. All of this served as more than enough to distract the party from Astarion, who decided he wanted to see what the odd feeling around the corpse was, only for a mind flayer tadpole to crawl out of its ear, floating in front of his head and vibrating psychically, resonating with all of their heads. Dirge acted like he had expected something like this, pulling a glass jar out of his pack and simply yanking the thing into it before it could turn its attention to him and covering it, which seemed to reduce the pressure. "What do you think you are doing?" the draconic man had asked in a growl, but the pale elf merely looked annoyed. "You can't tell me you aren't curious," he said. "Besides, we have a safety net, don't we?" He smirked. For once, everyone was unified in that moment, looking at him like he was a complete idiot. An act that did not deter him in the slightest, as he unsubtly redirected the conversation to the beast the two cultists were talking about, and irritatingly goaded them all into following the trail despite the dangers. An act even he regretted quickly enough. For upon finding their way to that second cave, they were all hit with a terrible smell and an even more terrible foreboding, one that did not deter them as it should have, caution coming far too late as they came upon the sight of an enraged nesting owlbear. The massive creature with the body of a bear and the head of an owl did not hesitate even for a moment to launch its immense bulk at their group, making most of them scatter and scramble for their weapons and spells. Gale would admit he almost admired the way Lae'zel transferred from cautious lookout to vicious charge without so much as a blink of hesitation, at least until her longsword practically bounced off the beast's shoulder bone like so much wood, and she was promptly slapped into the dirt without it even turning to look at her. What he did admire without a doubt was the fact she just as quickly leapt up and retook her stance, completely ignoring the cracks in her bones. The battle turned into a tortured brawl quickly after that, the adventurers all doing their best to evade instead of clash, while those that could discharged all their bigger spells in the first 20 seconds of the fight. The only reason no one got mauled was a lucky conjure from Shadowheart, as she threw a shadowy guiding bolt at the beast's rear leg, snapping a bone or two and slowing it, and Gale's own thunder orb landing a lucky hit on its head, bursting its eardrums and discombobulating it somewhat. Only Astarion and Will seemed to manage to do any true damage after that, hitting weak points and firing off eldritch blasts of force respectively, while the rest desperately drew attention to themselves. Ultimately the beast fell, but not before knocking Lae'zel and Dirge out, and thoroughly exhausting the rest. Having barely managed to gather themselves and hear what critical wounds they could, they all nearly fell into despair as they heard even more rustling nearby. But to their immense relief, the owlbear that came next was no nesting mother but a cub. It gave them a long, curious look before simply deciding to ignore them, and then it started eating its mother's corpse. Not even Astarion was feeling chatty after seeing that. They quickly pilfered what little could be found in the cave, electing to grab an unhatched owlbear egg, mostly out of spite, and exploring deeper with much greater caution this time. Thankfully, they found no other great beasts, but an abandoned shrine of some variety, and after some rummaging and reciting of prayers, a small chest had revealed itself containing the idols and petty relics of Saloon. Gale pretended to be fascinated by the historical artifacts while listening in on Shadowheart and Dirge. "We should throw it away," she had said irritably, "preferably into the owlbear's pit." The scaled man gave her a long look. "I don't know why you hate Saloon so much, but we aren't just going to throw valuables away on a whim." She looked up at him with something approaching genuine betrayal in her eyes, before jerkily looking away and hiding a harsh wince of pain starting from her left hand and travelling up the rest of her body. Yet another potential disaster Gale would have to keep track of. It would almost be amusing how those seemed to be stacking atop each other with each passing day, if it were not rightly terrifying. The decision to rest was made unanimously, and they quickly relocated some distance up the creek that flowed through the cave itself from outside. Most decided to rest, while Will and Dirge took watch, the Balduran noble disappearing for a while and returning only when the rest started noticing his absence. He was not alone. A downcast white dog followed after him, one he quickly introduced as Scratch, who had lost his owner and was then promptly adopted by everyone. Even the Gith was unwilling to comment on the puppy's presence. The sun had passed its zenith by the time they finally reached Moonhaven, which is where they found themselves now, scaling up the side of the walled stone village, slightly refreshed, but not truly at their best. Whoever lived here was not poor, Gale noted as they got up to one of the small gateways. Stone walls on marshy ground do not come cheap. They were Selunites. Shadowheart sneered. They probably got rich off of running their temple. Her comment drew a few glances, and to everyone's surprise, it was Lae'zel who spoke up, looking down at her like one might look at a child. "Your hatred is impotent. Cease." The half-elf looked like she had just been slapped, and Gale was already dreading a fight, but they were all thankfully distracted by Will calling out, "Corpses!" Everyone but Shadowheart turned alert, the cleric lagging behind somewhat as she fumbled with her spear dazedly and followed the rest to the small pile of short, scrap-armored corpses. "More goblins," Astarion said, with what seemed to be morbid curiosity in his voice, leaning over the pile without reacting much otherwise. And whatever did them in was not gentle about it. The rest approached the pile and immediately reacted in differing levels of terror and disgust. All the goblins were missing their eyes, their death expressions twisted in utter terror or burned off by a flame that didn't seem to care if it was searing flesh or steel. Well, the sight made most of them recoil in disgust. Dirge simply licked his lips and nodded in appreciation. The pile of corpses was not alone, and they quickly discovered what looked to be at least 30 goblin corpses in much the same state, just in the western sections of the village. Before they could continue on with their numb exploration, however, upon reaching the central well of the village, all of them were drawn to a terrified scream that seemed to be getting closer and closer by the instant. Before any of them could truly realize what was going on, something hit the paving just a few steps in front of them, kicking up dust and making a wet, fleshy scraping noise as it slid some distance away before coming to a stop. The dust slowly cleared, revealing yet another dead goblin, though this one was thoroughly smeared across the ground and just barely recognizable as one of its kind. Unilaterally, the group looked up to where it came from and found themselves staring at the suddenly still windmill. All of them had gotten used to the distant white noise of its movement. It was practically impossible to miss in a small village like this, and the sudden lack of it was almost jarring to notice. They shared a look and silently agreed to investigate, marching up to the higher reaches of Moonhaven. What they found waiting there left them both confused and terrified. 2 bugbears and a deep gnome were cowering beside a rocky outcropping, doing their utmost to look as small as possible. The 2 furry brutes looked driven to docility by their fear, but the dark, almost purple-skinned gnome was shivering like a twig and muttering prayers to any god that would hear. The sight directly under the windmill was far more striking, however, and left each and every one of them completely speechless. 4 ogres standing watch around a large rock covered in tarps and pillows, terrified and covered in burns. One of them, the one clad in most armor and with the greatest intellect shining in his eyes, was fanning said rock with a large piece of wood which only served to make the situation seem that much more surreal. And atop the Throne sat a golden fiery bird, its flames so perfectly controlled as to not touch its nest, and its eyes gleaming with cruel amusement as it beheld the new arrivals. For whatever reason, Lae'zel began rubbing at the corners of her eyes. The new arrivals went ignored as the ogre charged with fanning. It spoke, boss. That was the last of the gobbos." "Seriously?" the bird chirped with annoyance. "We only made 3 fly, though." "No worries." The ogre quickly spoke, pleading, "We can always toss the gnome." Said gnome began shivering even more as the bird's eyes fell upon him, but the majestic incarnation of life and flame shook his head. "Nah, he is annoying, a noir and featherless, but he doesn't deserve it." "Sure thing, boss." The ogre wisely nodded and kept fanning. The poor gnome fell on his arse and began hyperventilating. Feeling a hunch, Astarion alarmed the rest of the group by stepping out in front of them, once more drawing the curiosity of the firebird. "Pardon the interruption, your feathery majesty." The pale elf purred, "But you wouldn't happen to be Mr. Dagoth's familiar?" "If those sycophants heard you refer to him that way." The bird's eyes shone with an amused glint before he quickly bobbed his head. "Nice ass kissing. I give it a 7 out of 10. "I do try." Astarion smiled wryly. His ease seemed to amuse the bird enough to chirp out a laugh, acceptable for a fresh follower of mine. He bobbed his head again. "Lump, introduce us." The ogre didn't stop fanning as he droned, "Be in awe, mortals, for you stand under the great and mighty Scorch." "Scorch?" Shadowheart muttered disbelievingly. "You say something? Noir?" The bird's eyes immediately zeroed in on her. None of them understood the word itself, but the sheer vitriol it was accompanied by was more than enough to make the meaning clear. The half-elf stilled completely as she felt one breath away from incineration. Seeing no retort forthcoming, the bird scoffed and focused back on the elf. "You know it is fucking ridiculous. You are the one to first approach the literal phoenix." That confirmation seemed to throw the group into a bit of a tizzy, but Astarion was too busy smirking amusedly to care. "Are the rest of you cucks or something?" Scorch chirped threateningly. "Get your asses over here. Damn featherless degenerates ruining my fun." He grumbled to himself. Not left with much choice, the party did as they were ordered, and soon they were standing around the pilfered throne that looked less and less impressive by the minute. Gale unconsciously noted that the actual God's-damned phoenix was casting an illusion for his own amusement. "So the mind-wormed multitude blesses my presence," the firebird drawled, lounging in his plush seat. "Pops sent you over to me, did he?" "Yes." Astarion was voicelessly elected to speak for the rest of them. "He told us you might be able to help with scouting the goblins' positions." He made a show of looking around, though that seems to be a bit redundant at this point. "Meh." The bird shrugged, an act so utterly undignified for what he was meant to represent, it would have thrown anyone off on its own. This was just a forward position, and they stopped sending reinforcements last evening. He looked away with an avian scoff. "Fucking goblins using good sense. Unbelievable." "Do you mean to say they are alerted to our presence now?" Will asked. Scorch looked up, unimpressed. "They literally saw the squid ship crash and attack the grove yesterday. If you think they don't know they aren't alone, you are a me-damn idiot." "He also thinks himself a god." Gale quickly filed away to his growing list of notes on the seemingly deranged phoenix. Will felt a familiar indignance rising, but he smothered it as quickly as it came. "What happened to the goblins here?" Gale found himself asking. "It looks like some kind of beast ravaged them." "Oh, that?" Scorch tilted his head and smirked. "That was all me." "What?" The exclamation left him before he knew it, and a good number of the group turned tense. "But why?" he asked even as he removed the seemingly from his mental descriptor of the bird's state of mind. "Why not?" Scorch shrugged. "Goblins aren't people," he said, as if challenging anyone to counter him, and then twisted his beak into something resembling a deranged grin. "Besides, I like doing it to those that deserve it. It's like closing off the windows to their souls. Permanently." Out of all disgusted and disturbed reactions Gale saw, Dirge's sage nod of agreement was what completely took the wind out of his sails, and only seemed to encourage the bird. Astarion, who kept an excellent poker face despite his own mild unease, cleared his throat. While this is all incredibly interesting, what can you tell us of the goblin's base? Fine. The bird almost seemed to pout at that. Fuckers are all squatting in some old-ass temple of a local moon-loving thought. He confirmed what they learned previously, but added, looks to have a massive underground connected to it as well, but the gobos aren't even aware of it. How massive? Gale asked on a hunch. Like fuck off massive, Scorch said, spreading his wings. It's even connected to one of the basements here, but you are only getting in there if you feel like falling for 2 minutes straight. The Underdark, Gale muttered in realization. That what it's called? Scorch chirped. Some local place or? The Underdark spreads through a large part of Faerun. The wizard found himself relaxing as he fell upon familiar territory. It is usually a massive section of interconnected cave chambers, but it can range from anything between an underground forest to an entire sea depending on where you go. Interesting. He bobbed his head consideringly. Well, I am not going spelunking down there without Pops. He'd wring my feathers if I did, and I only let him do that shit for the kids. They all gave him odd looks at that. Don't worry your empty little heads about it, my new followers. Scorch's demeanor shifted as he ignored the expected reactions to his insult. Before I let you off to scour the goblinic filth, I feel you should know I sensed one of your own wandering about a bit to the northeast. He twirled his wing next to his head, all mind-wormed and that jazz but protected like you lot. That is almost in the opposite direction of the ruins, Gale pointed out. Yup. Scorch bobbed a nod. Big tiefling woman, all fiery and full of anger, battling it out with some fancy-ass knight cosplayers. She got pretty fucked up, but managed to limp away. You might be able to save her if you are quick. Before anyone else could answer, Will had stepped up, eyes filled with determination. Where did you say she was? Scorch met his eyes, and those who knew him would see the flash of spite in his own golden orbs. Tell you what, he said, how about I show you instead? It wasn't an offer. The ogres and bugbears trudged away, barely hiding the urgency from their steps as they were literally sent to eat the goblins out of hearth and home to their best ability, leaving the deep gnome numb on the ground and staring into the skies pleadingly. Oi, Tiny! Scorch whistled at him. What was your name again? The poor man scrambled up to his feet as quickly as he could, but stumbled at least thrice. B.B. Barkus, my lord, he stuttered. Right, I just remembered I don't care. Get your ass southeast. Scorch tilted his head in the direction of the grove. There is a bunch of tree huggers there that will let you rest up or whatever. The gnome hesitantly nodded his head and began waddling away. Well, that is my good deed for the decade, the bird declared, and landed on Dirge's head, deeming him the only one of true taste in goblin butchery of the group. Forward my new steed to adventure. 548, Chapter 16, Auntie Ethel. Raven's point of view. I felt it long before I saw it, a veneer of light and good cheer hiding the filth and corruption beneath. A grand illusion woven over an entire area over the course of years and powered by things I'd much rather not identify. The meadow belonging to Auntie Ethel spread out under me like an overly inviting lady hiding a wicked knife behind her back. Feeling poetic, are we? I quipped to myself, snapping shut the grimoire I borrowed from that one wizard, and turned my attention to something more pressing. Auntie Ethel, who had somehow beaten me to this place despite being in the grove when I left, was talking to two rather distraught men, both of whom were feeling equally terrified and hateful of the old woman. Lads, for all that is holy, I've never clapped eyes on your poor sister, the old woman pleaded to them, voice falsely vulnerable for anyone who knew to listen. Drop the act, hag, the older of the two men ground out, hand around his pitchfork. You was the last to see her, we know. The younger's spine was less solid, however, and bent pleadingly. Just let her go. Please. Naturally, as I hadn't bothered to hide myself, Ethel immediately noticed me and looked up. Oh, thank goodness you are here, sweetie. I don't know what's come over these boys. They think I stole their sister. Me. The fake concern in her voice annoyed me considerably. The two men rounded on me, and their eyes understandably widened upon seeing someone wearing princely robes and armor, and looking like a kind of elf neither had seen before. The younger one turned to the old woman, panic growing in his eyes. Stop this, he pleaded. We won't ask again. But Ethel simply kept looking at me. You know, I spoke up after a few heavy moments of silence. I don't even mind you are trying to fuck these two over. It is very clever, and they don't seem particularly bright. Ethel narrowed her eyes, but to have the fucking temerity, I hissed and raised my right hand, to lie to my face. There was not an ounce of hesitation in her as she simply poofed in green smoke and teleported away. Seriously? My face turned completely blank, and I dismissed the fire pillar I was about to summon. Well, I smacked my lips, at least she isn't a complete idiot. Bloody hells, one of the brothers flinched. She just disappeared. She's a hag, Demir, the elder said like it explained everything, and then turned to me. Who in the hells are you? I merely quirked an eyebrow at that, just staring in silence. His knee-jerk reaction was to double down, but one did not reach above room-temperature intelligence without being able to realize shit-talking. Someone looking like me was incredibly dumb, and he quickly bit down his words. Apologies, my lord. He forced down instead. Hags play with their food. He looked away. She was probably playing with us. Hags being whatever the fuck she is. I noted, remembering all the distant folklore about such creatures. And yet here you stand, having just threatened one. I'd almost praise the balls on you if it wasn't so damn stupid. She could shoot fireballs out her arsehole for all I care. The man growled, she has our sister. That'd do it. I snorted, not caring for my comments. He finished, we are going in there and getting her back. I would sincerely advise against that, I said in a cold tone. And what's it to you? He shot me a glare. Nothing. I shrugged lazily. I meant that literally. I would advise against going in there. Finally, at the end of his patience, the stressed man exploded with, well, you can shove your... only to be stopped by his brother's hand on his shoulder. Calm down, Yoel. He pleaded and then looked to me. We know the hag is dangerous, but what would you have us do? Leave our sister to her? Not charge into an obvious mage's home unprepared? I asked, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The area itself is enchanted, and you want to follow the creature to its home. You and what army? The younger brother paled, while the elder kicked a nearby rock. Fuck, he snarled. We can't just leave her in there, he said. Hags have that poor a reputation, I asked, both to make them focus and for my own curiosity. Everyone knows that. He flashed me a confused look. I am not from around here. I deadpanned, pointing at myself, if it wasn't quite obvious. They are cruel creatures, like making deals. The younger brother said while shaking his head, dealing with one never ends well, and Myrina, she... He choked. She lost her husband and then started talking crazy about reviving him. She left home one day, and we followed her here. The now much drained older brother sighed. I just hope her child is fine. Her child, my gaze sharpened. She brought a kid here. No. The man gave me a dark look. She is pregnant. The pieces fell together almost immediately as I pinched the bridge of my nose. Please, for the love of all the gods, don't tell me she decided to sell her unborn child to a notoriously evil witch in hopes of reviving her love. Both brothers paled as the words left my mouth. Fuck! The older groaned in despair, while the younger just kept shaking. Me, on the other hand? I had gone from mildly curious and annoyed to outright livid. I was officially fucking done with this shit. My feet already moving down from the dirt path and into the meadow, grumbling curses as I went. What is it with this fucking place? I hissed as my magicka swirled, and its god's damn obsession with being shit to children. The two confused brothers had just enough time to catch up to me when my spell went off. The flash of purple energies barreling through the weave's interference and completely wiping off the hag's enchantment over the meadow, ripping her deep-seated power out like a weed and revealing a steaming, stinky bog below. The decades, or maybe even centuries of painstakingly set defenses disappeared like morning mist. But more importantly, the high-grade spatial lock clicked into place above the area, stopping any and all teleportation up to and including that of the soul-based variety. There would be no escape. I could almost taste the creature's growing panic in the air. It wasn't long before she made her first pitiful attempt at survival. A group of tiny, long-nosed creatures, wielding hand scythes and wearing bright red caps, charged at us. making sheep noises of all things as they did, and trying and failing to cast some rudimentary blood magic at us, only to have it dispelled with the barest flickers of my power. The younger farmer reached for his cleaver, but took an unsure step back and stumbled on his ass, eyes widening in a panic. His brother, at least, had the balls to stand and fight, rising his pitchfork with shaking hands and hate in his eyes. But they were only ever meant to serve as observers. My right hand twitched upwards, barely enough to make the movement noticeable at all, and the many now disenchanted roots in the area sprang up around the red-capped gnomes, contorting around them faster than they could notice and promptly bursting them like ripe fruits. Charming, I drawled and kept walking as if no interruption happened. And yet before I could storm the rickety, rotting excuse for a hut the hag called home, I felt a nearby gaze focused on me. A hunter's patient calculation, though not one that was focused on the prowl for now. I simply stopped in my tracks and met the source's eyes directly, expression expectant. The two brothers knew better than to try and make me hurry, and took the chance to catch their breath as I waited for the man to realize his only option. And like clockwork, less than a minute later, a tall, well-built man armed with a crossbow and sporting a downright appreciable mustache stepped out of the nearby thicket. "You are not from around here," he stated the obvious. "No shit." I deadpanned, and that seemed to slightly ease his tension. "Gandrel, monster hunter." He introduced himself with a calm incline of his head. "Just my luck to have you attack while I visit." A monster hunter consorting with a creature like the hag? I quirked an eyebrow. A rather creative interpretation of your title, wouldn't you say? "I hunt another quarry." His lip curled ever so slightly in distaste. "And trading information with hags can be done if one knows what they are doing." Information valuable enough to try and earn some favors by annoying me? I quirked an eyebrow, fingers curling ever so slightly in unspoken threat. I didn't say fight or even slow, and he caught that fact as his eyes sharpened. "No." He shook his head slowly. "I owe the creature no loyalty, merely respect for its power." "Good enough." I hummed approvingly and started walking to the hag's home. "You can join us if you feel like doing the honorable thing." I didn't wait for his answer, though, as I calmly walked up the rotting steps, though I did allow myself a slight smile as I felt the monster hunter cautiously join our little procession, even if I had to slap away the hag's attempts to contact him silently. The moment I stepped into the house, I felt my smile disappear under a curl of disgust. This whole place's aura practically screamed petty cruelty and suffering, a kind of gleeful childish desire to cause pain and horror that had been satisfied over and over and over again throughout the course of centuries. A fact that should make my following actions utterly unsurprising. My hand lashed out, the sudden telekinetic force under my grip ripping the fireplace, hiding the tunnels below out, as one might pluck a flower. "Here is Raven," I chirped, voice tinged with contained anger, anger that only grew as I was presented with the truth of my host. The level just below the house was covered in displays of the unfortunates the hag had fucked over. Literal plaques set in front of them telling in poetic detail just how the creature had twisted their desperate requests to extract the maximum amount of suffering from them. I did not pay them much attention for now, and looked to the door hiding the passage forward. A soul shoved into the frame to power the illusory passage one merely needed to step through. I felt the soul panic at the sight of me, and to my surprise, whoever was imprisoned within tried warning me against the hag, despite the image of its inevitable punishment that flashed through my mind through sheer accident. "You are certainly more selfless than I." I hummed and promptly ripped the soul out of the passage, letting it free as I did. First I felt its confusion, and then such elation it was almost blinding, and then the soul began dancing around me, an almost song-like laughter echoing just at the edge of my senses as I felt my spirits rise ever so slightly. Feeling just a bit more self-righteous than I usually allowed, I grinned and charged through the rest of the hag's burrow. A group of people imprisoned under gnarled masks made to torment the mind tried stopping us, but I simply put them to sleep with some minor illusion magic, not breaking their imprisonment immediately due to the connection I felt they had with the hag. A trapped hall awaited on the other side, and after rather irritably having to float the fools following after me for a full minute, we reached the hag's domicile proper. Whereupon I saw a young woman stuck inside a hanging wooden cage, but instead of whatever relief I expected to see on her face, all I found was hatred. You. She pointed at me accusingly, tear-stricken face twisting with fury. You are ruining everything. Her two brothers flinched with pained looks in their eyes. Ruining what, child? I asked, humoring her despite feeling the hag's expectant gaze. She was going to bring Connor back to me. The crazed girl said, and now you've ruined it. At what cost, I wonder? I spoke softly, even as I channeled just a bit of my psionics to focus her thoughts on the truth of her decision. The girl looked away, and I knew my previous suspicion had been confirmed. My face contorted into a sneer, and I promptly decided to leave all interactions with the failure to her brothers. Instead, I looked to the hag. Come out, filth. Your skittering will not save you. You come into my home. The accented voice rang out, tinged with maddened fury. Ruin my plans. A puff of green smoke revealed the hag just under the cage. And then threaten me? I will rip the skin from your bones, boy. The large, disgusting, hunched, green-skinned creature covered in boils and welts snarled, and then grow it back just to do it all over again. Cute. I deadpanned, and before she could do whatever it was she was planning on, I disappeared from my spot, materializing just next to her and promptly punching her in the side of the face, sending her sprawling across the stone floor and smashing into a nearby wall. Really wanted to punch her ever since I first saw her. I smirked and ignored the ear-piercing shriek of surprise the thing let out. I felt the magic in the air stir, and suddenly 5 Ethels stood all around the chamber, more and more increasingly creative threats forming out of their hateful lips. That all stopped when a crossbow bolt slammed into one of them, all 4 of the others disappearing in a poof, revealing the truth of their illusory nature. The hag clutched at her flank with genuine surprise on her face for once, and she glared down at the monster hunter. You fucking gur! That was as far as she got before being yanked back to me, and unwilling to dirty the masterpiece that were my gauntlets any further, I simply let her slam into a nearby wall that also just happened to be a door. She smashed through the stone and wood barricade with another pained screech, and I followed after her a moment later, taking the time to signal the mortals to deal with the caged retard while we entered what looked to be her inner sanctum and workshop. Wait, the hag scrambled to get on her feet. Wait. All right, I said indulgently, while considering the most appropriate kind of murder she was owed. I'm waiting. We don't need to be enemies, she said, eyes maddened and breath heavy with panic. I didn't mean to lie to you. Hells, I'll even apologize. You think I'm here just for that? I crossed my arms, eyes flashing with amusement. Aren't you? She twitched, her mind no doubt racing. You didn't attack me because you care about these mortals, do you? She scowled, genuinely disgusted. A low chuckle left me at that. Oh, Ethel, you think there is some greater meaning to all this? I tilted my head. Oh no, my dear stupid hag. Her face twisted into a snarl, revealing sharp, crooked teeth. You were simply disgusting, and looked at me with those filthy, hungry eyes. She flinched away, panic growing. So no, your death does not come for the sake of the righteous. I sneered. Even if it would be an acceptable reason, it comes on my fucking whim. A lie, but I preferred making her feel insignificant to being honest. To my surprise, this seemed to calm her down somewhat. Wait, dying is fucking painful, and I'd rather avoid that. She raised her arms to stop me as I took a step toward her. How about a trade? A trade, I hummed, quickly filing away the fact she could respawn and adding that to the list of things to prevent what kind of trade. I'll give you some of my hair, she said, and quickly plucked a small bundle of disgusting oily hairs from her head. It'll make you stronger. Why would your hair make me stronger? I tilted my head. We hags are part fae, didn't you know? She grinned, feeling like she had just won her life. Oh, really? My eyes brightened for a moment. Why didn't you start with that? I asked, and the mortal's razor flashed into my hand, the light in my eyes turning cruel. The green-skinned creature blinked in surprise and then paled. General point of view. Gandrel of the Gur watched over the 2 brothers as they fawned over their hatefully furious sister. A corner of his eye focused on the way the elf and the hag had left during their fight and all the destruction they left behind. Something in his instincts told him, following them in, There was not a wise idea. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream cut through the entire cave system, completely stunning the family of farmers and making even Gandrel shiver in terror, though his training stopped him from dropping his crossbow. He considered going in to see if the elf needed help, but then another, even louder scream belched out of the hag's throat. And then she began to beg. The monster hunter had never even dreamed of hearing those words coming out of its mouth. He quickly turned to the farmers, who were just as pale as him, and pointed to the tunnel leading up. "Why?" He swallowed and licked his lips. "Why don't we go and wait upstairs?" The two brothers somehow managed to run even faster than him as they hauled their sister up and away from the hag's whimpering. Gandrel made a quick prayer to all his ancestors, thanking them for not pulling the trigger on the elf when he first saw him, because whatever that was, it was no elf. 549. Dread Announcement. Righty then, this is both unpleasant and relieving at the same time, not going to lie. To put it simply, Sorcerer's Tale is going on an indeterminately long hiatus. Constantly switching my mindset from one story to another is incredibly exhausting if I am looking to keep any kind of quality going. And frankly, as much as I love Raven and his shenanigans, I do want to have some movement in my writing. I gave the whole multiversal shtick a shot, but sadly did not end up enjoying it nearly as much as expected, and forcing things has just not gone anywhere, as sad as that is to admit. Will there be more ST in the future? Some might wonder. Potentially. I promise absolutely nothing, but I also do not discount the possibility of me turning back to my proverbial roots and smashing out some short visits to other worlds when I feel it tickle my fancy. As of right now, though, you should treat Arc 9 Chapter 4 as the final chapter of the story for the sake of coherence and pacing. It serves as a fine epilogue in my most humble opinion.